Dream. Alright, it's 8:30. Time to begin the stream. Let's go. We're gonna get through all of Act 3 today because Act 3 is only like 6 sections overall, so much easily handleable. Shouldn't take more than 8 hours. Ahem, today is the 45th day of our covert operation off Britain's coast. I've called you all here for one reason alone. The time has come for us to decide whether to leave this lost belt or lost world according to our technical advisor's reports and return to standard space, or to muster everything we've got and send additional forces, myself and Munir, to aid the field team's efforts. But fortunately, we just received a new report from Typhone with excellent news. Captain, if you would. Got it. Restoring power to the command room. Whoa, the lights are back on. Does that mean... That's right, my boy. Mission complete. Morgan is officially out of the picture. Hio, Da Vinci, and Kyrie Late really came through. What's more, the fairies were so impressed with our accomplishments that they agreed to give us one of Camelot's Rahognomyads. Woo, I can't believe we're going to get the real thing instead of just a spell. Now the board is finally going to have a main cannon. I can't wait to be the gunners. Alright, but only 4 of you. You could draw lots faster, lots later to decide who it will be. Rahognomyad main cannon, heh? As the director, it'll be my duty to pull the final trigger. Okay, Goroff, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That said, I can't stop grinning either. I've always dreamed of having a huge cannon on deck. Yes, good point. At first I thought I'd like to build it into the bow, but on further consideration, that seems extremely unsafe. Much better to add it to the deck since we can jettison it at a moment's notice. But never mind that now. According to the report, it'll take them 7 days to reach the shore from Camelot. We'll wait here until then. After they arrive, we can leave. That is why I had Captain turn the lights on in the command room. Now that we no longer have to conserve as much power as possible in case of an emergency, we could get by with only moderate energy conservation. I know it's been a trying 45 days for you all, so now's your chance to recuperate while you prepare to install our Rahognomyad. Is something the matter, Administrative Advisor? Most people could consider this cause for celebration, you know. Well, we're at it. I feel like I should let you know something you don't seem to be aware of. That face you're making right now? You may as well be shouting, it feels like this case has only just begun. Thank you for the warning, Gordoff. Watson used to tell me much the same thing. However, I'm afraid you're not quite correct. This is no mere feeling. I assure you, this case has only just begun. Really? Even though we defeated a Lost Felt's king? We have still yet to answer so much of one truly essential question, Director. How did this lost bell come into being? Why was Camelot built? What purpose were the bells of pilgrimage originally meant to serve? What is the Fairy of Paradise's mission? And what happens to the Great Calamities? The Red Calamity and Black Calamity that ended Britain during the first iteration of the Fey era before Morgan's involvement. For that matter, who was it that originally attempted Britain's destruction? If the unnatural lines of malice that glimpsed in Da Vinci's reports are any indication, the true culprit, no, the truth itself still lies elsewhere. Rest assured, I am all in favor of restoring the power and recuperating, but not for the purpose of returning home. No, now we must remain all the more vigilant and prepare for the worst case scenario. From here on, this will be a battle to save the world, and Chaldee's aid will be essential. It feels like we got back to Salisbury in no time. I know, but between the talks we got in Camelot about our next steps and the wagon right here, it's only been 3 days. So far, everything's been going smoothly. Wherever we've gone, fairies have come out to cheer for us. Farkas is staying behind in Camelot to handle things with the upper class fairies as Knocknor proxy. Percival is staying behind as well so he can secure the sacred lands affixed to the castle's entrance for us. That'll take one more day to remove, and then another 3 days to bring it back to the storm border stationed off the coast. Although I'm a little worried about him. He said he's doing fine, but yeah, he seemed to be kind of dragging. Even when we insisted he get some rest, he said it was more important that he pay us back for what we done. I mean, it's true we don't have a lot of time left to spare, so I can't deny that it'll help us out, but still. Oh, I know, after he brings us to Sacred Lands, we should give him a turn in one of the border's recovery pods. If a full course of cutting-edge medical technology doesn't perk him up, nothing will. Besides, he could probably use it anyways, since it sounds like he's been working non-stop since he started the Round Table Army. Hey, it's not a bad idea. Maybe you could get Papa to spin one of those recovery pods things too. She insists she's just sleepy, but I can tell she's been getting more depressed by the day since Morgan was defeated. All she does is sleep and write in her diary, day in and a day out. Hell, even now she won't budge from her bed upstairs. I can only guess she's beyond exhausted. Altria, I gotta ask, are you sure about this? I get following Morgan's example by having a coronation at Salisbury's Cathedral. Then again, you said you were going to let Knockner Bay take the throne and go back to Tanagle. Now it's all but a done deal that she's going to be the next queen. How could you just give up your claim to the throne after everything I did to help you get here? Sure, it's great that the clans came to an agreement so quick since the Child of Prophecy suggested it. But still. I know, but this is what's best for Britain's future. The only reason I'm still here is because Oberon gave his life to save mine. If it wasn't for him, my journey would have ended there. In the end, I never came close to reaching Morgan's level. Maybe I'd feel differently if I had been the one to defeat her. But it was the Rebel Army that did that. Percival led the Round Table Army, and it was Noctua Rebbe who assembled the army of Northern Fairies. Me, I just went straight for the glory, and you saw how that went. But honestly, I don't know the first thing about politics. It's like Noctua Rebbe being the next queen and retiring to an easy life in my hometown seems like a no-brainer. I can almost hear everyone's cheers of, "Great job, Child of Prophecy," right now. Well, gosh, you're in a good mood, aren't you, Child of Prophecy? And why wouldn't you be? You really did it. Well, thanks to Da Vinci. Here you go, 6 deluxe apple waters. Thanks, Mike. You know, I just realized there aren't any other customers here. Is there a reason for that? Oh, I reserved the whole place for you guys after Redderbit told me you were coming. If the other fairies found out the Child of Prophecy was coming here, the place would be packed to the rafters. Especially since there are fairies here from all across Britain to see the next queen's coronation. I've got a feeling you don't care for crowds, right, Altria? So I thought you'd feel more comfortable if it was just you guys here. Well, you're not wrong. Thanks, Mike. Okay, everyone. Let's toast to our victory. All together now. Cheers. The victory toast might be the best thing ever. Congratulations on a job well done, everyone. Thanks, Altria. However it went down, now that Morgan's gone, we don't have to worry about proper human history being invaded. And this Britain should remain safe and stable, at least until the Bleacher phenomenon situation is resolved. I don't know what'll happen after that. Maybe it'll stack on top of proper human history, or maybe it'll be expelled from the planet. But if nothing else, we can be sure the fairies won't disappear. We're also thinking about using the storm border to help some of them migrate. This does mean we'll be going our separate ways, but I know things will be fine with you and Knockner Bay here. And once Childi's handled its own problem, our leaders will come back to pay their respects. Huh? You mean you're leaving Da Vinci? Yeah, after the coronation. Besides, I got a ton of work waiting for me back at the border. But I have nothing planned for today. If there's anything you want to ask me about, now's your chance. Oh, I know. I'll make a roadmap for the next few years to help your progress growth. All you have to do is follow it, and this place will become the best hotel this side of Camelot. You got the genius guarantee on that. Wow, really? That sounds amazing. I guess we're gonna have lots of new goals done. Can't wait. I can't wait. So, Mash, what did you and Barkes talk about earlier? Oh, right. We had a short chat just before we left Camelot. I've been entrusted with handling the aftermath here in Camelot. Percival and Knockner Bay subordinates will be the ones making the decisions. But I should be more persuasive with the ambassadors and officials who yet to get on board with the new administration. As for Thregan and Aurora, they both agreed to support the Child of Prophecy's choice for the new queen. I'm concerned that we still haven't heard from Murian, but I doubt that will be a major issue. Understood. This may sound strange coming from me, but I'm glad you're here helping us. There's no need to fake me. This is all I can do to be useful. Though I must ask, why do you look at me like that? I'm a criminal and a traitor to the crown. I don't deserve to call myself a knight. That's not true, Barkes. You're an exemplary knight. Your loyalty to Morgan never wavered, even for a moment. But you stood up to fight her in the name of protecting Britain. That must have been a very difficult choice. You're not the first knight I've known to make a choice like that. Which is why I'm so glad to see the rebel army welcome you with open arms. You wield your sword for others' sake, not your own. You truly believe it's the duty of the strong to protect the weak. So please, Lady Bearcats, please don't be so hard on yourself. You were just as noble of a knight as Bogart said you were. I see, so you were there with Bogart when he died. Tell me, what did you think of him? Was he a good lord? He was a wonderful lord. He did everything he could to help Sheffield and Norwich up to his dying breath. And maybe a member of Chaldee. But here in the land of the Fae, I like to think of myself as a knight of Sheffield as well. That's how much the people I met there meant to me. I see. I expect no less from the old hardhead. He always seemed been surprisingly considerate. He was also a huge womanizer. That's one thing Woodward's never had over him. Really? I had no idea it was so popular. Bugger was so popular. Oh yes, his plain-spoken nature and his way of going straight to fairies' hearts, even if he didn't mean to. Also, he would have been married 61 times. Good point. In retrospect, it does explain a number of things. The same is true for you, Galahad. Alright, you said your name was Mash, didn't you? I'll be undergoing a court-martial once Camelot's affairs are in order. But after hearing your words, even a century in prison will pass easily. Thank you, young knight of property ministry. Honorable knight of the Tree Round Table. Where possible, I would have loved to meet the other knights in the Round Table. Really? Like who? Good question. Maybe Sir Gawain? No, never mind. I know my emotions would get the better of me. But I'd also love to meet Sir Palamede, Sir Tristan, and Sir Kay, who is said to be the tallest of the knights. Well, as a matter of fact, you already met one of them. Senpai told me all about it. Remember that knight who held you back at the ranch? That was Sir Tristan. What? Really? Tristan, the child of sadness? That was Tristan? That's right. Though I suppose he might not have made a strong impression. Oh no, he did. I would never forget the sheer mastery of the bow he demonstrated. It's just that... Oh, what have I done? How could I have ever hoped to make amends? You beat him in a fair and honorable duel, right? I'm sure there won't be any hard feelings on Tristan's part. Although I am curious, why are you so attached to the Knights of the Round Table? It seems like there's more to it than just a name Morgan gifted you with. Alright, you are a fellow woman in knights. I suppose I don't mind sharing with you. It goes without saying that they're all very attractive. I especially look up to them because of their stories. Despite all of the personal problems they faced, in the end they always chose to stick together and protect their kingdom. They were the very model for a strong and honorable knight fighting in defense of the weak. I don't know what I would have done without their example to guide me. They made me want the same thing for Fairy Britain. Even though ultimately it was you and your companions who accomplished what I could not. I'd like you to give the foreign mage a message for me. Please tell her thank you for supporting our world. No, for supporting the Child of Prophecy. As nights go, I may be a disgrace, but I'll never forget the debt I owe her. But if ever she should be in need of my horn, all she need to do is say the word. I'll have to make sure not to let her down then. Yes, it's unfortunate that we first met her as an enemy. I hope from now on we can help each other instead. Don't worry, Bearcats may be readying herself for jail, but there's no way Nocturne is gonna let her see the inside of a cell. There ain't anyone else around who knows the fairies at Camelot as well as she does. If Nocturne is gonna rule effectively, she's gonna need a right hand she can trust. You're heading out, Grimmer? Just a little errand I need to take care of. I'm gonna see how Nocturne is doing. The Northern Fairies have never been to Salisbury or the Great Cathedral before, right? So I figured they could use all the help they can get, seeing how the coronation's tomorrow. Oh right, I forgot you have all the first Grimmer's knowledge. Well, thanks for helping that jerk out. This will be our greatest opportunity to shine yet. There's no more here or here. That's strange. I couldn't have already gone. I'm all right. Hello? Is anyone still there? Is anyone still alive? I'll eat you off, Yar, okay? Just say something, please. Lady Marian. I don't think there's anyone left in that box. Perhaps it's time you moved on. Who's there? Oh, Queen Sky, it's you. When did you get here? Did you just get back? Just give me a minute to wash my hands, okay? They feel so gross for some reason. Weird, don't you think? Like that, and that, and that. You can't hide from me. Not in the woods, not anywhere. Die, die, die. I want you to see you running in panic, willing for someone to save you before I grind you to paste. Are you freaking kidding me? How's this supposed to be fun? It's gross, it's disgusting. How the hell can you fairies enjoy this? Answer me, you disgusting insects. You started this, right? How'd you do this? Why are you begging for my help now? If you know how awful it feels, then why didn't you spare the Wing Clan when we begged you to? Who's there? Pardon my intrusion, Lady Maria. Did I startle you? Oh, Coin Sky, when did you get here? I haven't seen you around lately. Have you been in town long? Oh, but never mind that. Listen, I've come up with the very best idea for revenge. I'm going to use my game board to make an inescapable bug trap. It'll take me hundreds of years to create an open world big enough to finish off the whole Fang clan. But that's okay. I can wait. I'm the Butterbird Princess, the most patient of all the Wing Clan fairies. I swear I'll complete it, no matter how difficult it may be. After all, just imagine how good it'll feel to take my revenge when it finally happens. It's going to be the greatest moment of my life, and I'm going to devote everything I have to making it happen. It's going to be great. What could go wrong? Oh, Lady Murian. Her poor mind. It just can't accept the dull reality. So, how are things at Camelot? Is Queen Morgan really gone? Yes, she is. Morgan was put to death, and the rebel army now controls the city. There's to be a coronation to mark the reign of the new queen tomorrow. Once that happens, it'll be only a matter of time until the new law of the land reaches Gloucester as well. If the truth about what happened to the Fang clan ever comes to light, I'm afraid it could put you in a precarious position, Lady Murian. Huh? Something happened to the Fang clan? Oh well, never mind that. Right now we need to focus on Camelot. I never thought a trio would relinquish a claim to the throne so easily. I was hoping she and Knocknerbay would end up taking each other down, but oh well. But still, it's a good thing there's going to be a new queen soon. There's no time to waste before the Great Calamity shows up after all. Knocknerbay is a direct descendant of Mob, so she should understand how important that throne is. So I'll contact her soon and arrange an alliance between Camelot and Gloucester. Once the threat to the Great Calamity has passed, I'll find a way to overthrow her. Right now, our priority is ensuring Bryn's survival. I can wait to invite our mutual enemy, proper human history, Chaldee, to my garden until then. Oh my, you're gonna go to war, Chaldee, Lady Marianne? And here I thought you didn't have any interest in them. I didn't at first. But it's obvious now that proper human history is a threat to this land. And they're your enemies as well, right? So that makes them mine, too. But first, Knocknerbay. I'm going to start by writing her a letter asking her to kick the Round Table Army out of Camelot as soon as she's officially the new queen. There's no way I'm letting Chaldee have its sacred lands. They all belong to Fairy Britain. Anyway, once I'm done writing it, would you deliver the letter for me? I used to have Oberon handle this sort of thing, but I haven't been able to reach him lately. Very well then, I'll be glad to attend the coronation on your behalf. But if I may, Lady Murian, what are you going to do afterwards? You really need to get out of this room before it starts to affect your health. I have a lot of reading left to do. There's so much Morgan suppressed during her reign. How did she stop the Great Calamity before? And for that matter, what is the Great Calamity? I just know the answer to those and no other questions I've seen in the documents I took from Camelot. And if that information is written down somewhere, I'm positive I can decipher it. I'm gonna find out the truth as sure as I'm the Butterbird Princess. There you have it. She said to give you her regards and that she's looking forward to your coronation, you jerk. Is that so? Well, forgive me for not jumping for joy of being congratulated by a gutless coward who turned and ran away at the last second. You're still mad about that. It's not like Ultria ran from her competition with you. If anything, it's the opposite. She stepped back of her own accord so you wouldn't get caught up in her mission as the Fairy of Paradise. I know that. Why do you think I'm so pissed off? After all that, she's just going to disappear and let me have all the glory. She thinks she could save the bloody world when no one's looking and quit while she's ahead. Not on my watch, you won't. That's no different than the kind of crap Morgan pulled. Just you wait. As soon as I'm on the throne, I'm going to begin a child of prophecy hunt. I'll put Morgan to shame. I'm going to find her wherever she goes, even if I have to invade this paradise place she's from. Now who's acting like Morgan? Alright, but be warned, I ain't an easy path you'd be taking. Interfering with Paradise's duty means fighting proper human history. It'd be a pity to bring a whole new kind of war to burn right after finally bringing peace to it. Fine with me. More than fine, even. I never had any intention to play Knights of Proper Human History. I'm not as extreme as Morgan, but it's still basically a foreign land, right? Knowing there's more land out there waiting to be conquered is the best news I've heard in my life. My purpose is to rule. The more there is to rule, the more happier I am. I can feel my magical energy surging just thinking about it. Looks like the idea of fighting proper human history really does entice you. If you're so certain, I won't try to stop you. Either way, it's going to take time to get Fairy Brian back on his feet, and Chelsea will probably finish their mission by then. You're really okay with Hio leaving? Sure, I was hoping she'd agree to be part of my staff, but oh well. It's a shame, but it looks like I'll have to let her go her own way for now. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Yeah, give it like 2 years. He'll be in a summer event. And that's when you'll finally be playable. It's only a matter of time before I become a super evil queen and invade proper human history, you know? And once I do, I'm sure she'll come phasing a visitor of her own accord as my rival. Like you're dead set and getting everything you want. Not that I expected otherwise from you. Plus, you're already obsessed with Camelot's throne. Don't damage it no matter what, eh? But to get right down to it, a throne's just a fancy chair. But you were dead set on that particular one. Same with Morgan. She refused to leave it, no matter what. Why is that? You know something about it? Okay, I guess I could tell you. Morgan's throne is the cornerstone of all of Britain. It's what keeps the fairy cycle alive. It's the gear that keeps the life of every fairy who died at the end of the Fae era in motion. Its false round table is created after she completed her pilgrimage to Toast to defy her duty. It's the throne of a master. Whoever bonds with that throne becomes the master of Britain's fairies. Morgan used it in a desperate attempt to summon the fairies of Fairy Britain and keep them alive. My predecessor, Queen Mab, learned about this in the Fae era of the High Queen 400 and used her last one-on-one battle with Morgan. The only fairies who weren't wiped out during the Fae era's Great Calamity were Mab, the Cleon leaders, and a handful of upper-class fairies. Mab had no reason to submit to Morgan's rule because she wasn't one of the fairies Morgan brought back to life. But she couldn't keep fighting her once she found out how far Morgan is going to keep Britain alive. So Mab and Morgan made a secret arrangement. They agreed that if Morgan should ever decline and fall, the King clan would be the one to succeed her. Gotcha. In other words, do what you want and I'll clean up the mess. That's right, they were friends, in her own way. After that, Mab retired to Edinburgh. Her part of the deal was to produce a new queen who could take over from Morgan by the time she declined. That's a duty I inherited from my predecessor. I'm her daughter, her next generation born from the sole purpose of becoming queen. Whatever else I do with my life will have to wait until I've taken care of that. I just wish it hadn't come about in such a half-assed fashion. But fine, whatever. As soon as the coronation's over, I'm going to rush right to the throne and take over from Morgan. Well, not there was ever any other option. Now that Morgan's gone, I'm the only one with a spirit origin capable of reforming contracts with every fairy in Britain. Altria simply doesn't have quite what it takes. That's just how it is. For sure, it's all like Einstein prophesized. The child of prophecy will pave the way, and then the true king will appear. So the child of prophecy will lead it, and the true king were always two separate fairies. That prophecy is both about you. If you already know that much, I don't have anything else to tell you. Later, Knocknerabeh. We'll have to fight each other someday, since you're doing from this lost belt from proper human history. But we can forget about that, at least for the next few days. Tomorrow's your big day. As Grimmer the Sage, I'll be there to bless you the best I can. The apocalypse turned everything to ocean. In the beginning, there was only ocean. Shooting stars shrieked by, civilization faded, and the earth returned to resources, and everything became ocean. Some mishap on this planet caused everything to vanish. This is the Isle's dying voice, the sound of suffering from what yet to be part of its misery. Salisbury, we're hanging off the grand old Salisbury. It's the start of a new era. The new queen shall reign. Will it be the child of prophecy, the child of the queen? We don't know, but as long as she does a good job as queen, it's all the same to us. Come on, let's hurry to the coronation. Goodbye, merciless Morgan. Hold up, everyone. Look over there. There's immortals on that hill looking at us. Just one? That's no big deal. All we have to do is keep our distance. Britain's about to be born. I wonder what the new queen will do with it. Soon the time will be upon us. The number of Moors has exceeded the number of fairies. Having had a sacrifice which pleased him, the god has begun to stir. The way I see it, the whole point of reality is that there are no take-backs. We do things knowing that'll make matters worse. By the time we realize what we've done, it's too late. Then we seal away any who try to reveal our actions for the misdeeds they were. Whose fault is it? No one's, of course. And that is why it is not possible to make things better. You heard of going out with a bang. I think that's a wonderful idea. If you're gonna go out anyway, you might as well make it the biggest bang you can. Good morning, everyone. It's Coronation Day. Now, come on, wake up. We need to get to the cathedral before it gets too crowded. I don't think we need to worry about that. We've already got special seats put aside for us. Plus, the coronation should only take an hour. Have you all thought about what you're going to do afterwards? Senpai, Da Vinci, and I are going to wait for Percival. That way, we can help him transport to sacred lands. I'm going to go back to the Welsh woods to tell them my journey was a success. After that, I think I'd like to help the recovery effort in Londinium until things settle down there. Good idea. Once I see things are in order there, that's when I'll know my job's done. The bit about making sure Morgan's defeated is done at this point. So once your journey's come to a complete end, I'll be able to put Bryn behind me with a clean conscience. Huh? You mean you have a home of your own, Muramasa? Of course I do. I ain't a vagrant, you know. I'm actually something of a royal assistant, believe it or not. Plus, I still got a weird colleague waiting for me to get back. I can't up and quit for no good reason. Too bad. I'd love to recruit you to our side, but I know you're not the kind to break your existing commitments. So realistically, just agreeing to a truce while we are all still in Bryn is more than enough. By the way, what about Habitat? Is she still holed up in her room? Yep, said she's too tired to do anything but sleep, and to go enjoy the coronation without her. Maybe we should go check on her again, just to make sure. That's okay, I'll go. You have chosen to be a dream. You have chosen a path that will prevent you from existing, my burden. The only time you will have is the period between when she first arrives and when she is sent back in time with my water mirror. Remember this, Totara. Your dream will end when the morning lark sings. How you feeling, Happy Cat? Huh? You went for the trouble of checking on me? Wow, you really are a good person, aren't you, Hio? But don't worry about me. Go on, get going. Everyone's got to be waiting for you outside. I'm just tired, okay? I'll be fine once I've properly woken up. But, are you really okay with this? Okay with what? You got some reason to be worried about me? What, you think I've got a secret? You think I'm actually one of the most important fairies in the Fae world or something? Well, I don't know anything about your past. Right? Good. If even a single person knew who I was, it'd put me in a real pickle. So it's fine not to remember me. I just have one or two things left to do after all. But thanks for asking, yeah? It's still too soon to say goodbye, but I appreciate you checking in. Make sure you and Mash look out for each other, Hio. You turned out to be a pretty great bride in your own right. I can't believe Da Vinci is going home. Although, where is her home anyway? What's the outside world? What is there outside Britain? Is her condition going to improve if she goes there? If it does, then that's a good thing, right? This is the worst. What am I gonna do? Why does she have to leave just when every day was starting to get fun? You can't do this to me. You can't take the bench away from me now. Without her here, I'll just go back to being my boring old self. What can I do? What can I do to make the Benchy stay? We're here. Gosh, I've never seen so many upper-class fairies all in one place before. Look, up on the second floor, there's Aurora and Spring in the VIP seats and a whole bunch of other famous fairies, too. But hey, we're kind of big deals, too. I might have relinquished my claim to the throne, but I was still one of the key players in the assault in Camelot. Our seats must be at the very front of the... Huh? They're all full? Let me see. It looks like our seats are on the first floor, all the way in the back. These are like the seats you give to a friend of a friend if there's any left over, right? I'm sure she gave us these seats so we wouldn't draw too much attention. Oh good, they're all sitting here too. Aren't you supposed to be in Camelot? Yes, well, that was my original intention, but Lady Bark has insisted otherwise. Let me guess, she said that it would be ridiculous for the commander of the Round Table wanting not to attend, and that she could easily handle things while you were away. Got it in one, Verdamim even. She did also say to give you her regards, so she really is a thoughtful guardian knight, isn't she? I'm wholly in favor of you being here too. Oh, how's removing the sacred lands coming along? If you need help with it, I can always come back with you to Camelot once it's over. No need to worry, it's coming along great. It should be done by noon today, and the land should arrive in Salisbury by tomorrow night. Awesome, I don't know if a sacred lance made by Morgan is something we can actually use ourselves, but even if we can't, it'll be an invaluable divine construct just as a reference. Thanks again, Percival. Quiet, everyone. Knock-Nor Bay is here. Wow, she looks beautiful. I know, I can hardly tear my eyes away from her. Don't you think she looks beautiful, Altria? Yeah, I do. Damn it, Knock-Nor Bay. I hate to admit it, but you're the best. Good day, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Temporary though my position may be, it is my honor to lead this coronation ceremony on behalf of the 6 clans. Lady Knock-Nor Bay of the King Clan, our new ruler who will surely lead Bran into a more prosperous future. Please make your way to the cathedral altar and coronation pedestal. It's begun. A very solemn affair, isn't it? So that crown has been blessed by all 6 clans, and once Knock-Nor Bay puts it on, it means she's officially become queen. Yeah, pretty simple as far as ceremonies go. And since the clans have already come to a consensus, there shouldn't be anyone opposed to. Here, everyone. These goblets are for you. The moment the blessing is complete, you are to drink this wine to celebrate. Thank you. Are you gonna drink that, Senpai? I can't drink wine, but I can at least pretend. Understood. Then I'll follow your lead. I will too, then. I'm not really much for wine anyway. I guess I'll do the party wine, then. I don't care much for wine either, so... Alright, I can see where this is going. Now let us offer our blessing to celebrate the beginning of our new queen's reign. Knock-Nor Bay, our new queen, please attest to your impartiality, your diligence, your commitment to coexistence, and your integrity. Very well. As a fairy of Britain, I swear to be impartial in all matters. As the head of the Northern Fairies, I will continue to be diligent. As the fairy entrusted to rule by the child of prophecy, I believe firmly in coexistence. As the daughter of the Great Queen Mob, I promise my entire life will be one of objection. You can't trust a single word she says. Knock-Nor Bay is evil. The Northern Fairies have no place in Britain. Who said that? Show yourselves. Huh? But you're my subjects. We attest that Knock-Nor Bay has no right to rule. And we are prepared to tell you all about the atrocities she has committed. Her regime in the north was a nightmare. Every fairy she shares her blood with becomes her slave and loses the ability to refuse her. She controls every aspect of our lives, makes army service mandatory, and takes away our original fairy professions. And that's not all. My brother and I were both infected with Moore's disease. We only went to Edinburgh and became knock-number-based subjects because we heard it could be treated there. But the truth was horrifying. Her treatment was transferring our Moore's curses to fairies she deemed worthless, condemning them to death. I was lucky enough to survive. But my poor brother was given Moore's curses from several other fairies, turning into not just a hideous monster, but one of knock-number-based giant soldier slaves. And what's wrong with that? Every one of those fairies knew exactly what they were signing up for. They volunteered of their own free will to sacrifice their bodies when they were already on the verge of death so they could save their fellow fairies to help defeat Morgan. I also gave each and every one of them rewards to suit their sacrifice. They weren't being exploited in any way, shape, or form. Then what about what's underneath the Queen's City? How do you explain that horrible system? You. Hear me, everyone. Let me tell you about Queen Mab and knock-number-based secret betrayal of Britain. You probably all think Queen Mab is dead, but the truth is she's still alive. Do you know why Edinburgh's known as the Queen's City? It's because Mab transformed her own corpse into that city, where it continues to function today. As for what purpose, you may ask, it disgusts me to say, but I'll power through. Mab planned to consume the bodies of the other dead fairies to expand her city and create a stronger version of herself. And the result is Knock-Number-Bay. Knock-Number-Bay, the corpse golem. I trust you understand now why the landmass in the north never actually grew. It's been 1,500 years since Edinburgh was first made. In all that time, instead of fairy bodies growing Britain's landmass, they all went into the creation of the woman you see before you now. What else could you call that but a betrayal of our land? How dare they call themselves the King Clan? The truth is, Mab and knock-number-based CS British fairies is nothing more than food for their own consumption. Betrayal? You have no idea what Mab put herself through for your sakes. This land can't exist without a fairy strong enough to sustain every other fairy. That's the only reason why Mab became a city of all things. Fine, if you want to know the truth so badly, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason British fairies are still alive today after being wiped out once before. I'll tell you the truth behind the Britain we inherited from Queen Moore. Ugh. Lady Knock-Number-Bay, that's impossible. Why is she coughing up blood? Damn it, somebody stop those insolent bastards already. What are the guards do? Gah. There, you see. Now that her sins have been exposed, they couldn't bear the weight of their own shame. Now's your chance, guards. Bring Knock-Number-Bay to justice. Don't let the false queen get away with this. We can't let the Northern Fairy Queen of all people take the throne, especially when there's someone else much better suited for it. Altria. What the hell do y'all think you're doing?
僕でよければ喜んで踊りの方が得意だけどさてカウンティングオーバーうまいと考えよう最高のカードを君に 力じゃないさ。どう思う？
やります。
いいとも。温かな夢の話。こっちこっち。僕にできることなんてこの程度さ。同心の君、夏の夜の後、来来のグッドフェロー。
ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
And back to plot. I realized what was happening as soon as I'd finished drinking the wine in my goblet. The wine they were passing out had been poisoned. At least the wine given to me, the Northern Fairies, and Altria's group. I'll be fine. I would have kicked the bucket long time ago if my body couldn't handle a little poison. My Altria and Hio can say the same. I took a casual look at the back row and saw that none of them had touched their goblets. I don't know why that is, probably just a coincidence, but at least I knew they were safe. I can't imagine Altria would have caught on, so it must have been Hio's idea not to drink any. The Northern Fairies here are all my long-serving subjects, so their connection to me is strong. They should be able to handle the poison as well as I can, so I'll pretend nothing is wrong and let the coordination proceed. There's no way I'm letting anyone spoil things now. There's no telling when the Great Calamity could begin. Britain needs a new king as soon as possible. There's no question who tried to poison us, but I guess things aren't just gonna go their way. Sucks to be the... You can't trust a single word she says. Knockner Bay is evil. The Northern Fairies have no place in Britain. But the second I saw which fairies were raising objections, I knew I was in trouble. The fact that members of my own clan were denouncing me meant that the enemy had prepared much better than I thought. I felt fine at first, but then I started to grow numb. I could feel my fingers losing their strength, and my throat and organs burning as if on fire. These aren't the only self-proclaimed King Clan fairies denouncing me. Similar denunciations must be taking place all over Britain. My subjects' loyalty to me is both my greatest weapon and my biggest weakness. If I lose their loyalty, I lose the power I shared with them, too. In an instant, I lost over half my power. I could tell as soon as it happened. The poison, which I'd been able to shrug off earlier, starts to kick in, causing my oldest subjects to collapse. Normally, the guard spears would only tickle me. Now they pierce my stomach and punch out through my back. Aw, man, I guess I was more immature than I realized. I must have been so excited about finally getting to wear this dress that I didn't notice until it was too late. Eep, the Child of Prophecy attacked the cathedral guards. I knew it. I knew the Child of Prophecy and Knocknever Bay were in cahoots all along. This is the true face of the Fairy of Paradise and the descendant of the Northern Fairies. What a blood-curdling team they make. And this is why we can't trust anyone but the British Fairies. Quick, someone gotta get rid of these outsiders once for... Ah, what was that? Shut up and get out of here. The next one roasts you alive. Knocknever Bay. Knocknever Bay. No, come on, Knocknever Bay. Don't give up on me. What's going on? Why doesn't she stop bleeding? Why aren't her wounds closing? What's wrong with you, Knocknever Bay? These should be little scratches for you. She's not generating nearly as much magical energy anymore. It's like her spirit origin is shrinking. No, wait. Is she reverting to a child? Come on, Knocknever Bay. Wake up already. You're going to be queen, right? That's what you've been working towards all this time, right? You're supposed to be looking down your nose at me and laughing like you always do. Come on, you big jerk. Huh? Uh-oh. Was I sleeping? Knocknever Bay, you're awake. Oh, thank goodness. Hang on. I'll treat you right away. Oh, no. That's okay. I'm okay. I'm used to this kind of thing. That's weird. I know your face. I always remembered it when things were hard. You were my rival. Yeah. But I'm sorry. It's strange. I know you. But I don't know your name. I'm not sure what's going on. What is this place? Oh, right. I'm Knocknever Bay. I have a very, very important... Huh? What was my duty again? That's weird. I keep forgetting things. Oh, right. It's because I gave it to so many other fairies. I guess I didn't have any intelligence on my own left over. What are you saying, Knocknever Bay? You gave it all away? Everything? You gave away your magical energy, your miracles, even your intelligence. Use it all up to get here. All for those ungrateful fairies, for this awful Britain. I'm sorry. Please don't cry, stranger. I still know who you are. You are always my guide. As long as I follow your light, I know I can always find my way home. Don't give me that. Come on, cut it out. Besides, we still haven't had our rematch, right? You still need to fight me. And once you're queen, you're gonna have a great romance, right? You haven't even taken the first step yet. So come on, Knock-Never-Bay, you can't give up now. It's okay. I heard in another world I have lots and lots of romances. That's funny. I can't remember her name. It wasn't the Queen's Cairn. I'm sure it must be like a flower. Wait, hold on, Knock-Never-Bay. Don't disappear on me. I told you I can't give up. You can't give up now. I never would have made it as far if I hadn't met you. If I lose you too, I don't... Liar, you never give up that easily. You're too stubborn. Even if you're all alone, I'm sure you'll find your star. She's dead. I took care of the guards who pulled their swords on us. The other spectators all fled. Did Spriggan do this? Nah, he ran off with panic as soon as things started going south. I don't like it. It ain't just arguing here out there. Those fairies are killing each other. And here I thought fairies didn't fight if they weren't part of an army. I think the fairies of Salisbury are probably trying to get rid of the northern fairies. I don't know much about how much of an effect those Thing Clan fairies' testimony had. But now I'm afraid Lady Knock-Never-Bay isn't here to stop them anymore. Now the southern fairies just feel justified in attacking Edinburgh. And the northern fairies, who still consider themselves King Clan, will fight to avenge Lady Knock-Never-Bay's death. The way things are going now, Britain will be consumed in a civil war again. What a terrible waste. Yes, this was supposed to be the start of a new era, with a benevolent new king leading the way. Instead, it's just like what happened with the coronation at Londinium. Sorry, but we'll have to pick up this discussion up later. We'll clear our heads. Those guards got in the cathedral completely surrounded. We've got to figure out a way out of here before they come for us, too. Don't tell me they're after Altria, too. Whoever did this just assassinated a Northern Queen who managed to conquer Camelot. I don't know what charges they'll level at me, but I'm definitely the next on their list. I guess it's some nonsense about me conspiring with Knock-Never-Bay to take Britain for myself or something. No, on second thought, I doubt there's a fairy in Britain who isn't already dying to kill me. That ain't it. Whoever poisoned that wine had no idea what the Fairy of Paradise's mission is. If they had, they'd never have killed Knock-Never-Bay. She was the only one who could have saved Britain, or rather, its fairies. And now her assassin has just killed the last hope they had of survival, which I doubt they realize. But never mind that. What are you going to do now, Altria? You're going to follow Knock-Never-Bay to the grave, or are you going to pick up where you left off? I'm a reasonable guy. Just this once, I'll respect whoever you decide. Where she left off? That's far enough, Child of Prophecy, Foreign Mage. Lay down your weapons and surrender. You stand accused of murdering Lady Knock-Never-Bay. We've received testimony from many different fairies that you not only interfered with the coronation, but you also murdered the guards who tried to stop you. As the head of Salisbury security, I'm placing you under arrest. Arrest? What are you saying, Lady Coral? We obviously caught him red-handed. Child of Prophecy deceived us. The foreign mage can't be trusted, and the Percival of the Round Table Army instigated the whole thing. We can't let him leave here alive. Let's just cut him down now and stick their heads on pikes in the town square. That should calm things down. Absolutely not. Testimony alone cannot be taken as facts. They have a right to share their side of the story, and as the Wind Clan, we must strive for impartiality. What do you think you're doing? Come on, let's get him. We don't have to go on easy on them just because we outnumber them. They managed to survive against a fight at Kidsmore. They gotta be tougher than the Londinium soldiers. Fight back if you want, but any resistance will be taken as confession of your guilt. But if the three of you give yourselves up, we'll let the other fairies live. So what'll it be? All you dead or just the three of you? Go ahead, the choice is yours. How? This custom-made mithril armor. Shut up, we don't have time for this crap. You just killed more If you want to run for it, go right ahead. You seem like the reasonable sort. I don't see any reason to burn you too. Coochie Lane. You blocked my attack. Of course I did. Such a cowardly sneak attack doesn't hold a candle to the real Lancelot. Melusine, you're here too. Then the one responsible for all this must be... Shut up, Coral. It's not my job to keep you safe. My job is to neutralize the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans. You can handle the aftermath how you like, as far as I'm concerned. Turn them into rabbits, strangle them, imprison them. It doesn't matter to me. Oh, but I will say this. You wouldn't go outside for the next few hours. I wouldn't go outside for the next few hours if I were you. Stays erupted in fighting. You wouldn't last 2 seconds out there. And now Lancelot, huh? Just what we needed. We might be able to take her if we all face her together, but... Altria's still in shock. Without her protection, we'd probably lose at least 1 or 2. There's no need for that. I can handle Lancelot myself. Go on, everyone. Now's your chance to escape. I'll meet you at the usual spot outside the city. Oh, what are you saying, Percival? I only need to take care of the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans. You have nothing to do with... Oh, yes, I do. They're my comrades. I've trusted my life to them in battle. Most of all, they're all friends I admire and respect. I don't care if they're the Fairy of Paradise or residents from the outside world, or even if they're from a different world altogether. None of that changes the fact that we've all lived and fought together. These people have done everything they can to follow the path they believe is right and to help their comrades do the same. They've devoted themselves to that purpose, and I'm going to do everything I can to help them. That is what it means to be a knight. That is what the Round Table signifies. It is what I was taught at this very cathedral. I was raised to become a knight worthy of the Spear selection, to be a replacement for the Child of Prophecy if necessary. That's right. Just because the reasons that brought you children here were tainted doesn't mean your spirits need to be tainted too. I'm so proud of the man you've grown into. That's why I don't want to lose you now. You've already used the Spear selection twice. Once 6 years ago and once against Woodwose. If you use it again, you... I don't care. Besides, I still need to repay you for the blow you dealt Lady Gareth. Even now, her bravery and spirit live on in the Spear. Tamlin Lancelot. If you insist on going by that name, even now that Morgan is gone, I will show you no mercy. If you're going to repeat that terrible mistake, then I'll do everything in my power to correct it. Whew, thank goodness. I don't know what we would have done if that hadn't worked. Did you really just talk her into retreating? Yes, my sis Lancelot is actually much kinder than she seems. I knew there was an excellent chance she'd listen to reason if I made a compelling argument, so I took a calculated risk. I don't know about you, Senpai, but that seems more like a harsh scolding than a compelling argument to me. There's no telling when she might come back, though. Either way, now's our best chance to escape. Come on, Altria Hugh. We gotta find a way through the blockade and get out of the city. What a wonderful knight Percival's become. He's honest, gentle, dependable, but I've never seen him so angry. He's actually the one who taught me what it means to be human, now that I think about it. I know. I know what I'm doing is foolish, but I just can't help it. Are those screams coming from around Salisbury? No, it's not just Salisbury. I can hear them from all over. Gloucester, Oxford, Norwich, those moors. They're not just keeping to the forests and ravines. They're coming out to the plains and highways, too. No, wait. Fairies are turning into moors on their own. We just received the wind tiding from Salisbury. Queen Knocknumber Bay has been assassinated. Accusations from the King Clan fairies have stoked resentment against Edinburgh. And now the Northern fairies and upper-class fairies in the castle are fighting amongst themselves. Those idiots, how could they let themselves be riled up like that without a shred of evidence? Where are they? I'll go silence them myself. You there, capture the fairies who are spreading the wind tiding. I'll slap them with the new administration's first charge of treason. Emergency, a pack of Moors has appeared within the castle town limits. We've received a ton of incident reports from all over the city. We don't have enough soldiers to handle them all. What would you have us do, Your Excellency, Acting Commander Barcast. Don't call me Your Excellency. It makes me all twitchy. I mean, How could you let the Moors get inside? Hasn't the main gate been repaired by now? Yes, ma'am, but there's no sign of them having entered from outside. Welcome to the chat, Yowie. These Moors have been spontaneously appearing inside the city, making their way outside. What? What about the Sacred Lance removal? I'm afraid we haven't heard anything from that team for over an hour. And that's not all. All the fairies inside the castle are experiencing numbness in their Drummed? But the Moors didn't even touch him. What is that? What's coming? It's coming from the pit. What is that? They're not Moors. It's something more primal, more horrifying. Gah. Acting Commander Barcast. Damn it, here, give me your hand. We need to get you away from the pit. Don't worry about me, I can stand on my own. You all need to get away from here. The pit is causing all these Moors to appear. They'll overrun the castle soon. Get to the plains while you still can. Tell all the other Round Table Army soldiers as well. Yes, ma'am. But what about you? If we're gonna run, you and the other fairy should come with. Never mind me, and any fairy who could have gotten away surely has done so by now. Now go on, leave, forget about Camelot, I'll hold the rear while y'all make your escape. You only need to worry about survival. Dying out here is not an option. Yes, ma'am, I know we'll be fine with Tamlin and her Parcast protecting us. They really are good soldiers, strong, earnest, friendly. The Round Table Army did an excellent job training them. My body feels hot. Is that the Moors poison? No, wait, this is the curse Queen Morgan was keeping at bay. Now that I'm no longer Gwen, it's only a matter of time until I... No, not yet. There are things I need to do first. I have to save as many fairies as humans as I can. I'll defeat the Moors in the castle town myself, or I'll never be able to look at the Chaldeans in the eye. That's right, as long as you and the others are alive, hope is not yet lost. I can still save at least a handful of British fairies by helping them migrate, and I can get Adonis out of Britain. That's the reason I'm still alive. Oh, music's changed. Alright, that's enough music time. We made it. I don't know how, but we made it. Yeah, the fairies from the north and south were pretty busy fighting each other. No time for us. I figured it'd be easy to get out once we gave the cathedral guards a slip, but it wasn't that simple. Yikes, they just closed the gates. We got out by the skin of our teeth. Wait, Habitat's still at the pub. Ain't much we could do for her now that the gates have been closed. Not unless you plan on approaching from the sky like Lancelot. Don't you worry, Habitat's tougher than she looks, and she's used to this kind of stuff. She's probably giving Mike orders for defending the pub even as we speak. You can meet up with her again once everything calms down. And it's not like you're all that close to Habitat anyway, are you? So don't worry about her too much. She could take care of herself. I guess you're right. I'm concerned about Habitat too, but we got more pressing matters to take care of. Now that there's been suspicion cast on Eltria for the assassination and knocking her a bit. I mean, it's only a matter of time now until there's an all-out war between the northern and southern areas. And since we teamed up with the north, all 6 clans are going to be out for us and the Round Table Army. Percival, you should head back to Glendinium now and... Percival? You okay? You look really pale. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Just tired. I'd like to think of this uproar as confined to Salisbury, but you're right, Lord Murrah. So time is of essence. We need to act now before Don't be ridiculous. He can hardly even breathe right now. You're not doing anything else until you get medical attention. Ugh, we just have to find you a bed in Gloucester or some other nearby village. We can worry about what to do next after we take care of that. Like you said, we need to find you somewhere to rest. Not just yet. We have some cleanup we need to do first. Looks like some Moors overheard the commotion. He'd still be a lot easier to handle than the riot in Salisbury. Come on, let's take care of them and... Hang on, why is there so many of them? Mash Da Vinci, grab Percival and get him to that forest over there. Hurry. Grimmer, heal Altria, get ready to hold them off. We'll keep them busy for about 2 minutes, then make a break for the forest ourselves. Well, we're starting to get this formation set up. Don't tell me Moors are overrunning all of Britain now. I'm sorry, I should have been the one to fight. Never mind that, just shut up and eat this. Put some of my best dried fruit. I'll help you recover some of your strength. Thank you, Altria. You really are the child of prophecy. You're one of the strongest, most honest people I've ever met. I knew it was right to wait for you, to believe that you'd come. Whoa, there's a ton of Moors all over the highway, too. What the hell's going on here? How can we get anywhere like this? Hey there, you two are. How are things looking at the other cities? That's bad, huh? I guess it's finally begun. Grimmer? We're not going to Gloucester or Londinium. There are Moors popping up all over the island, and every city's shut its gates. What's worse, all the fairies who are overcome with fear and all this mess are turning into Moors on their own. Nowhere in Britain is safe anymore. This is the beginning of the Great Calamity. The Great Calamity already. Great, so don't forget Morgan's been waiting on it all this time. Don't think she knew what form it would take, though. A Great Calamity is kind of like pus that builds up in Britain over the course of a millennium. Massive death throes become magical energy that spills throughout the isle, and the calamity that catches that magical energy grows to use it as a result. That's how the great calamities happen, and they're gonna keep happening as long as Brandon's around. It almost sounds like bloodletting. A way of, well, letting the bad blood that's built up in the land's veins. So what kind of calamity absorbed that blood this time, Grimmer? Can you tell? Yeah, I can. Well, more that I already know. I couldn't tell while Morgan was still alive, but now she's gone, I got a good handle on what this calamity is. The thing that's been smoldering away in the pit for centuries is about to come out and say hello. That thing's basically why I was sent here in the first place, although I get the feeling there's more to it than that. Does that something to do with the red and black calamities the prophecy mentions? From what Gary and Frecky's been smelling, there's sign of more than one calamity on the way. But those two calamities are my area, so I don't know what they are. Wait a moment, did you just say signs? Then does that mean the calamities still haven't begun in earnest? If that's true, then the thing at the bottom of the pit, the one Ace said would destroy all of Britain if it woke up, is still asleep, and that means... If we can hit it now, will we still got a chance? Exactly, you're a quick one, Missy. But to do that, we're going to need the fairies at Paradise's help. The old god of wisdom is telling me that we're going to need her to put the thing at the bottom of the pit, the one that awaits at the pilgrimage's end, to sleep. Unfortunately, he didn't offer a lot of specifics. I still don't know what exactly that thing is, for example. Altria, I think it's time you told us about your pilgrimage's final destination. About the Fairy of Paradise's true purpose. Altria? It's... God, talking about the worst possible timing. Can't they tell we're busy here? Never mind that call, Altria. Go on. What are you gonna say? Huh? That was the call. Chelsea just called us. That's right. Don't you see, Da Vinci? We're getting a transmission. Our electronic devices used to be inoperable here. Now they're working again. Well, damn. Don't I look a fool now? Hello? Hello? This is Codename Watson. Do you read me, Chaldee? Loud and clear, Miss Watson. This is 221B Baker Street. The last carrier pigeon message we received is 4 days old at this point. I'm afraid we're not entirely clear on your current situation. But permit me to summarize ours. About 1 hour ago, the board's various systems began coming back online, including the systems that were previously shut down if we so much as approach the aisle. At the moment, our electricity is being provided by the steam generator while we perform maintenance on all the parts of the ship. We can also tell from our radar that dense magical energy contamination has settled all over Britain. It is too soon for this to be more than a conjecture, but I believe we can say Britain has begun its collapse. It was the Isle of Britain itself that rejected property in history, and therefore the storm border. With Britain losing its power, we can now intervene in matters more directly. Can you mean the word's back up and running? Naturally, Monsieur. Which is why I would like all of you to return post-haste. The professor still has yet to recover fully, I'm afraid. So we'll need your help to put together a navigational program that will help let us maneuver through Britain's dense magical energy, Da Vinci. Once you have all returned to the storm border, it will be ready to begin operations in approximately 6 hours. Come on, Da Vinci, what are we waiting for? Right, with the storm border on our side, we can definitely handle the pit. No, we can face any calamity that comes at us, and we can heal Percival in no time, too. Thank you, I truly appreciate your kindness, but... I have to refuse. Please just leave me here. Time is of the essence, right? I couldn't live with myself. I slowed you all down. Don't be ridiculous. I can carry you, no problem. You won't slow us down at all. Right, Da Vinci? Only if we don't run into any more packs of Moors, and unfortunately the odds of that are pretty low. Percival, it's only a matter of time until the Moors show up here too. If we leave you here alone, we'll basically be leaving you to your death. But you knew that, didn't you? Even though you said you consider Altria, Mash, and Heo friends. Yes, I know this is very selfish of me, but... Gotcha. Well, if you're not committed, I guess there's nothing more to say. Da Vinci! So instead of saying anything, we're just gonna bring you with us, whether you like it or not. Isn't that right, Red Ribbit? Yeah, I know you're hiding over there. So you already knew, huh? So much for waiting for the perfect time to surprise you. No way, were you tailing us? Well, yes, I was under orders to follow you and report back on your whereabouts. But no more, I quit. I quit all sorts of things. I guess this means I'm out of a job now. At any rate, I overheard the whole thing from behind that tree. Sounds to me like y'all need a carriage, and one that verges on unsafely fast at that. One pulled by the fastest fairy horse in Fairy Britain, who could keep galloping non-stop until we reach your destination. That makes 70. Pathetic, I can't believe I'm already so exhausted. My body is burning up. My horns feel like they're about to burst. Ah! What's going on? The more I defeat, the more of them there are. Just though my exhaustion keeps growing, and I can't seem to think straight. There's no end to them. They're just going to keep coming. But I must keep them away from the Round Table Army survivors outside the castle. Have at you, Moors.
私がいいだろう。敵ではない。この剣は法の立証。ひざまずけ。ブラックバックガーティー。投げ無力だな。本当にこの剣にかけて。それは命令的ではない。私の好みではない。この剣にかけて。強きそれはいいだろう。この剣にかけて。この剣は法の立証。ひざまずけ。ブラックバックガーティー。着陸強弱。私のいいだろう。命令か。無力だな。本当に強きそれはこの剣にかけて。敵では命令いいだろう。
What's going on? Everything looks red. Did some Morse poison get in my eyes? I could barely see. It may as well be nighttime. There, that was the last of them. It wasn't easy, but at least the Round Table Army should be safe. Ah! I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough. I'm sorry I told you to escape this way. But what other way was there? If you stayed inside, none of you would have survived there either. Maybe I should have just eaten them all. The weak can be food for the strong, so the strong could protect the weak. That's right. Even if Britain is reaching its end, there's still someone I want to protect. I have to go. I'm sorry I can't rest in peace here with all of you. I have to get to Manchester. I'm its lord. I have to protect the people there. Damn it, there are Moors everywhere. They must be the same predatory type we saw at Norwich. Alright, I don't care if you grind the wheels into dust. Just make sure we reach Norwich by nightfall. But Lord Spriggan, what about the soldiers we left outside Salas? Don't say it. Believe me, I do hate to lose soldiers like that after everything I invested into training them. But we're helpless against so many Moors. Armed or not, humans can only do so much. We need the Fang clan to handle a threat at this large. Not that you've been any help, since there's been no sign of them ever since they left for Gloucester. Then what's the point of running back to Norwich? Shouldn't we cooperate with the Northern Fairies again, too? Why do you think of exercising my last resort? Any chance of alliance with the North died with Knocknarra Bay. Damn it, of course. I was gonna have her assassinated eventually, but there's a time and place for these things. Why don't you kill Knocknarra Bay now, instead of waiting for after the damn Great Calamity? Morgan's history proves beyond a doubt that the fairies needed a king to keep them in line. What in the world was she thinking? No, don't tell me she wasn't thinking at all. She didn't give a single thought to the future, didn't have designs on rising to power, nor a desire to run this country her own way. She didn't think about any of that. She killed Knocknarra Bay solely because she didn't like her. I can't believe it. How in the world did that monster survive for 2,000 years with such an empty head? Don't trust the Northern Fairies. Knocknarra Bay was a calamity. Salisbury's Lady Aurora City. We'll protect it ourselves. Have any fairies been infected with the Moors poison? Let us know before it gets worse and we'll treat you right away. It's dangerous outside. Don't let the humans out of the city. They're our property. Anyone who tries to open the gate is a traitor. If you see someone trying it, say something. Conduct yourselves in a manner befitting the clans. Lady Aurora will save us. Long live Lady Aurora. Long live Lady Aurora. Long live Lady Aurora. Long live Lady Aurora. Oh good, I'm glad to see the night passed without incident. I'm especially glad things have calmed down outside. Here, Coral, come join me for a cup of morning tea. Lady Aurora, I'm afraid I can't agree about the night passing without incident. There are so many fairy corpses on the street that we're having trouble disposing of them, especially since we can't take them outside with the gates closed. And then, there are the Northern Fairies. Oh yes, it's very sad how things turned out for them. Not only is Knocknarra Bay dead, but now everyone knows Edinburgh's secret. What happened to the Northern Fairies who were here in Salisbury? They collapsed immediately after Lady Knocknarra Bay's death. We took the ones who are still breathing to the rearing house and are keeping them under close watch. The rearing house? Since when we've had a rearing house? You ordered it built 16 years ago to raise the human children. It's been abandoned for 6 years now, so I took the liberty of repurposing it. Oh yes, that darling little house. Always did like it, and it turned out so wonderfully adorable. But you know, now what was his name again? Well, ever since I cast out that gray-haired human boy, I haven't quite been able to bring myself to visit again. Oh, I thought you had forgotten all about him. Lady Aurora, may I ask why you cast him out? What do you mean? He grew up after using the spear only once, remember? He couldn't become the child of prophecy once he looked grown up, right? He was human after all. Right, of course. Was I wrong to reopen the rearing house? Oh no, Coral, it was a wonderful idea. That building is fully equipped for pest control. It's perfect for the injured northern fairies. A wave of my finger will send them all to their eternal rest. But never mind them. Has the Child of Prophecy's gang been captured yet? I can't believe they stooped so low as to kill Knockner Bay just because they lost the competition. We'll have to make sure the Child of Prophecy is brought to justice for this abominable crime. The fourth mage is just as culpable, but I'm sure the Child of Prophecy must have tricked her into helping her. I will have to ask her sentence to be lighter. She won't be able to tell me about the outside world if she's dead. Doesn't sound lovely, Coral. I wonder what the world outside Britain is like. Humans hate everything in that world. It's so many different kinds of humans at that. I'm sure it must be simply overflowing with wonders that will make your eyes pop out of your head. Lady Aura, I'm afraid now is not the time for that. The number of Moors outside the city has continued to grow, and fairies from nearby villages have been pounding on our gates asking to be let in. There are even some fairies here in Salisbury who have been showing signs of Moors disease. We need to increase our shelter capacity immediately. Once we open the gates and let the refugees in, we'll need to open the cathedral's doors as well. We can't possibly tend to them all ourselves. So we'll also have to request aid from the humans in Gloucester or London. Why bother? Just leave the gates closed. Oh, and do have the human guards dispose of the fairies' Moors disease, won't you? That's the whole reason we've been raising humans in the first place. Lady Aura, what are you saying? I know humans are lower life forms, but they still feel. It seems far too cruel to have them put down their own friends and neighbors. What about the refugees outside? How are we? Oh, don't worry about them. They're very strong, or they wouldn't have chosen to live in their dingy forest instead of my lovely city. I'm sure they'll find some way to get through this. We'll just have to focus on keeping Salisbury safe. Time will take care of everything, Coral. All we have to do is stay home and wait. So you're not going to do anything? You just want us to remain here in the bell tower where it's safe? No, Coral, don't be difficult. I hate to have to strip you of those pretty, pretty wings. Like I did to Halabaroma. You remember him, right? He was arguing with me with silly logic. You're not like him, right? You're a smart girl who understands my feelings. That's exactly why I know you'll continue working for me for the rest of your days. And that's all we know. We only have the wind tiding to go on, so I don't have any more details. But it looks like the coronation at Salisbury was interrupted and the Child of Prophecy killed Lady Knockner. And vast quantities of Moors have been appearing all around Britain. They also said that Moors poison has been seeping out of the pit, and that all of Camelot is subsumed in black fog. I see, it seems the great calamity has begun then. But this changes nothing for Gloucester. As long as the fairies vow to abide by Gloucester's way of doing things, that is to have fun above all else, regardless of clan affiliation, then offer refuge to anyone who asks. My fate domain is still alive and well. No Moors will be making their way into Gloucester. Although there isn't anything we can do for the fairies within Gloucester who spontaneously turn to Moors. We'll just have to have the Fang Clan mercenaries dispose of them. Now, on a second thought, send them out to rescue fairies stranded in the nearby villages. The Fang Clan is more resistant to Moors poison than the other clans. That's why they were able to kill the Moors King. So if the only problem is an explosion of Moors, the Fang Clan should be able to handle it. What we need to prepare for is the calamity afterwards, that fog or wherever is coming from the pit. Even though Morgan is gone now, the system she created is still rock solid. Camelot has always held the Fang Clan in reserve for situations like this. As long as we use them properly, we have nothing to fear from the calamity. Lady Miriam, the Fang Clan as well. What are you still doing here? I thought I gave you an order. I'm going to keep studying the pit. I'm finally getting to the truth of it. There are passages in the documents Morgan hid away about Britain's origins, Cerberus and the First Prophecy. If I can decipher them, I'll know what the Great Calamity really is. Whatever's trying to destroy our Britain. I swear to reveal it, or I'm not the head of the Wing Clan and the Lord of Gloucester. Yes, Lady Miriam. It's no wonder you're Britain's wisest, fairest ruler. We Glostodians are proud to have you as our leader. Don't worry, we'll take care of the city. No, this is not the time to take a breather. There's not a moment to spare here. I need to find the answer before Queen Sky gets back, or I won't be able to call myself her friend. I knew it. Quain's guy told me about these beings called gods, and it looks like there's once one in Britain too. Cerritos, the god of beasts in the islands who parted the seas. It must be the god at the bottom of the pit. The real question is, why did this god disappear? What did the Six Clans wish for? But most of all, what made this world go down a different route than proper human history in the first place? I'm so close to the answer now, I can almost taste it. 14,000 years ago, an invader that fell to the planet from a shooting star. And then the fairies. No, that can't be right. It's the only explanation. Then we brought this on ourselves? No, a fairy's sins are their own. You can't punish children for their parents' sins. And besides, if this really is true, then the pit existing makes sense. It isn't a god trying to destroy us, but the Isle of Britain itself. Congratulations, Murian. You got it. And thank you for getting rid of the Fang Clan, by the way. It made it so much easier for the Calamity to spread unchecked. Had the Fang Clan been still around, they would have kept killing enough Moors that the Great Calamity would never show up. This time, I'm going all out. The more calamities, the better. Thank you for doing your part to end things. Besides, you got your revenge, and you learned the truth about Britain. You did everything you wanted, yes? No regrets. Then it's time to pack it in. It's you. Yes, that's right. Oh, and before you go, permit me one final confession. I'm sorry for sicking the Fang Clan on the Wing Clan all those years ago. I honestly didn't have any real reason. I was just in a bad mood that day. Terribly sorry. It's been a day and a half since I started galloping along the coastline. We should be at the western shore soon. Incidentally, I've started to lose all feeling in my forelegs, my hind legs too, for that matter. To be perfectly blunt, I'm afraid any more running could endanger my life. My life is a fey racehorse, that is. You ran yourself that ragged for us? Tara sighed. Not at all. Even putting my legs aside, the wagon wheels are about 20 seconds from falling off. Are you all ready to run the ocean as soon as you're out of the carriage? I see a whole mess of Moors on the shore. I never did figure out what exactly propeller human history is all about. I suspect it means you're all of the brave courage lessons to truly save Britain. It's been an honor to accompany you on your journey. Alright, this is as far as I go. Take care, everyone. Thanks, Redra. You've been the best damn horse I've ever seen. Come on, Grimmer, it's our turn now. Let's clear them a path.
やっそこですロックカタプラスイッチ悪夢のクレーターにご招待
折れんなよ。
ヤッホーさあ喜びなさい声が届く私の影の世界をカーストタッピングクレーター皆さんのためで口です
そこに至るはあまたの剣さん。気づきに気づいた刀塚。八重垣作るは戦時の刃。知ったら成仏していきな。
バーンボタン運命をかけた戦いであればおてんばですか
品田姫を髪に刺し
バーンボ
真髄解明完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界。これが俺のつむかり村正だ。
タンサマーパキレーション先に進みましょう宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます
It's good to be back. Congratulations on your job, well done, Hio. Glad to see you safe and sound. This place seems to be seriously bad news. Our sensors are detecting a positively absurd magical energy signal. According to Sheba, we only have a few hours until the collapse begins. I wish I could give you time to take a breather in your quarters, I really do. But can you tell me more about just what is going on here before I have an aneurysm? But first, roll call. That must be Altria, the King Arthur of Fairy Britain. That must be Percival of the Round Table Army. That's obviously Ku Chulainn. And that must be Sanji Murmurasa, the alter ego disciple of the foreign god. Excellent, I can see they're all just as capable and dependable as I thought. Having them on board should give us just the edge we need. Guten Tag, denizens of the land of the Fae. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Gordov Music, Director of Chaldean and Commander of the Border. Given the circumstances, I see no point in discriminating between those of you from proper human history and those of you from the Lost Belt. Since we're all in the same very rapidly sinking boat, I hope I can count on your help in resolving this unprecedented crisis. By the way, how come there are so few of you? Didn't Vinci's reports mention at least a few others? Avatar's still back in Salisbury. What? How about the Northern Fairies then? Did you have a bad match with a Epilogue alike where you became bad friends? Dr. Rebay passed away during her coronation. Oh, I see. Her death can't have been a peaceful one. What a terrible shame. Well, we can't count on help from those who have already passed on. There's no point in dwelling on it. Alright, let me tell you what the situation is here. We began our water takeoff sequence, but it's going to be several hours yet before we can leave. Technical advisor, I need you in the computer room yesterday. Nemo Professor needs your help. We actually see that our two guests are well tended to. No, wait. Take Percival to the infirmary first. He's not looking too good. Murmasa Grimmer, now that you're on board my ship, you'll be treated as any other Chaldean servant. Captain Depot here will brief you on our plan of attack. As for you, Hio. I see yours in just as sorry a state as ever, but that's nothing new for you by now, is it? First, I want you to get yourself checked over at the infirmary, then use our precious few spare command spells to replenish yours. After that, you're to return here and brief myself and the administrative advisor on every place you visited in Britain. As you know, we'll be going in there ourselves into Sorborder in just a few hours. So we're going to need all the information you can give us on the land of the fairies who live in it. Yes, sir. Good, it's been a day and a half since our last transmission, so if we can leave in 6 hours, that'll be about 2 days. I don't see the entire world ending in 2 days, so we should have plenty of time, I think. Nonetheless, this is going to be a fearsome battle, so make sure you're all well rested and ready for anything. God, I hate being stuffy. 2 hours into the emergency meeting. I see, very well. I believe I now have a firm grasp of what has transpired since our last communication. I appreciate your attention to detail, Miss Hio. With your information, I know what we need to do, though whether we can do it is another matter entirely. Oh, so what is it we should do, then? Broadly speaking, we have 2 goals. The first is to prevent Britain from collapsing. That will require us to investigate the pit and stop the calamity and wipe out the wars that have sprung up all over Britain. And the second is acquiring the divine construct. We came very close on the latter, but it seems we were thwarted at the last moment. Ah yes, the sacred lance that was supposed to be sent from Camelot. I don't blame the Round Table Army for this, but I still can't help but wonder if they couldn't have finished just a day sooner. Damn it. About that, Grimmer, can we see you here for a moment? What's up? Got a question for me? I do, yes. It pertains to the divine construct. We thought we could achieve that goal by seizing one of the Camelot's sacred lances. But according to Miss Hio, you seemed a bit put off about the topic came up before. May I ask why that is? Awesome. I don't know if a secret lance made by Morgan is something we could actually use ourselves. But even if we can't, it'll still be an invaluable divine construct just as a reference. Thanks again, Percival. Damn, you got a mind like steel trap, don't you, Hio? Yeah, that's right. You guys are barking up the wrong tree. Taking one Camelot's sacred lance for yourself doesn't mean you'll automatically be able to fit it to the ship. Divine constructs are closely tied to your wielder. You might be able to create one, but you have the right to actually use it isn't the same thing. Until you guys get back what UHLD, note what all proper human history lost when the world was wife queen. You'll never be granted a divine construct of your own. We lost him during the Bleacher phenomenon. It can't be, but no, it's the only logical explanation. So that's why we had to come to this lost belt. And Miss Leon sent us here because she knew about it. Ah, alert, alert! There's been a change in Central Britain's gravity. Whoa, it's as strong as the foreign god's pursuit of black holes. Something really gross is emerging from there. Wow, don't even look at it. You think that's bad? I'm seeing fire spreading all over Britain. Looks like it started in the northwestern part of the Isle. The whole tsunami of fiery wind is blowing across Britain from Manchester. Fire broke out at Manchester. Keep it together. Gather as much detailed information as you can. I also want to see this phenomenon for myself. Point to the ultra-long range lens we use in Atlantis at Central Britain. I'm trying, but we can't even see a thing out there. It's as dark as the bottom of the ocean out there. But we're still positive about what's going on. Yeah, it looks like we'll have to go see what's going on for ourselves. Anyone from the professor? How much longer until the navigational program is done? She said it's already done. She just needs 30 more minutes to test it before it's deployed. It's good to have the Vinci back. That's 3 hours sooner than I expected. Board off Holmes, the ship is ready for battle. Hio, would you bring Mash and Altria Caster here? We don't have a single second to spare. I hate to do this, but it looks like we won't have any time for a test drive before we head out. I don't know why I'm stuffy during this team. I wasn't stuffy before it, honestly. Okay, that should handle your minor injuries. Sorry about that. Okay, you should that should handle your minor injuries. I also gave you a stimulant and pill. But are you sure you don't want to try the recovery pod? It might not help you recover completely, but it should at least give you a little more energy. Thank you for your help, Da Vinci, but yes, I'm sure. I'll wait until after the Great Calamity has been dealt with. If I get into that battle, I'll be unconscious for several days, right? I'm the commander of the Round Table Army, and that's time I can't afford to lose. And if I can't be of much help, I still want to see what becomes of Britain. And besides, how could I ever face my soldiers if I told them that while Britain faced its crisis, I was asleep? Besides, there's something I need to tell you too, Altria. I was hoping to keep this to myself, but I can't do that now that I've babbled about it back at the cathedral. That's about you being a substitute child of prophecy, isn't it? Is that also why you're in poor health right now? From what I've gathered, it was Aurora who took you and those other human children in just after you were born. But it was the one who saw you had talent at the rearing house, and Lancelot taught you how to use the sword. I'm guessing the purpose behind all that was to create their own child of prophecy? That's right. After Einzel's prophecy became known, a number of different measures were taken in response to the child of prophecy. The Queen's army captured all fairies who had just been born, some villages hid next-generation fairies who met the description, and some villages raised them in secret. The Lord of Salisbury's idea was this. If we don't know where the child of prophecy will appear, we can just prepare our own in the meantime. So that's why you and those other human children were taken in and raised to be warriors. You were meant to serve as a child of prophecy in case the real one didn't appear 16 years later. True, that may have been one of their reasons. So what happened afterwards? Lord Wood was determined I had the most potential out of all the candidates. Once born, Salisbury possessed one of the weapons Ace the Savior used to save Britain in the Fey era. The spear of selection. However, Ace had placed a seal on the spear that prevented any center from using it. In practice, that meant only humans could even touch the spear, let alone wield it. So that's why they used human children. Even if they were not as strong as fairies, they could use the spear of selection. And that was the bar that they had to be met to call oneself the child of prophecy. That's right. Then, when I was 10 years old, I succeeded at drawing out the spear of selection's power. I think it chose me, that it wanted me to use it to kill wicked fairies. I'm sure I heard a voice saying something like that in my head. That was also when the Mirror Clan disappeared from Britain. The day the Spear Selection chose me was also the day she went into the Lake District on our Lord's orders. Huh? Hang on, that doesn't make sense. The Mirror Clan disappeared 6 years ago, right? But the Spirit Selection uses this wielder life force to generate its true power. I'm sorry, Altria. The truth is, I'm 16 years old, too. I was 10 when the Spirit Selection chose me, and I aged 10 years as a result. That's why I have the body of a 26-year-old. But British humans only live 30 years on average. That's why you didn't age anymore the second time you used it. You couldn't age more. Does that mean the only reason you're alive now is? Yes, I must have been born stronger than the other humans. I guess Lord Woodwillows did choose well, huh? That's why I owe you all an apology. That's why I owe you an apology, Altria. I was raised to be a substitute for you. No, to be a threat to you. But instead of coming clean about that, I began an organization meant to support you. I used your name without your permission just so I could put the Round Table Army together for my own selfish reasons. I had no right to speak about peace in Britain, but I went around preaching it all the same. That's not true at all. You didn't do this for yourself. You never did. Even now you're forcing yourself into action just to save Melusine. Attention Stormboarder. The ship is now battle ready. We detected a powerful gravitational fluctuation in the central Britain, hopefully since it's the start of Britain's collapse. In the 30 minutes, we will transition to flight mode and attempt to enter the British airspace ourselves. Oh, thank you for the follow, Saruku, ever chosen. Welcome to the stream. All hands to the bridge. All hands to the bridge. I repeat, the ship is now. Looks like that's all we got time for now. I'm heading to the computer room. What about you two? I'll go to the bridge too. I may be an imposter, but I still call myself a knight of the round table. If nothing else, I want to honor my companions who lost their lives on the battlefield by seeing for myself what becomes of Britain. My own wish may be nothing to speak about, but I can at least honor theirs. A future where humans and fairies can coexist in peace. Oh, Britain's on fire, baby. Well, what the devil is going on here? It's only been a day and a half. I was all burn only a day and a half. I mean, I knew Morse were bad news, but this is unbelievable. No, Morse didn't use fire. Something else did this. This has got to be the Red Calamity. It looks like the fire's coming from Manchester. Isn't that where we made that promise with Barcast? That we'd help some fairies migrate to Poverty History if things went belly up? That's right. Barcast told me about that. She said that she had already talked to Manchester's residents about the prospect of migrating outside Britain. And that they all loved the idea. Can we stop in Manchester first, then? That's where we're headed. We need to find out what's causing the fire anyway. It'll be something of a detour, but it should affect our entry route to the pit. How are things on your end, Da Vinci? All systems green. We're making good time at 60 knots, or 111 kilometers per hour. You want to head for Manchester, right? I was just thinking we should make that our first stop, too. We have to keep our promise to Barcast, after all. We should be there in 10 minutes, but it's surrounded by a massive fire. At least the fairies inside should be safe. The town's ramparts have to keep the fire out. We'll have to move the fairies onto the store border all at once, as there won't be time to guide them one at a time. So Hio, I'd like you and Mash to head there ahead of us and let them know we're coming. I'll slide the shadow border down to the surface as soon as we arrive in Manchester's airspace. It'll land automatically, but you'll still need a driver to get there. Can you do that, Meneer? Sure thing. I guess I'm the only one who can't, since Chubby's gotta stay here as the commander. I'm impressed you accept this so readily, Meneer. But I suppose you are the board's longest serving pilot. Oh, well, yeah, pretty much. Besides, I've had it easy up till now. Great, okay, I'm counting on you guys to round everyone up and fill them in. Got it. Man, I feel like a paratrooper. Da Vinci fought up in autopilot mode for everything. Scanning for hostile entities. Good, no more nearby. Outside temperature is 1,000 degrees Celsius. That's like running around inside of a forest fire. Make sure your mystic code's on good and secure, Hio. Alright, full speed ahead to Manchester. Let's go. Open the hatch, we're headed out. Huh? Meneer, the hatch is still locked. We need you to. I'm sorry, I can't. You can't go out there now. Damn it, what the hell's going on here? You guys said Manchester was supposed to be this quaint, ideal town, right? So what the hell am I looking at? Meneer, what are you talking about? Come look at the monitor. What are those? They're corpses. A goddamn mountain of corpses. It's not just fairies, humans too. And they didn't die in the fire. The human corpses are all torn apart. It looks like by things, and the fairies were hacked to bits with swords. Which means the humans were eaten alive. Help, help, she's gonna kill me, she's gonna kill me! Something's wrong with Lady Barghest. I don't wanna die, I don't wanna die. She said we would all survive. She said Totally would keep us safe, even if the Great Calamity struck here. No, I don't want to die anymore. I hate fire. I hate nights. Help, help, save me, Oberon. I don't want to be born just to be killed all over again. Barghest? That's Barghest? She doesn't look anything like you described her in your reports. Did she do this in Manchester? I gotta get out there. Io, get back in here, you idiot. Barghest, tell us what happened here. Jody, you're here, just like you promised. But you can't be here. Leave, go away. You need to escape. British fairies are... It's all my fault. I should have known better. Master, quick, get back inside the shadow border. It's not safe out here. Dear God, she just kicked the border like it was a damn football. Get the border out of here, Bernard. That's the magical energy eater Da Vinci wrote about in her reports. She's sucking up Sentai's life force. I'm trying, but the steering wheel's not... Huh? Hang on. She's going away on her own. I guess she's not too interested in us. She's headed outside the city. I think towards Gloucester? She's not alone. There's a bunch of black, dog-like creatures following her. She's got them all lined up in procession. It's like watching some twisted real-life Pied Piper of Hamelin. Is that... the Black Calamity? Poor Barghest, going nuts. I've got the shadow board safely stowed away. Are you guys ready to head into the pit now? Yes, Manchester's been completely destroyed. Given us what becoming Barghest and the fact that she's now leading a procession of black dogs, I believe it best to refer to her as the Calamity of the Beast from here on out. Regardless, though we could take her on now, I agree that we should make our way towards the pit first. I trust there are no objections. Hey, come on, just because it's true doesn't mean you have to be so blunt about it. She might have been our enemy. Barghest fled a few fairies in Fairy Britain who... It's okay. I'm not sure why Barghest slaughtered all of Manchester, but for whatever reason, it's no surprise she became immortal after doing something so horrific. I have no problem calling her a calamity now. Okay, if you're sure, just don't push yourself too hard, okay, Altria? In any case, we'll have to fight Barghest eventually, since she's the source of the fire spreading all over Britain. The walled cities are still holding out, but the fires completely devastated the forest and plains. It also looks like the smoke from the fire is gathering in the sky and forming thunderclouds. She's consuming the lightning to generate as her primary food source. Her magical energy grows with every step she takes. We are going to have to stop her before she becomes a literally unstoppable monster. Even so, we need to check the pit first. It is both a red calamity and a black calamity, right? We can't go to war unless we know the enemy's strength. Luckily, the Calamity of the Beast is still moving slowly. She seems to be heading towards Oxford right now, but at this pace, it'll take her a good 4 to 5 hours to get there. That should give us enough time to come up with a plan of attack. Got that, Altria? Hio? Yeah, what is that? What is that? Oh god, this is gross. I don't want to look at it anymore. Stop that lookout. What are you talking about? Ah, you can see the pit, can't you? Save the whining for later and put it up on the monitor. Now. Our primary objective is to acquire the Sacred Lance at Camelot, whether we can use it or not. So we need to get a handle on what's going on with the pit as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Putting it up on the monitor now. What? That black mist seeping from the pit is actually severe multi-layered curse contamination. Whatever you do, don't touch it. It'll make you go insane and rot your whole body. Although, whoa, this is amazing. The inside of the pit's almost like a whole other dimension. Every single I fired at it just disappears. It's basically a curse spawn of this pit. Don't ever mind the pit itself for now. That's the real problem. What are you doing, data collection? Get to work already. I'm trying, but I can't. I can't get a read on its magical energy or its spirit origin. I'm not even getting any real numbers for its mass or volume. Even when I compare it against the pit itself, just the part we're seeing here is showing up as over 2 kilometers long. Whatever it is, it's impossibly big. There's no other creature like this, not even in the deepest ocean trenches. Grimmer, is that the same god that was present during Prince Genesis? Yep, that's Uranus, the beast god. In Celtic mythology, it's the king of beasts and the one who knows hell itself. Here it's the being responsible for Britain's creation. That thing's why the old god of wisdom chose me to come here as his vessel. That's sad. He didn't mention how much it's changed. If this is his idea of a joke, I ain't laughing. That thing's way too big for anyone, human or fairy, to do something about. Man, my neighbor Totoro is not the same as I remembered it. That's the creature from the burrow. Is this really happening? Please tell me it's just a bad dream. As soon as I can understand, he was a machine at least. I have the terrible might have been a massive mammoth, but that made sense for the frigid tundra. But that's a living creature. There's no way any living creature could be that huge. And it's just standing there, right in front of Camelot. We can't possibly go in and collect a Mahogniman now, or can we? What do you think, Administrative Advisor? Is there a way we can pass that thing? I hate to say this, Gordolph, I simply do not know. We simply know far too little about that creature to say anything for certain at this point. I say that even viewing it for the monitor is enough to give me palpitations. That creature is pure concentrated curse. In fact, I dare say there has never been a valedicted god more powerful. It would be suicide to set foot in Camelot right now, and yet... I suspect that creature is precisely why Queen Morgan prepared the sacred lances. Take a look at where she kept them. And Ace, I mean Queen Morgan, was preparing the means to defeat that thing. She had a plan to protect Britain all along. And we should go to Camelot, the sooner the better. I agree, besides the big guy hasn't so much as budged. Maybe he's just there existing, and that's what he does. Plus, servants ought to be able to withstand some degree of curse. So I say we do what Hio says and come down to Camelot's front door now, before. We can't, it's too late, it's all too late. That haze looks like... It's the same as the calamity we saw in Norwich. Then it must mean it was. Yes, that calamity was just a Uranus's hand. One of many. Never mind that now. That hand thing is creeping up the wall towards Camelot. No way, it's destroying the castle. Our magical energy gauge is going haywire. The cursed contamination emanating from the pit just skyrocketed. It's currently at 640 million tons. It's still rising. It's a humongous tsunami of a curse, big enough to cover all of Britain. Hard to port. 180 degrees. We need to get out of this airspace now. If that stuff swallows up the porter, we're done for. Don't let even one of its fingers so much as graze us. Good. It's no use. I'm giving it all we got, but we're not getting any more altitude. This route must have 100, 200. God, I hate to count me heads it's got. They're everywhere you look. We can't avoid them all, let alone get away from them. Damn it, Divinity, what about the Shadow Border? It won't work, even if we could get everyone on board in time. There's nowhere to run with the ground covered in curses. There's no way out of this. I think this might be it for us. Ah, contact at 765. Goodbye, everyone. It's well knowing you. Why does that look familiar? We have visibility again. Those icky things are gone. Our engine output's back where it should be too. We can get out of here no problem now. Oh good, that makes all the trouble I went to worth it. Now do y'all see why NF Services guaranteed safety protection is the best in the business? That voice, that honeyed, ice-cold, dangerously alluring, bitchy voice, that can only be Hambo Vitch Koyanskaya. Lady Maria, did you leave the lights off again? Ugh, you're gonna ruin your eyes like this. I just got back to the coronation. I'm sure you already heard about how it turned out, but... Bloodstains? Marian! Oh, Koyanskaya, welcome back. I'm glad you're here. I still hadn't said a proper goodbye. Oh, perfect. I actually came here to say goodbye to myself. Thank you so much for all your help in fundraising and product distribution in Doncaster. Yours may be the only new creatures I managed to acquire here in Vernon. But I still enjoyed some lovely days off thanks to your generosity. I promise to repay this favor one day. As soon as I finish making my private zoo, you'll be the first to receive an invitation. That sounds great. But I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on anymore. It feels like I'm still dreaming, and once I wake up, you're worried you'll forget everything. Not to worry, I'm the beast of taming. Unlike humans, I never forget my nuts. Thank you for calling me your friend, my eccentric little princess. It would be an honor to purchase your joy and grief for my catalog. I never sell them, of course. I'm quite fond of you. I see then. Do you think you could pay me for them now? I was an idiot. I couldn't keep my anger, my hatred in check. I'm responsible for this. I should have realized who the true enemy was. But instead, I was used and manipulated right to the end, so at the very least, you'd like to get your revenge? Just leave that to me. I'll follow these bloodstains to find whoever. No, I want you to at least protect Britain. We fairies may be fated to die out, but we can never atone for our sins. Even so, I still want you to protect Britain, to protect the land of the Fae. I don't want the Great Calamity to just wipe us all out on its own terms. I want us to reach our destination, even if it's the end of the line. Can I ask this of you, Koyanskaya? Even though you're all alone in this world, just like me. Protect Britain is in the true sense of the word, huh? Alright, I'll do it. If you're looking for me to protect rather than destroy, it's obvious what needs protecting. Rest assured, and on services, as the situation well in hand. I'll make sure the ones who can make the real villain's life the hardest stay safe and sound. That's Koyanskaya's beast form. Marines, can you put that up on the monitor? It's no use, our cameras are being jammed, and our sona's not working either. Gah! Do keep those annoying pulses off me, won't you? They're messing with my concentration. Sonar jamming, As with Limbo, it's only a matter of time until we need to settle things with Koyanskaya. I was hoping to collect some data that would help us eventually subdue her, along with some inspiration for my deductions. Well, you are going to escape or not, this emergency evacuation service expires soon. If you need my services again, it's going to cost you dearly. Right, get us out of here, double quick. I certainly don't want to be stuck with a preposterous bill. Well, we will pay you in full for the service eventually. You can count on that as surely as you can count the bruises we left you with after our battle in Olympus. Well, in that case, it wasn't clear. It's a reference to the fact that we trounced you during the... Crap, we just lost some power to the engines again. Can it, you chub? Can it, chubs? You're messing up her motivation. No, it's not that. Pressure is building up on the ground again. It looks like even Coin Sky can only hold it off for so long. Manera, get us out of here. Whatever you have to do, do it. Don't care if you have to ruin one of the train engines. Make it happen. Aye, aye, sir. I apologize to the engineer later. And that's as far as the front accounts goes. The rest is up to Chaldea. As for me, I think it's time I return to my headquarters. So this is Cerudos' curse. Easy to mistake it for a weapon capable of destroying the world. But this curse isn't meant for enemies from the outside. It's meant for cursing your own kind and yourself. A curse of self-destruction. The only way I could defend their ship was to absorb it myself. What a sorry state of this affairs has turned out to be. And so the Chaldean ships barely managed to escape from central Britain. Marquez, now transported to an enormous calamity of the beast, continued wreaking havoc in other cities. Having crawled out from the pits, Cerudos continued exuding seemingly endless curses. The fairy villages at Dawn Britain's forest burned to the ground, which itself started to crack and fall apart under the strain. 2 hours have passed since the stormboarders first set out at the goal of saving Britain. They couldn't save anything. The residents of Norwich came to blows over who would escape on the 2 ocean liners, eventually devolving into murderous mobs of fairies and humans. In a barbershop in Moon Street, a kind young human man comforted a fairy woman who had succumbed to panic. The residents of Oxford, who have moved there with the hope of becoming the next privileged class, were destroyed when they were unable to fend off a Moor's attack. Without the Fang clan there to protect them, they were utterly powerless. Although Salisbury managed to defend itself by keeping its gates closed, it was coming to an even more gruesome end than any of the other cities. Londinium continued to burn in silence. The few remaining Round Table Army soldiers welcomed the fairies who fled there and did their best to fight off the Moors. Though in truth, the Round Table Army soldiers were already badly injured and no longer able to fight. Though the fairies who sought refuge there summoned up the last of their courage and defended the soldiers for as long as they were able. The residents of Gloucester disappeared relatively painlessly, one at a time. A young girl who had been freed from the Western Rand some time before made the journey back to Gloucester after a series of trials and tribulations. She braved her way through the flames to rescue her former master, a failure of a fairy who had been helpless without her. After a tearful reunion, the girl and fairy joined hands before being swallowed up by a fissure in the ground. This is horrible. All of Britain's beauty gone. Indeed, Miss Kyrie Light. Once the other Lost Belt's Tree of Emptiness were gone, they disappeared as well, but their inhabitants were none the wiser. This is nothing like that. Britain is experiencing a true apocalypse. Even if there were some reason that the land of the Fae had to meet such a dreadful end. I should never be able to forgive the architects of this cataclysm. Yes, well, I understand why you'd be so heartbroken by this, Carrie Light, and you have every right to be angry, Holmes. But we still need to do something about it, yes? If left unchecked, that haze seeping out of the pit is going to cover the entire planet, right? Isn't there something we could do to seal the pit? No, there isn't. We can't even get close to what's in the storm border anymore. 12 for Hognamayas were our last hope, and they've all been destroyed along with Camelot. There's nothing we can do to stop the collapse. Trimax the second predicted anymore. I'm afraid she's right. Britain's destruction is inevitable now. And from there, that destruction is spread across the rest of the globe until proper human history, the Lost Belts, and everything else is swallowed up by darkness. Hey now, there's still hope. I'd hope to hold out for at least another hour before giving up. Sure, the fairy sins have been accumulating for 14,000 years. Sure, we're now faced with both the calamities the prophecy perfected and the corpse of a god that just popped out of the pit. There's nothing proper human history can do about any of that. But all that stuff is also cosmic fantasy, only made possible by this situation. The British Lost Belt became its own proper human history by virtue of turning it into a singularity. That is, a distortion of history. In other words, repairing that singularity will resolve history, resulting in the land of the Fae never having existed. And isn't that Chaldee's specialty? That voice. Yes, I recognize it too. I know it anywhere. It's the Dick Wizard, everybody. Hey, everyone. Merlin, the Mage of Flowers, is here at last. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. Now, come on, cheer up. It's not like y'all to give up so easily. In fact, the real battle here at Bray is just about to begin. Now that I believe greetings are in order. Good day, Chaldeans. I'm the amazing Merlin the Great. I've actually been free for some time now, and Amber Morgan was killed and her garden disappeared. Sorry for getting here so late. I needed some extra time to get everything ready. Merlin! That's me. I'm glad to see you in good health, Theo. By the way, why did you just shout just now? Is it because you're just that glad to see me safe and sound, isn't it? I can't possibly that be or sad I've been having fun watching from the silence all this time, right? Whoops, sorry about that. I'm still a little shaky. I'm not exaggerating when I say this feels like a waking dream for me. You see, I'm not actually there with you. What you're seeing right now is an illusion. That also means I can only hear your voices. I can't see what either you or Mash look like right now, Hio. So I'm afraid our joyful reunion will have to wait a little longer. Don't worry, I'll get to see your grown-up faces in just a few hours. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to Avalon, making sure I look nice and respectable. Merlin? You're Merlin? That's me. Is that the child of prophecy speaking? Sorry to surprise you like this. I know we have a lot to catch up on, but I'm afraid our private conversation will have to wait until things are somewhat less intense. Let's see, I believe Mr. Gordoff is Charlie's current commander. Yes? Is he there now too? Yes, I am. This is Gordoff Music speaking. So you're Merlin, are you? I won't bother asking you why you're just showing up now. You're right that we have more pressing matters than you barge again. What I want to know is what you meant when you said there's still hope. Nice, you pack a lot of bluster in that voice. It seems you're pretty much the exact opposite of the prior acting commander. But I digress. When I said there's still hope, I mean there's still a way to stop this collapse. Let me cut to the chase. I'd like you to send the Fairy of Paradise back here right away. Altria, you've been hearing Avalon calling you ever since you finished ringing the bells, right? It's time for you to fulfill your duty as the Fairy of Paradise. Once you have, it'll be possible to erase the singularity and defeat Cernunnos. There's a way to fix this hopeless situation here somewhere in paradise, but I'm not qualified to. Qualifications, none of that matters. Cernunnos' curse will weaken once the Fairy of Paradise who rang the bells of pilgrimage returns to paradise. Won't get rid of it entirely, but it'll stop it from getting stronger. The god of wisdom who pawned his power off of me confirmed as such. He might be from a different mythology, but he knows what he's talking about here. Isn't that right, Ambrosius? My job is to get Altria to paradise, by hook or by crook. As long as she's rung the bells of pilgrimage, it doesn't even matter if she's still alive. Right, of course. I should have known that's how this would go. Grimmer, why would you say something like that? So I've actually kind of known about this all along. I could see that's why Grimmer was here the whole time, too. That's expressly for the worst case scenario, Grimmer. We're nowhere near that point now. She's in the best possible condition right now. I can't see it, but I can sense it. I have no doubt that the Fairy of Paradise, the Avalon Lefay, will fulfill her duty of her own volition. Even if someone convinces her this is ridiculous. And we should all just give up and enjoy the time we have left. Besides, you'll have no choice but to come to Avalon. There's a spirit cavern that leads to the planet's inner sea from the corpse of Albion, the border dragon that sank into the dark bog. Now that burden has begun to collapse, the path should be open again. All you need to do is go spelunking for 1 hour. That said, we're still talking about the largest holy ground in the Magecraft world. It won't just let anyone in. But it should open for Hio and a representative of humanity, not just the Knight of the Round Table. The Fairy of Paradise, and I guess there's room for her attendant Murmasa as well. The rest of you will have to wait up there until they get back. Well, Gordoff, what would you have us do? What else can we possibly do, Captain? Set forth for the Dark Fog Influence. That was in the Lake District, right? You know the coordinates, technical advisor? Sure do, that part will be a problem. But apparently the only ones who can enter this spirit cavern are the 4 Merlins specified. That's not a lot of fighters for a trip as potentially dangerous as this. That's not even mentioning how much I wanted to see this for myself. But it looks like we don't have any other choice but to send them off and trust things will work out. Are you ready to go, Hio? Yeah, but are you all ready, Tria? I think I'll be fine. Besides, I'll just end up fighting with Grimmer if I said no. And you know, thinking about it some more, I'm actually kind of excited. This is basically my first time visiting home. Understood. I'll update our strategy to include Merlin's instructions. Hio, yes, Altria, Senji Muramasa. You four will make your way through the spirit cavern and head for the planet's inner sea, the paradise of Avalon. The store border will wait on station above the Lake District. Captain Nemo and Da Vinci will focus on piloting the border. If anything should try to attack us, Grimmer and I will fend them off. Wait, please. This is all new and unfamiliar to me, so I doubt I'll be of much help. But Britain is my home. It's only right that I should take part in any battles we may face. Huh? Absolutely not. If anything, you should be resting right now. You're in no shape to be fighting anymore, right? Your only job now is to get the treatment you need and recuperate until you're back to your old self. That's an order from the Child of Prophecy. Got it? If you even think about defying me on this, I'll completely abandon my duty. Is that clear? Yes, Child of Prophecy. I'll follow your orders. I have to say, though, I never thought I'd see the day when you got seriously bad at me. You've always been one to keep your feelings in check and not make a fuss. I know what you mean. You think? I've always been pretty open and forthcoming with my feelings personally. Sure, whenever you're just turning your brain off and doing something stupid, the rest of the time you're pretending to be a big old nervous Nelly. What do you mean? I've never done anything stupid. And what's a nervous Nelly anyway, Murasa? Like we discussed earlier, we'll be standing by in the store border in the Lake District airspace. We expect the operation to take about 3 hours. That's all the time the ship, no, Britain has left. We have no way of knowing what will happen in the spirit cavern. So please try to be as careful as you possibly can, Hio. Got it, entering the spirit cavern inside Albion now. That felt different from the water meter that sent me into the past in Norwich. Does this mean we're inside Albion's spirit cavern now? Can we still contact Chili? No, we can't. We're cut off now, just as Da Vinci protected. Gathering coordinate data now. 10, 20, 40, 80. 80? Master, you're not going to believe this, but it looks like we're 80 kilometers below the ground now. God, that's even deeper than the pit. A lot deeper. Are we even sure this is underground? It's completely pitch dark and it doesn't feel like I'm standing on anything. You're not wrong, this world is in a whole other layer, another dimension to put it simply. You were just able to bypass all the ground in the way thanks to Albion. But you warned that it goes much deeper. The proper human history, the 80-kilometer mark is where Albion gave up the ghost. When in this lost spell, Albion managed to make it around all its way to Avalon. Unfortunately, the path wasn't wide enough for Albion to get through, so they still died on the surface. I mean, there's a spirit cavern, like there's a proper human history, too. That's right, though over there, it's known as the spiritual tomb. Proper human history, the spiritual tomb of Albion, ends at the 80-kilometer mark. Beyond that is a world known as the fairy realm, which no human can enter. But since the British lost spell is all this world's fairy realm, there's no such restrictions here. So we can keep going down as far as we like. In the real world distance, you're starting at the 400-kilometer mark and going further down to the Beyond D layer 2,700 kilometers away. That's where you'll find your destination, the planet's inner sea. Wait, so we're 80 kilometers below the ground now, and our destination is 2,700 kilometers below the ground? How the hell can we cover that kind of distance? Simple, you take a shortcut. When I said it'd take an hour, I wasn't basically not how fast you travel. I bet how long it'd take, period. I'll use a series of transit time reduction spells to bring you all to your destination. Anyway, this must be pretty dull for you. How about we turn on the lights? Whoa, it's a cave now. So, what do you think? Doesn't it feel more like a cavern? Now go on, keep moving. The transit time reduction I mentioned is kicking in with every step you take. This place is Earth's memory, or more like a space made of pure information, really. The idea is to skip past all the vague, hazy memories and get you straight to your destination. That should be a huge help, but, is that Merlin? Third time she's asked. So, finally showing us what you really look like? Huh? Is something wrong? Oh, I see. Struck down by my true glory. I get it. Very well then. Keep your praise upon me. You can even worship me if you like, Muramasa. It's been a long time since I've showed up after all. I need to leave as strong of an impression as possible given the short time I have. Well, I'm not going to be the one to tell him this is hilarious. Good point. You probably shouldn't pry too deeply into this. More importantly, Senpai, that Merle over there. Yeah, it's the same one as the one in Londinium. Oh, are you seeing the priestess's memories projected there? Perfect. I'll take the hour you'll be traveling to tell you how this all began. This is the story of the British Lost Spells genesis, and of what precisely the Fairy Paradise's mission entails. It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far back as time could go, 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant, fluffy creature. On its shoulders, though, stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The 6 fairies and the god soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But God made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. So the 6 fairies offered to God their joy. And he offered to God their wish. And he offered to God himself. And so the fairies' wish was granted. Then after the rejoicing ended, they tricked the god into drinking poisoned wine, and he died. And so the fairies acquired the god's body. They made the body into land which they could live. They were grateful, too, to be able to make use of the crying, screaming animal the dead god left behind. She was their only human, but one simply wasn't enough. So being very careful not to kill her, they cut her into pieces. They cast a spell on her to make sure she would die no matter what they did, and used every last piece of her. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. Thus did the great mistake begin. May the first 6 fairies find salvation. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. There you have it. You may have heard it before, but that's the story of Britain's creation. Any questions? Is that why? Indeed, the first 6 fairies, the progenitors of the 6 lands, killed Cernunnos. Hi, Sonic Mario. Welcome back to the stream. The pit you saw on the surface is Cernunnos' grave, and the curse spilling out of it, even as we speak, is his rage. But why would the fairies do such a thing? Because they're fairies. He was in their way. This all happened 14,000 years ago. When the 6 fairies came out of paradise and onto the surface, the earth was already covered in a sea and nothingness. The one who ended up helping the 6 stranded fairies was a Celtic beast god who had come up to the surface just like they had. Oh, and welcome back to Ononoki. Now we're learning the truth about how Britain happened. Oops, skip the text box. Hold on. A god who would later come to be known as Cernunnos. Cernunnos had his priestess, a lone human who had managed to survive just like the fairies had. Both did their best to protect the fairies. At first, the fairies were grateful for their help. But the sea of nothingness never changed. No matter how much time passed, no land appeared. The fairies blamed Cernunnos for that. They thought he just wasn't strong enough. What's more, they didn't particularly like his priestess. She was constantly telling them to sort themselves out and consider the consequences of their actions. Eventually, the fairies couldn't take it anymore and decided to deal with Cernunnos permanently. They figured that since they didn't have any land to stand on, they could find a substitute. And since Cernunnos was so big, they thought his body could serve just fine as a small island. And of course, Cernunnos was the god. They couldn't kill him easily, so they came up with a plan and held a festival. They told Cernunnos how they were holding a festival in his honor to worship him, held a banquet with lots of wine. Cernunnos was delighted that he was being celebrated for being the fairies' first official god. He probably figured they were trying to change their thoughtless ways. And so, against his priestess's wishes, Cernunnos attended the banquet and was poisoned to death when he drank their wine. Some rejoicing that turned out to be. But the priestess, what happened to her? The fairies used her as the foundation, no, the basic ingredient for the humans that came later. The truth is, every human in the British Lost Bell is an inferior copy of the priestess who was killed during the British Genesis. At any rate, the 6 fairies went on to create their own stone and forest children to grow their clans. As time passed, they transformed more and more of Cernunnos' body into land. But after 100 years, things stopped going quite so well for the fairies. Their children kept dying, turning into fallen trees that drifted on the sea. New generations kept being born, so the number of fairies never decreased. And thanks to the humans who had been copied from the priestess's cells, Britain slowly developed into a civilization. With the civilization came new societal rules. The fairies made new types of fairies, and their forests flourished like never before. They also kept dying for no reason whatsoever. Eventually, the 6th progenitor fairies realized Cernunnos' rage was the cause. Even though Cernunnos' soul was gone, his body wasn't completely dead. In fact, his heart alone still burned with the fire they used to cremate him. Even in his death, Cernunnos' body continued to smolder with anger and curses. He could very well have come back to life at any time. The fairies were so shocked by this that they fled Cernunnos' body. Fortunately, this was right around the time their children's corpses were starting to form new ground. And the fairy corpses were essentially made from the same stuff as the planet itself. The fallen trees became earth and stone and quickly filled in the sea, almost as they were trying to cover up the fairies' sins. That's how this lost belt began. That's why this Isle of Britain uses fairy corpses to grow and expand. After several thousand years, the fairies had acquired their very own Britain. But all the while, Cernunnos' body was still there. A divine grave that would let no ocean-filling fallen tree near it. An indelible reminder of the fairy sins, a reminder that rejected their corpses. Eventually, the fallen trees blocked out the ocean's water for good, and Cernunnos' body was left behind at the bottom of the sea. That is the true nature of the pit. It's not actually a pit, it's the remains of a patch of dried up ocean. An island made by killing a god, the fairy's original sin. It wasn't just Cernunnos they killed, but the priestess who served it as well. No, she wasn't just killed. She was desecrated and used as a tool for all these 14,000 years. No wonder Cernunnos is so pissed. I doubt even killing every fairy in Britain would be enough to satisfy him. Although, why did he come to the surface anyway? Isn't it kind of narrow-minded to curse the whole damn world just because he got killed? Especially after he went out of his way to give balls with the fairies? That's probably because Cernunnos was an envoy of paradise sent to reprimand the fairies. That was the whole reason he came here, to punish them. I don't think his heart was in it, though. Like this world shows, Cernunnos was a very kind god by nature. But the fairies might have found him terrifying simply because he existed. Does that mean the reason the world became a sea of nothingness is... That's right, that's the point where this lost belt diverged from proper human history and its greatest mistake. You see, 14,000 years ago was the greatest turning point for all of humanity. Maybe you heard something about the planetary envoy that almost destroyed Earth's past age of civilization back in Olympus? Yes, we did. It was a white civilization destroying giant named Safar, who fell from a shooting star. Safar wiped out countless pantheons and almost destroyed every civilization on Earth. In the end, it was humans who managed to defeat it, not gods. I heard they did so by using divine constructs, weapons made in the planets and our sea meant to combat planetary threats. I also heard that the sacred sword Excalibur was the greatest such weapon, and that it was created in Britain. That's right, I just realized that nobody here has ever mentioned it. The very idea of a sacred sword just doesn't exist in this version of Britain. So that must mean Excalibur was never made here? That's right, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you what happened as a result. In this what-if world, humanity never had the means to defeat Zephyr. That's why they were wiped out. Zephyr destroyed all of the planet's land masses and took them for itself, leaving only a sea of nothingness with a few aquatic life forms. So why was the Sacred Sword never made? The reason for that is both exceedingly simple and unsurprising. Its creator slacked off. The A-Ray, that is, the 6 fairy who are supposed to forge it in the planet's inner sea, decided it would be okay to take a day off just this once and went off to have fun. It was only once they noticed something had gone wrong with the world and went up to the surface that they realized the consequences of their choices. But they figured there was no changing the past and refused to accept the world's destruction was their fault. So Cernunnos, the one god that had taken shelter in paradise to keep his priestess safe, was sent to reprimand them and make them atone for their sins. But then the fairies killed Cernunnos and his priestess, the last surviving human. At that point, they could no longer return to the planet's inner sea. Only those free of sin may pass, meaning only fairies without sin can go to paradise. It's the same for all Britain's fairies, as they're all descended from those original 6. None of them can enter the planet's inner sea, and so they continue to suffer on that island of sin to atone. So a single lapse in judgment ended the world. That's right, it all started with the sacred sword never being made. Eventually, fairies chosen from the planet's inner sea were sent to the surface to correct this mistake. The first one was Vivian, the second one was Caster. Their mission was to have the 6 clans admit to their mistake and inherit the mystic needed to create the sacred sword. The bells of pilgrimage indicate that the clans have accepted their sins, and the fairy who rings them all of them becomes the sacred sword itself. But as Morgan, Vivian refused to do that. After all, once the sacred sword was made, the very promise of which the lost bell is built would cease to exist. I'm sure you learned about this yourself when you rang the bell in Orkney, Caster. And in spite of that, you continue on a path, defeated Morgan, and now your hero Kyo. You must have had to face down so many doubts to come this far. In fact, you may have never entirely be free of them. But even so, you're still here, which is why I believe you have what it takes to see this route to the end. Anyway, I know that was a lot of talking, but we're almost at our destination now. The convictions of the last dragon are weighing up ahead to see if you are qualified to proceed. Only those free of sin may pass. That sin doesn't refer to the ritual sin you're born with, or the sins you committed in your life thus far. It refers to what you're about to do, and what your hearts are resolved to do now. It is your reason for living, your principle for existence and prosperity. The way to the land of hope is only open for those who demonstrate true strength in these regards. It's gone. Everything on the surface is gone. The sky, the sea, life, everything I've ever seen. My records will never again grow in number. I will never again know new joys. You who would choose a sacred sword's wielder, you who would chant the king's name. If you seek a new world, then leave all traces of the old behind. My name is Blank. I am the last dragon, the one who chose to continue flying above the ground instead of returning to the inner sea. If you can overcome these tears, I will offer my heart to the Forger of Stars. Oh, it didn't let me choose CEs. Fuck you. Usually you hit the button and it just exited the, being able to move around the servants in the menu. Oh, that's why. Jackass. Anyway, we're not watching this whole cutscene again. Alright, let's give this a whirl.
お試し切りだ。アホ。一夜の刀に目なんざ入れね。そういうのもありか。隠居したいんだよ。そういうのもありか。鍛造の水ご老次郎。いいぜ。
さすがだな。
最後まで見届けられる。過分を捨て、重さを捨て、早きを捨て、てめえをした。活目しやがれ。剣の鼓動、ここにあり。
行くぞ。
おうよ。いいぜ。
八重が春の日差し、花の乱舞。開け、ヌプティアエドムスアウレアよ。歌え、巻き返し。その愛はオーラのごとく。
そうだよ。鍛造の水ご老次郎。おうよ。よく見ておきな。過分を捨て、重さを捨て、早きを捨て、てめえをした。活目しやがれ。剣の鼓動、ここにあり。構えな。持っていけ。こいつはでけえぞ。一切主情出物証。
ために。さすがだな。
過分を捨て、重さを捨て、早きを捨て、てめえをした。活目しやがれ。剣の鼓動、ここにあり。
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。行くぞ。
恍惚には答えるぜ。
道を開け。皇帝の花道なると。
おうよ。
春の日差し、花の乱舞。開け、ヌプティアエドムスアウレアよ。歌え、巻き返し。その愛はオーラのごとく。行くぞ。
構えな。隠居したいんだがな。握り飯だよ。火の君には慣れてるよ。
受け取るがよい。
いいぜ。一切主情出。いいぜ。八重が縁を切り、定めを切り、業を切り、 我をもこたんつむかり村正すなわち宿業からの解放なり八重がこいつはでけえぞ
Still it, because that's that fight done.
やや胸が軽いがこの通りだ。
Back to regularly scheduled story. Yeah, it's only 6 parts, so it shouldn't take more than like my other completing streams at all. I can hear the bells tolling. My heart may have stopped, but yours yet beats strong. Welcome home, Avalon Mathey. May the sound of hope echo into the future. Is that a light from outside? That's right, that's the entrance to the planet's inner sea. This is the land of the young, Tir Nanog, the eternal spring. This is the place many life forms have dreamed of finding. Welcome to Avalon, whose time has come. This is where the journey of the planet's birth ends. And look at that, we got a whole new map, too. Amazing. The moment a planet is born. That's like the subtitle of this chapter. Roll credits! Anyway, bad jokes aside. So this is Avalon, the planet's inner sea. This is where proper human history's King Arthur is said to go on after he died. It's the biggest flower garden I've ever seen. Right? There's no such thing as evil in paradise. It's a separate world that neither influences nor is influenced by the surface, no matter how apocalyptic things may be up here. All there is hope. The place is a workshop that weaves together all possibilities to lead this planet and you guys to a happy ending. That being said, there are still only remnants of Avalon, a shadow being projected into the British Lost Belt. The power imprisoning me isn't here, and there isn't much mana near, and there's no lake where fairies gather. The only thing here is the site of selection. The forge where the 6 fairies were supposed to create the sacred sword. The site of selection, is that anything like the stone that contained the sword of selection in the legend of King Arthur? The one that Arthur found when he was still a squire, being raised as Sir Ector's adopted child. The one he pulled the sword of selection from, to demonstrate that he was destined to be king. That's right, it basically signifies the same thing, and my job is to guide you all there. There, see that altar on top of that hill? That's your destination. It's only a stone's throw away, but you'll need to pass through a few checkpoints of sorts to reach it. Think of them as Avalon's defense mechanism, one final test to make sure everything's in order. Everything the Fairy of Paradise has done today will appear there as obstacles to overcome. Everything she's done up to date. That's right, you'll be going over a scrapbook of her life, so to speak, so make sure there are no loose ends. It'll be a little journey in its own right, one that starts with a cold and unforgiving winter and ends with a warm, fluent spring. Based on how things have gone before, it's safe to say the first obstacle will be the hardest, for many reasons. Hio, your job is to remove those obstacles and help the Fairy of Paradise advance. Don't worry, you'll be going from hardship to good times, so it'll only get easier the closer you get. And just so we're all clear, let me repeat, the Fairy of Paradise's duty is to create the sacred sword. By doing so, the British Lost Belt will lose its divergence point and human history will be stabilized once again. Without its tree of emptiness, the British Lost Belt will simply fade away like all the others. And most importantly, the sacred sword's creation will lead directly to the protection of human history. Where this burden of mystery proper human history, the result will be a world that never had the sacred sword. That would close off the route you had to take to defeat the foreign god. Then again, the foreign god can't stop the collapse either, so you'd both be screwed there. Anyway, I think that's everything you need to know. Any questions? But wouldn't that mean? Come on, Hio, why so glum? It's okay, there's nothing to worry about. I'm still the child of prophecy, remember? This is the moment I've been working towards all this time. I rang all the bells so I could come here. Besides, I've known this is my duty since I rang the 4th bell in Orkney. I planned to come here alone once Knockner Bay was coronated. So don't worry about anything else, okay? Besides, Shelty needs one of those divine construct things too, right? So we better hurry. I'm going to protect the Britain I grew up in. And you guys are going to take back the world you grew up in. We need to do this and make both of those things happen, and now it's time to get to it. That's all. This will be the end of our journey. I'm lucky my pilgrimage has been so fun. Now come on, Hio. Let's head to the site of selection. Besides, it's not every day you get to go to Avalon, so let's make the most of it. Just watch my back until it's over, okay? Man, this sure is a huge flower garden. Couldn't be more different from Bryn burning to the ground. So the fact that it's called the Land of the Young must mean there's plenty of food to go around, and people have all the time they could have want, right? Yeah, it makes sense. There's no war or animosity here. Not much reason to do anything bad if you don't gotta take anything from anyone to have what you need. That's true. When you have everything you need, there's no void for you to fill. That's another way this place is very different from the British Lost Belt, which literally had to be built by filling in the sea of the bodies of dead fairies. Speaking of which, this seems like a good time to tell you about what's going on above ground. The prophecy may have said that there are 2 calamities, a red one and a black one. Actually though, there's no limit to the number of calamities, remember that. New calamities will continue to appear as long as their source remains. The calamities will never go away until Cernunnos, the being continually punishing the fairies for their sins, is truly vanquished. Furthermore, thanks to Morgan's hard work, various border of the land of the fake migrates proper human history. That means the calamities won't be contained in Britain. They'll spread into and then all across the bleached world until nothing remains of proper human history. It would basically be a smaller scale version of the King of Mages' incineration of humanity. So you guys need to defeat every last one of the calamities before that happens. I see, then we can't let Cernunnos' curse spread any further. We need to stop his calamities while they're still contained in Britain. Exactly. The calamity burning down Britain right now is actually the great calamity that was supposed to happen 1,000 years ago. Morgan averted that calamity by passing it on to a Fang clan fairy. Barkhest, the leader of the Black Dogs. She's not the fairy you knew anymore. She's now burning all Britain as the Black Calamity, the calamity of the beast. Barkhest. This is all foreseeable. She is born of the child of calamity, after all. It was Morgan who sealed that fate away by gifting her a name. She said that as long as Barkhest was going, she would never become a mythical hound. But even that could only go so far. Barkhest was already at her limit, even without you guys defeating her. Honestly, it's impressive she lasted as long as she did. This won't be easy to hear, but you need to understand. Once you get back to the surface, you'll have to fight more than just Cernunnos. Like I said, we can't afford to let the calamities leave Britain. Like some fairies migrate to proper human history is a nice idea. Unfortunately, in Barkhest's case, that was never an option. As for the other calamity, Cernunnos, that one you can fight without having to feel bad or worry. His soul was shattered 14,000 years ago. Now he's just a corpse that's not quite done dying. That said, he's still a very powerful god. His flesh has grown thick enough over those millennia to rival Albion's spirit cavern, and his cursed layer is equivalent to 400 kilometers worth of geological stratum. You'll need a god of wisdom's curse dispelling. All of the fighting forces Shelty can muster and a divine construct base, especially the combat Cernunnos. Even then, you'll only just be able to scrape by. Thinking about it, you honestly may not stand a chance. And I can't help you either, since I can't leave this place. The best I can do is show you the way. Oh man, I was really hoping to avoid the story ending in a total annihilation. What? I know, right? If only we had a Godslayer's weapon lying around somewhere. Oh, we do. We have the perfect trump card for taking on Cernunnos. In fact, it'll be a piece of cake. Really? But where is that trump card? It's Muramasa. Say what? Come on, don't you remember? You told us you could cut any god you came across. In fact, you were bragging about how you could cut a gigantic one clean in half in Olympus place. So there's no reason you can't do the same thing here, and since you didn't do anything noteworthy in Camelot, this will be your chance to clean your name. Do you mean clear your name? Oh, is that what you say in proper human history? I see, good to know. Well, sure, if you really want me to, I could try to cut him down. There, see? He can do it. Just goes to show it never hurts to ask. Sheesh, you're finally letting yourself be selfish, and that's the first thing you say? I said I'd try, okay? Don't get your hopes up. I'm not sure how much I can do against that thing. Altria? Master, Altria disappeared. Is this one of those checkpoints you mentioned, Merlin? Yep, this is the first. She's facing her own memories now. While she's doing that, you guys will need to fight and defeat those. Let's see, we got Avalon wyverns. Close but no cigar. Now come on, get your head in the game. Those are radical, abstract embodiments of Altria's winter memories. She'll never be able to leave those memories until you defeat them. But they shouldn't pose any major threat to you now that you've come this far. Go on and give them a good thrashing. I'll fight too, of course. It's been ages since I last showed up after all. I've been wanting to see how much stronger you and Mash grown up pose in person. Alright, England's a requirement, so... How about... Raikou? Actually... That'll seem probably smarter. And then... Do I have literally any other team charge on hand? Damn. We'll go with Pinky. Pinky doesn't seem bad. Alright. Smackadoo. Smackadoo. Fuck's it to you. Oh, thank God. Oh, one wave is fine. Wonderful, even.
君の導きを信じよう。君に全チップをかけよう。頼むぞ。
最悪。私にそれ言う？早く、もっと早く。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の竜。玉露輪からフロモへ時を示せ行けいたいとより早くはあ名前これで
リラックスリラックス夢のように片付けよう。
これの奥がよい受け取るがよい
リラックスリラックス。オーケー。
早く
悪いね。
行くぞ波いいでしょうちゃんと命令して朽ちるぬくろよりいでよ炎の息鉄の翼フォローハートアルビオン 私が竜の姿なら丸ごと食べているところよ。
Back to story. I feel so disgusted after fighting them. That's not actually all that surprising. Those are the caster's most painful memories given physical form. We have no way of knowing what they are, but by defeating them, we felt some of the same feelings they inspire in her. Huh? Where'd you all go? You just disappeared on me out of nowhere. I was really worried. Hey, you disappeared. We've been here fighting off weird mortars and... Now, Murmasa, all in good time. She has evolution she needs to perform to enter the site selection, and we have obstacles to remove. We only have three more of these to go. Let's just take them one at a time. Whatever you have to say can wait until after we've reached the site selection. So don't have to do any fighting this time? Sounds good to me. Come on, let's keep going. Whenever I closed my eyes, this is where I'd be. It didn't matter if I was awake or asleep, I'd still be shivering from the frigid wind. Howling, wind strong enough to shatter your ears. With nothing to protect me, my body feels cold as ice. Surrounded by pitch darkness with nothing for warmth and no hope of escape, that's how I grew up. For me, Britain was pure hell. The prophecy was true. She'll be our salvation, she'll be our absolution. She is the savior who washed up on the shore along with the name Ultria. May you grow healthy and strong to the age of 16. May the Queen's soldiers never find you. Now go on, hurry. Hurry and greet your 16th birthday. We have complete faith in you, which is why you must give everything you have for us. A small newborn fairy washed ashore in a boatload of all kinds of treasure. What an incredible stroke of luck. This girl must be the child of prophecy. What a horrible omen. If the High Queen finds out about her, we'll be all be done for. The village fairies' opinions were split right down the middle, but they all agreed on what should be done. At least the child of prophecy should be useful. We'll raise her ourselves until she turns 16. But she's the fairy of paradise, right? I don't like her. I'm sure she's gonna mock us. She doesn't deserve a proper house. What do humans do with creatures like that again? I know, they raise them as livestock. We can make her a lovely little stable. The other villages would never find out about her if we say we're raising a horse. We could keep the child of prophecy all for ourselves. The fairies at Tictonagle treated me as a precious resource. I had almost no magical energy, what made them all worry about me. It's been 4 years since she got here, and she still has barely any magical energy. Poor thing, she may as well be a human. I can't believe she still can't do anything impressive. I'm worried. Will she be able to survive like this? I know, we need to train her. We need to be harder on her, methodic over. We can't even give her time to sleep. Forgive us, Caster. This is all for your own good. The way you are now, you can't even dream of being the child of prophecy, and we don't have any time for dreams. We really need to have her grow at least a little. You could barely tell her apart from a human. No one will ever believe she's the child of prophecy like this, not even when she turns 16. Who cares if she can defeat the queen or not? All that matters is that she's valuable. It doesn't matter whether she's the real child of prophecy or not. She just has to look the part so we can get rich. But I also would be bothered taking in the fairy of paradise. We just have to make sure she doesn't die. We don't have to worry about her running away. She's much too weak to do that. But the village fairies didn't know that my fey eyes still worked. However much I wished I couldn't, I always saw the true feelings they kept to themselves. Deep down, they all feared and loathed me. The fairies that feared me believed in the child of prophecy with all their hearts and worked me like a slave. The fairies that loathed me hated the fairy of paradise and abused me without a second thought. Aside from that, all anyone felt for me was indifference. I was considered a precious resource, but treated like I wasn't even there. But I couldn't blame them for that. I more or less knew what my duty was. I was to bring salvation to the fairies of Britain, to free them from their suffering, and to save them from in the true sense of the word. Even as a child, I understand that fulfilling my duty would mean the underburden as it existed now. I could deal with the slave driving, the abuse, and the disinterest because I knew the reasons behind them, but this sound was too much to bear. Asleep or awake, there was never a time I didn't hear it. Howls of deceit, howls of self-interest, howls of selfishness, howls of envy, the sounds I could never shut out, the sounds of the fairy's true feelings. It was enough to make me lose track of where I was and where I was meant to go. I hear bells ringing. They tell me to go on a pilgrimage to save the fairies. Honestly, this sound depresses me too. I know it's supposed to be an honorable mission, but how in the world am I supposed to save fairies like that? Ha, yeah, die. So that's why I'm out in this nearby field again, hard at work in my training. Today's another day of close quarters combat practice with the staff of selection, which arrived with me on my boat as a weapon. I can't use anything like Fey domains, so the only thing I can do with the staff is bop people. Yeah, rah. Rah, ha. It was an early afternoon in my 6th year. I just collapsed from exhaustion. My melee combat training was the only time I had to myself once the villager keeping an eye on me left, figuring I was so weak I wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Huh? Then just as my voice was trailing off, that was nasty. The fairies at your place are pretty horrible, you know that? Huh? Did you just talk, staff? No, I'm not the staff of selection. I'm just a nosy old busybody. And I just couldn't take how awful Tsunago is anymore, or how sickening it is to see you do everything they tell you. I just had to say something. Ugh, I swear, I wasn't planning on getting involved, but now I just don't think I have a choice. Listen up, I'm Merlin. Merlin the Mage of Flowers. I'm gonna be your teacher from now on. Don't forget it. That was how I met Merlin, or at least his voice coming from the staff of selection. That's how I began studying to be a mage. Magecraft? I know about that. Queen Morgan uses that. But what exactly is it? What exactly are you going to teach me? What do you mean? Magecraft, of course. Merlin Magecraft. Trust me, it's really something. Ooh, it'll let me fly like a bird? Like zoom, whoosh, pachoo? Flying. You'd like to fly, huh? That's a pretty tall order for your first spell. You don't know how to fly? What are you, some kind of quack? Oh no, I can fly easily. I'm the amazing Merlin. Well, let's hold up on that one for now. Not even the Wind Clan can fly, after all. The sky is the dragon's domain. Only precious few upper-class fairies can go there. So for your first spell, let's start with something closer to home. Something that will make your life easier. Tell me, is there anything you could use right now that would make you happy? Well, I guess I'd like it if nighttime was warmer. My house gets really, really cold. It even freezes over in the winter. I actually lost 2 toes last year because of that. I haven't told anyone else, though. It's so embarrassing. Bro's walking around with 8 toes. Could you fucking imagine? Got it. I'll start start getting a lesson ready for you right away. Just give me 2 days to find some teaching materials. Merlin taught me all sorts of spells. Heating, detection, healing, linguistics, camouflage, lockpicking, stealth attacks, explosives, obstacles. Every time I expressed interest in learning a new spell, he'd say, "Sorry, I can't today. You'll just have to wait until the next lesson." And then we'd make magecraft items together. Those lessons formed the foundation of my Merlin Magecraft. Looking back on it, he must have had to change the spells a lot just so I could use them with my tiny pool of magical energy. Say, why are you teaching me all this when every British fairy hates me? Because I'm not a British fairy. Sorry, just kidding. The fact is, you are the fairy of paradise, no matter what the fairies of your village think. Eventually, most fairies will come to follow you. When they do, you'll need to be the ideal now. The kind of savior that everyone dreams of. A fantastical savior. Fantastical? That's right. You'll need to be a character straight out of a children's story. Everyone has different fantasies. Some want a strong king, some want a kind king, some want a scary king, and so on. Your job is to be able to be all of those things. You need to inspire hopes and dreams, or rather, bring them all together. Everyone wants something different, so a single name would only get in the way. That's why you need to be a nameless king, someone who stands at the edge of the world rather than its center, and serve as a beacon of hope for others just by virtue of existing, glowing starlight shining with possibilities. That's the kind of king I'd like you to become. The kind that inspire people from atop castle walls, no matter the time or place. Can I really be all that? Sure you can. It might be impossible in reality, but anything's possible in fantasy. And people have always had a way of making fantasy become reality. That's why futures we thought we could only dream of eventually stop being dreams. Merlin was very talkative and a lot of fun to be around. But that only lasted for a year. A fairy girl saw me laughing in the field and reported me to the village elder, who responded by taking away the staff of selection until I turned 16 and set out on my journey. From then on, every day was more painful than the last. That's the end of my winter memories.
あいにく忙しくてね。こっちはパパッと片付けよう。君の道行きを信じよう。君に全チップをかけよう。なさい。頼むぞ。
いいでしょう。
お望みのままに。
早く。朽ちるムクロよりいたよ。炎の息、鉄の翼。フォローハートアルビオン。
何？サービスが飛ぼう。
無謀。
リラックスリラックス。この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。リラックスリラックス。
これの奥が良い。受け取るが良い。最悪。私にそれ言う。この星で早く。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロワからフロモへ時を示せ。行けいたいと。はっ。弱い。
ご苦労様。じゃあ次に行こう。
This happened when I was 12 years old. So you're 12 now. You've done well to grow this far. Right, I think it's time I sent you on an errand. I'm a little worried about letting you go alone, but you are stronger now that you can use Magecraft. You know where the Drift Cape is, yes? There's an Earth Clan fairy living there. I'd like you to bring this to him. Just make sure you're back by nightfall. Huh? No way. Could that house be? There was no mistaking it. That lone house on the top of the cape was an iron theme park, an artisan workshop like Merlin had told me about. The kind of place at the very top of my bucket list. The kind that couldn't be found in Tigtanagle. It's a smithy! Whoa, cool. Whoa, this is amazing. Even I don't know what I was thinking at the time. I couldn't have acted more suspicious if I tried. Probably looked like a burglar. So it's no surprise when... What are you doing here, girl? Are you trying to get your head split open? Ah! Our first meeting couldn't have gone worse. His name was Hector. He was a blacksmith of the Earth Clan. He was an eccentric who had been living on the Cape for hundreds of years, and everyone in the village feared him. He was really stubborn and kind of scary looking, but he was a true friend and never once lied to me. Huh? Dad letter pouches for Tic-Tac-Nagel. So you weren't trying to steal my iron? You were bringing me some? So you're not a burglar, eh? So this is for the Tic-Tac-Nagel elder? What was that? I can't hear you. Speak up. Enunciate. Louder. Hector's hearing was poor, so I had to be really loud if I wanted him to hear me. What's more, he hated fairies. Both his inner voice and his heart were dripping with pitch-black hatred. He's gonna kill me if I stay here too long. He really is gonna split my head open with that hammer. My excitement was about being in a real smithy gone. I decided to leave the elder's package and beat a hasty retreat. But then... Wait, let me get a good look at you. You're the child of prophecy, aren't you? I see, so it's already been 12 years since Einzel made her prophecy. Get back to your village. This is no place for a young girl. I live out in this backwater, so I don't have to see anyone. Don't you ever come here again, got it? I don't have time to deal with the child of prophecy. Yes, sir. Sorry for the intrusion. In a panic, I made my way out of his house, just avoiding the hammer he threw my way. I ran from the cape and ran straight back to the village. My steps were slow and plodding, but with even less pep than usual. I came back. Didn't I tell you to stay away? What are you doing here? Why don't you listen to me? Is every fairy with that face actually a boar? Maybe a bear? Don't touch that. That's processed iron. It'll give any fairy who touches it awful high. Looks like you're okay. I see you might look like a Wind Clan fairy, but you're actually with the Demon Boar Clan. Of course, there's no such thing as a Demon Boar Clan. So you're not afraid of iron or the forge, huh? What got you an interest in them? I see. I see. Back again, are you? Well, I doubt anyone else in that village would want to spend time with me. Your outfit's rubbish. Place has lots of pockets, but the seams and finish are horrible. Here, give your elder a message for me. Tell him I'll give him a discount if he sends someone to help me. Really, Hector, does that mean? Don't call me Hector, just Grandpa Smithy is fine. You'd better be here every other day to help out, got that? Ugh, I don't even know who taught you how to hold the tool. But you're doing it all wrong. You're gonna hurt yourself that way. You gotta learn the fundamentals. Can't have you dying in a shop accident and ruining my reputation. If you're really interested in learning what it takes to be a smith, I can teach you. But don't expect me to pay you. If anything, you ought to be paying me for these lessons. I'll put it all in the tab so you can pay me back when you make it big. And so I began studying a new field in preparation for my journey as the child of prophecy. Hector was rough and intimidating, but he also excelled at fine craftsmanship and intricate ornamentation. A year after I started helping him, I learned that Hector was famous in certain circles as a master smith. I also found out he didn't just take jobs from other villages in southwest Britain. He also occasionally got special orders from big cities like Salisbury, Oxford, and even as far off as Manchester. For example... Excuse me, is Sir Hector in? It was the first time a customer had shown up personally at Hector's workshop. I tried to give her a proper welcome so it would reflect well on Hector. Sir Hector, are you here? I'm Gwen. I sent you an order some time ago. I don't know if it was intentional or if she just couldn't hear me, but she ignored me completely. So you're Gwen, huh? Never thought I'd see another Tamlin. I can see you're a strong one. You ought to be able to handle this armor then. It's all ready to go in the back room. If it fits all right, I could back it up for you today. Give me a hand, Eltria. Make sure you don't drop it. It ain't cheap. There's no need for that. It fits well, so I'll just wear it out. I see. Alright, come with me then. I'll show you stay here and tidy up. I heard the clatter of armor being put on in the back room, along with Hector and the fairy's conversation. Apparently, she was an amazing upper-class Clan fairy who had been chosen to become the Tamlin. She was well known in Gloucester's social circles. It had impeccable manners and was as strong as she was tall, and she obviously had enough money to buy the silver armor Hector had been working on for the last 4 years. For some reason, I found myself getting angry. This is fantastic work, Director. I'm grateful you were here to do it. It was a fulfilling job. Only one I've had since I came here. Really? I would think an artist of your skill could easily find work anywhere. I know this is rude of me to suggest, but my own city still lacks a sizable city. If you think you might be amenable to moving there. Huh? What the hell is she on about? Did you hear that? It almost sounded like a bullfrog. Or maybe a night crow? Stay out of this, you idiot. Don't you know she's a Tamlin? But come on, Grandpa, who the hell does she think it is trying to persuade you to move away? I won't deny I had something of a foul mouth by this point. I blame Merlin for that. Still, I really was pissed, so I marched up to her Tamlin and glared at her, hoping it would make her leave. Oh, you must be Sir Ector's apprentice. I can understand how you feel. I would be sad to part ways with a trusted mentor as well. I'm therefore willing to forgive this outburst. But regardless, don't talk to me again unless you've grown up some. When you're as tall as I am, it's a literal pain in the neck to talk to smaller people. Not that I imagine anyone of your size could even begin to understand what it's like. And with that, the Tamlin up and left. It was clear she had forgotten all about me the moment she stopped speaking to me. Her signature on Ector's order slip didn't say Gwaine, it said Barghest. Some weird curse kept me from reading it, but since I could always tell when someone is lying, I could see through it. I'm gonna remember that name. You see if I don't. Not bad. I ran out of things to teach you in only 4 years. Apprentice or not, you're a fully fledged smith now. Not much we could do about your lack of magical energy, though. How are things with the village fairies? Do they still believe you're the child of prophecy? Things are the same as ever there. Half of the village still doesn't believe I am. Everyone wants to send the child of prophecy on her way, though, so things more or less work out. How about you, Grandpa? Do you think I'm the child of prophecy? Why ask me? I couldn't care less about Titanagle. They'll gather some sand from the beach. We need to make a lot of jewelry starting tomorrow. There's a festival coming up in the Catstiff village soon, and they ordered a bunch of cheap trinkets. Ector was very good with his hands, so in addition to weapons, armors, and household items, he also made jewelry. His workbench was always covered with different kinds of ornaments and accessories. He said they were just cheap trinkets meant to fool children, but for someone like me, who had only ever had one outfit to call her own, they might as well have been the crown jewels. They glittered like stars in the night sky, red, blue, green, sometimes even yellow. Apparently, I had a habit of stopping what I was doing and gazing at the barrettes that were all arrayed on the workbench. One day, on my second autumn of helping there, Ector saw me observing them and said, "If you want, go ahead and take one to keep for your reference. I can write it off within the margin of error." For a smith, the margin of error refers to products that are cracked or broken in the process of making something. Of course, Ector would never make anything defective, but he was kind enough to offer me one anyway, to encourage me. But, thanks, but no thanks. If I brought something in my own bag, they'd just take it away again. I was thrilled that they offered it to me, and wanted so much to accept it, and my vision blurred with tears. But the fairies at Titanagle approved with the staff selection that I could never have anything I really cared about. Still, it did help me remember a conversation I had when I was younger. It was with Merlin, when I was recklessly working day and night to try and move things along as fast as I could. Man, it sucks when things that should have disappeared long ago just stick around, like those terrifying fairies who keep on trying to control you. This is the worst. Everyone in Britain is so awful now. Just kidding, but if that's how you feel, Altria, you should say so. It's okay to want what you want. You don't have to deny yourself. Now, what is it you want most right now? Don't be embarrassed, just tell me. I want a spell that can blow an enemy to smithereens. Here, like this. I see, so you need a tool you can charge with magical energy and a spell you can use to make gunpowder explode. This is dangerously close to magical terrorism. I love how that's an actual line, magical terrorism. Then again, there's no telling when or where the black dogs might come after you. Okay, I'll try putting together a little recipe. Give me 6 days, okay? Let's see, I think there was a smith in Norwich who was an expert in this sort of thing. You're so kind and helpful, Merlin. I bet you've been on a lot of dates, haven't you? Oh, I don't know about that. I don't really understand much about that whole love business. That's a lot like food for me. Instead of thinking about my companion, all I think about is what it tastes like. That's kind of why neither fairies nor humans have ever had much love for me. But then, once I was suddenly thrust to a role where I had to be romantic, I ended up being better at it than anyone else. Honestly, I'm more unsure of what that says about me more than anyone. So you don't have a single lover, even though you're the mage of flowers. Aren't you lonely? Maybe, though probably not as much since I didn't realize it until you said something. That's not something I ever worried about. I always knew I'd be forever out of reach. That said, for me, studying magecraft, looking for a way to save Bryn, finding a lover, are all basically the same. What do you mean? What I mean is, it might be lonesome to look for a star you know doesn't exist, but it's also kind of fun. Then, on the morning I turned 16, the mad village fairies all gathered in the town square and told me, "We want to see proof that you really are the child of prophecy. That blacksmith who lives on the cliffs is an Imperial Guard. You're the only one he's not weary of. You're the only one he trusts. If you're truly the fairy destined to save Britain, then kill him for us. Please, please, we're so anxious. Our every day is filled with fear. So go on, prove you can protect us by taking care of him." That's the end of my autumn memories.
見ていてくださいね、先輩。これの
お待ちして夢のように片付けよう。
受け取るがよい。
何事もやればできるさ。
怖い。私の変身。はい、桜ピー。ビビーチャンネル。これはいけません。ですがご安心を。ビビーチーにお任せ。ファーストキューピッドプレッシャー。罰ゲームです。歌になーれ。
この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。
これの後が良い。
お望みのままに。何？さあどうも。こっちのが得意でね。では本気を出すとしよう。
さすがだな。残酷に冷酷に。変で。 私の変残酷に冷酷にですビビーチャンネルこれはいけませんですがご安心をビビーチにお任せですファーストキューピッドプレッシャーペンペン豚になーれなんと空気の読めぬ真夏のチャームロックオン悪夢のクレーターにご招待残酷に冷酷にですシャワールーム行っちゃいますお待たせしましたジャイアントビービーちゃんです水しぶきにもなれませんでしたね罰ゲームですサマーバケーションやっほー怖いおてんばですかバーンオー罰ゲームですかくしてグレートデビルの BB ちゃんは今日も可愛いのでした
Back to story. Apparently, the Earth Plant fairy living on the Cape used to be one of the Queen Morgan's Imperial Guards a long time ago. The village fairy's worry was genuine. They really did believe that killing Ector would keep the village safe. So they closed in around me and begged me in all sincerity, please kill him for us. If he really has the child of prophecy, then kill the Queen's agent for us. It would have been almost impossible to refuse, so like always, I took the easy way out, and so, okay, I will, I am the child of prophecy after all. I decided to do what they wanted of me, and went off to kill my friend. This is why I said I could never have anything I really cared about. I have to kill him. 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 If I don't kill him, they'll think I'm an imposter and they'll kill me instead. It was easy to sneak in since Ector was hard of hearing. He was sleeping on a stone bed, completely defenseless. In my hand, I had a rusty iron knife the fairies had given me. The truth is, it wasn't impossible to refuse. I was just scared. Scared of being called an imposter. Scared of getting beaten for being useless. Scared of that my life so far might have been for nothing. And so... I got so fed up and angry that I brought the knife down as hard as I could. Oh well, maybe things will work out. I sheathed the now chipped knife and began walking the dark path back to the village. I was practically trembling with fear, but I also knew the village fairies were simple folk. I was almost strangely optimistic that I could get out of this as long as I explained everything. Don't let her fool you. She didn't kill the blacksmith. I was watching the whole time. She didn't do anything to him. She just cut one of his helmets. And that's not all. I know her magecraft is fake too. It's just smoke and gunpowder. All just smoke and gunpowder. She's not the child of prophecy. She's not special at all. What did she say? Is that true? She couldn't kill the Imperial Guard. She couldn't kill one of Morgan's agents. Then she can't be the child of prophecy. I knew it didn't make sense. I tried to run away, but the village fairies were all stronger than me and had more magical energy too. Grab Caster, grab the liar. Hand her over to Woodwose's executioners as a child of prophecy imposter. They caught me in no time and threw me in an underground jail. The fairy who accused me was smiling so smugly, so triumphantly, but I wasn't surprised. Whenever she talked to me claiming to be my friend, she was always consumed with envy and doubt. She wasn't a bad person. It was just fairy nature. Even when you know someone is objectively worse off than you are, you can't help but be jealous when they're treated like they're special. After that, life in the village became very hectic. Woodwose's executioners, a horrific group of soldiers who went around capturing fairies suspected of being the child of prophecy and taking them to the castle. They were to arrive in Titanagle in 3 days, and I was to wait for them in my cell until then. So you finally showed your true colors. I can't wait to hand you over to the High Queen. I never believed you were the child of prophecy. There's no way a fairy like you could be our savior. I don't want to hand you over to Woodwose, but everyone else says that that needs to be done to the imposters. But is it really so important? It's awful that things have come to this. We are so close, so very close. But then I suppose it was always too much to hope for. This village would have disappeared the year you washed up on our shore if you hadn't come along. You and the treasure that was on your boat gave us hope, but now the treasure's all gone. Soon our village will be... Then again, if we all tell Woodwose you're the general in Article, maybe we could still get a sizable reward. I'm sorry, Castor. I tried to talk the others out of this. I really did. I'm so sad that things have turned out this way, too. You really did your best for us. A lot of fairies came to visit me in jail, each with their own reasons. The fairies of Titanagle were divided right down the middle into supporters of the Queen and supporters of the Child of Prophecy. The fact that I was in jail meant that the pro-Queen fairies had gained a numbers advantage. There was no fairy left who could rescue me. But there were some who were willing to look the other way if I escaped. I figured that was enough. Either way, everything hinged on what would happen in 3 days. I would have one last chance to escape before they let me out of jail, right before they handed me over to the executioners. I made sure to stay in shape so that I could run whenever I needed to and kept a constant eye out for opportunities. You better believe I'm going to escape. I've been training my whole life to go on this pilgrimage. I can't let it end before it even begins. Hearing commotion outside, I thought the executioners must have come and ready myself to escape. So you're still alive. Guess not even these fairies were that stupid. Hector, what are you doing here? What happened to you? What, this? Don't worry about it. I had to beat a few fairies up to get in here, but never mind that. You've got to go. Here, put this on. It's no helmet, but this hat should help protect your head and hide your face at least a little. Huh? You mean you're here to help me escape? Oh, this hat's so cute and stylish. I knew you had good taste, Hector. Stow the compliment. Here, I got this back for you. It was always yours anyway. It was the staff of selection that had been taken from me when I was a child. 9 years had gone by since I last saw it, but it still felt like an extension of my body. Though sadly, it looked like I had long since lost Merlin's flippant voice. Go on now, hurry. It won't be long before Woodwose's executioners. Hector? Don't call me by that name. It'll only bring you bad luck. I took out the guards, but there'll be new ones here soon. We need to get you out of here while it's still dark. Run as far as you can. If you can make it to Salisbury's Plains. What was that? It's coming from outside. At the time, I could only imagine that the executioners had come and set the village on fire. I can't believe it. I knew they said they would have to cut down the number of mouths to feed for winter. By killing each other over it, that's not just stupid, it's downright pitiful. What's going on here? Why are the fairies who called us for killing each other? Who's in charge here? Where's the Child of Prophecy? Please stand back, Lord Woodwose. These fairies have all gone mad. We can't question them now. What would you have us do, sir? Grr, damned bloodthirsty fools. Band wheelers, exterminate the residents. Spear wielders, guard the exits. Can't let any of them escape now. Don't bother putting out the fires until the fairies have been dealt with. But make sure to capture any fairy who could be the Child of Prophecy alive. Her Majesty's orders. No. I didn't have any particular plan. Heck, I didn't have time to think. But just as I was about to make a run for the town square to try and rescue everyone. Stop, Altria. You'll never make it in time. You need to get away from here now. Besides, why would you want to help them? They were going to sell you away. I know, but... They were still the fairies I'd grown up with. They may have lied to me almost nonstop for my entire life, but that didn't mean I could just abandon them. You fool. Just come with me, damn it. They're here for the Child of Prophecy. Once you're gone, there won't be a reason for the executioners to be here anymore. Once we reach the cover of the forest, you can do whatever you want. Grandpa took my hand and ran. Phew, there we are. You can go the rest of the way alone. Fought some of Woodwose's soldiers on the way, so it won't be long before more show up. You need to get away from here before they do. What about you, Grandpa? I don't suppose you could come with me. No, I can't. I still have work left to do. Once I'm sure you've escaped, I'll be heading straight back to my forge on the Cape, and that'll be that. You've been nothing but trouble, girl. Don't visit me again. But Hector, you're... I couldn't help it. I could see his kind-hearted lies. I could see the deep wounds to his sides, though he had hidden with his clothes. I could see how his strong back had been practically cut to ribbons. And I could see that his failing heart would stop entirely once I took my eyes off him. Right, you fairies of paradise really are a pain, aren't you? The village is done for. The executioners are here. Hold your head high. Grip your staff tight. Now is the time to begin your journey, Altria. Remember, no matter what anyone says, even if you don't believe it yourself, you are the child of prophecy. You could have killed me that night, but you didn't. That's who you really are. No matter how much Burn rejects you or how much the fairies shun you, or even how much weaker you are than them, you're still a better choice for a savior than anyone else. I don't think you ever realized this yourself, but you're just not capable of getting angry for your own sake. And besides, you're the spitting image of her. A stubborn, sore loser who keeps getting back up no matter how many times she falls. That's why I know you'll see your chosen path through the end. No, I want to go back to the forge and live with you at the Cape. That'll be way more fun. Besides, once I turn 17, the prophecy won't be true anymore and won't have to make any more trouble for you. But that dream would never come true. You never even heard what I wanted to say. I don't know who Grandpa was or why he did so much for me. All I know is the heartbeat I could still hear today. The sound of my own still living heartbeat. Right, that's right. The one thing I have going for me is my ability to quickly cheer up, no matter how many times I'm brought down. I secured my new hat atop my head and gripped the staff selection tight. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for raising me until I turned 16. I'm the fairy of paradise. I'm the one who's meant to bring Bryn the salvation it really needs. So I'm going to begin my pilgrimage now, just like you wanted me to. But that was easier said than done. Forget beginning my pilgrimage. I couldn't even get anyone to take me seriously. I tried to meet with the head of the Wind Clan in Salisbury, but the rebel army turned me away at the door. I tried doing a few odd jobs in response to their demands that I prove I was a child of prophecy, but... Which hole in the woods did you crawl out of? Your clothes are a mess and you've got almost no magical energy. But at least you're a decent worker. Nice job taking care of the Moors on the highway. I don't know how many centuries it'll take you, but hey, good luck saving Bryn. We don't need the child of prophecy here anyway, girlie. We have Lady Aurora looking out for us. But the fairies are waiting for the child of prophecy. Don't let it fool you. They're just pretending. Fairies latch into anything that seems like fun, or even just whatever's trendy. Nobody actually wants or believes in the child of prophecy. We'd all love it if Morgan went away, but her aside, we're happy with the way things are now. After being laughed off, I used my anger as fuel to take me from the west to the east and back again, fooling myself into thinking that starting with smaller villages would yield better results in big cities. I went around the forest visiting all kinds of places. But it was no different. Everywhere I went, people laughed at me, used me, and dropped me like so much garbage. On the surface, they were all for the child of prophecy, but on the inside, isn't there anything more fun to do? Now I see, they all love rumors about the child of prophecy, but the actual child is just a big pain. I had no one to teach me and no companions to commiserate it with. Every fairy and brain hated me the second they laid eyes on me. Since humans had no love for the fairies either, all I could do was travel alone. This is hard. Really hard. Consumed by depression, I decided to go to the Nameless Woods. I didn't have a particular plan in mind. I just wanted to be someone other than myself, even for only a little while. But the curse of the Nameless Woods didn't even affect fairies from paradise. So much for that. So I just pretended to have lost my memory and went off to the newcomer tent to sulk. But then a new fairy was carried in. Mash? She had lost her memory and was in such bad shape, both physically and mentally, that it felt like I had to help her. But most of all, I thought, if she's forgotten about the child of prophecy, maybe there's a chance we could be friends. That was the end of my summer memories. This is it. We're finally to the spring memories. And since they're spring, I'm sure they're going to be lots of fun. I bet any obstacles we run into here will be total pushovers, so you won't have to worry much about talking to them, taking them down. I was hoping we wouldn't have to fight any more of those Moors. Me too, if those really are Altria's memories given physical form. But I can only imagine how painful they must be for her. Even just facing them as Moors makes me feel like my heart's being gouged out of my chest. Don't worry, that's all done with now that we're past summer. Spring memories are fun times, and fun times only. The only kinds of obstacles I expect to see here are things like, there'll probably be Altria herself dressed to the nines, or an enormous feast full of delicious foods. That's all well and good, but before we start fighting, there's one thing I want to clear up. You said that the Fairy of Paradise who rings all the bells of pilgrimage becomes a sacred sword itself, right? Does that mean Altria's going to disappear once it's done? Yes, that's right. Creating a sacred sword's conceptual foundation will destroy everything she is, was, is, and ever will be. That is the Fairy of Paradise's duty, her function, and even then, the sacred sword won't be easy to forge. Everything about her, every experience she's had, all her memories, even her spirit organ, her very fate, will be used as materials to make it. It's not a sacrifice, it's equivalent exchange. And it has to be her, it can't be anyone else. Does Altria know this? Oh yeah, she knows very well that fulfilling her duty means the end for her. That much should have been made clear to her from the very beginning. I know how you all feel, but please understand, this really is the only way. She knew what would happen when she entered the spirit cavern. Yes, the situation may have forced her hand, but she's still heading to the site selection of her own free will. Huh? You're all here? Altria? Wait, you're back already? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, we still haven't fought any... I see. Well, that was easy, huh? It was literally over before I knew it. So that's the site selection on top of that hill, huh? Okay, last one's there, rotten egg. I can't believe it, all those horrible memories, and even at the end, she... I know, it just ain't right. But you know, Hio, if nothing else, I'm glad you're so damn pissed off about it. Look, whatever happens next, just let the old man here handle it. Muramasa, what do you mean by... Never mind that now. Come on, we need to run, or she'll really go on ahead of us. Either way, this is the end of her long journey. Let's see how this mission of hers plays out. Ah, yes, a mysterious cosmic orb. Whenever I close my eyes, this is where I'd be. Whenever I sleep, this is where I'd be. No, that's wrong. It's a lie. Whether my eyes are open or closed, whether I'm asleep or awake, this is how the world has always looked to me. The wind, the clouds, are not really a storm. They're all people's voices. It's so awful to look at that I put out my own eyes. It's so horrible to hear that I plugged up my ears. But it didn't matter. Nothing banished the darkness or made the wind stop howling. This is the tainted land where I need to fulfill my duties as the Fairy of Paradise. I can't do this. I just can't do this. But no one would listen no matter how hard I screamed. Besides, the wind was blowing so fiercely I couldn't even hear myself. After everything I've experienced in the village and getting to know more fairies better, the storm only intensified. I have no idea which direction I should go or what I should even look for. I know how this sounds, but Queen Morgan was honestly kind of lucky. She wanted to make Britain into her own kingdom. It was thanks to that powerful, envy-inspiring goal of hers that she navigated the storm without losing her way. But I don't have anything like that. Not one single thing. I hate Britain. I hate fairies. I hate humans. So how could I ever see a way through this storm? No, that's not right. I could see a way. It was shown to me when I rang the bells of pilgrimage. Altria Pendragon, the King of Britain. When I heard that she was my proper human history self, I thought I was going to throw up. The ideal knight, a king who lived her whole life for others and sacrificed all she had for Britain's future. I don't want to end up like her. I can never live a life like that. But to create the sacred sword is to also determine her fate. Without the sacred sword, her life would be different. Without the sacred sword, Britain would come to a different end. Forget this. I should just give up. Yeah, that's it. After all, I'm the only one who could save her. That's why I fought for myself each and every time I heard the bells ring. But I can still see that star. I don't know what that star is. I do know it's not my dream, it's my goal or something I care about. But it's always been there ever since I was born. It may have grown small and weak at times, but it was always there no matter how intense the storm got. I don't know where I want to go. I don't care about my duty, I just want to forget all this child of prophecy stuff. So why? I never stopped moving forward. I never did want to give up. I couldn't let this storm bait me. I don't get it. Why am I so obstinate? What is it that's stopping me from throwing my life away? As a fairy paradise, I didn't have a spring. I didn't have much of anything. That's why I at least want to know why I couldn't just give up. I'm no queen, I'm no savior. So what brought an ordinary nobody like me so far? So what did the tiny star mean for an ordinary girl like me? Is this a site of selection? The forge meant to make the sacred sword. That's right. That thing in the middle there is the furnace, the center of the universe. That's where the fairy paradise is meant to go. All you have to do is stand there, and the sacred sword will come into being. And not just for this lost belt either. We'll also finally bestow you with the sacred sword, the one whose concept was wiped clean from your world. And it won't just be something the heroic spirit temporarily reproduces. It'll be a weapon capable of defeating an invader from a foreign world for the humans of this time period. Does that mean doing this will save Hio and Mash's world? It will make the impossible possible. They will go from having no chance to having a small chance. It will. Well, that's all the more reason to do this. Britain will go back to the way it used to be, and it will save the outside world too. What more could we ask for? But it'll also mean... Hey, what's wrong? You both look almost sick. What is it? Do you need to rest up outside? It's okay if you do. It probably won't take long anyway. It's not that. Yes, that's right. Creating a sacred sword's conceptual foundation will destroy everything she was, is, and ever will be. Everyone else here, this is nuts. You don't have to do this. Don't be silly, Hugh. You're the one who praised me for not running away. Okay, here goes. Well, since I won't get another chance to say this, I need to get something off my chest. I hated every minute of my life, everything about it. Humans, fairies, Britain, my duty, everything. Fighting is terrifying. Hatred is exhausting. I would have so much happier just living a normal life. But I knew how much saying that would disappoint everyone, so I just had to act like a good, dutiful child of prophecy. And that made our journey together a balancing act for me, a hard one. Every time I fought, I somehow hung on this time, but I'm sure I'll give up next time. Honestly, no one's more shocked than me that I made it this far. Forging the sacred sword means erasing fairy burden from existence. I'll never really love fairies or humans, but I could always see the wish they held in their hearts. Every one of the fairies was suffering inside. They all wished for salvation. Even if they're sinners, even if they're just getting what they deserve, I can't believe they brought this on themselves. Because, hey, we're all the same. Lies of omission and outright deception are just parts of life. And even under all those lies, everyone truly wished to be saved. I swear, I really wish they cut that kind of stuff out. It was really hard walking this Avalon path. Sometimes I really just wanted to shout, can someone cut me some freaking slack? But looking back now, I'm glad my life wasn't all bad after all. Until now, standing here, I didn't think there was a way I, of all people, could save this world. That someone like me could ever be allowed to end their world. I mean, it's not fair to decide a world's fate when you don't even like the world, right? Right. But you're still gonna do it anyway, huh? Yeah, I am. I'm going to fulfill my duty here, and the crazy thing is, I don't know why. It's probably for some silly, selfish reason, something no one else could ever understand. But you know, I bet it's the same sort of thing that kept you going in the Garden of Lost Will, Hio. And probably the same kind of thing that made you stand firm in the face of the calamity in Norwich, Mash. I'm not doing this for anyone else. I'm doing this for me. I'm not even doing it because it's right. I think. And then making my way through the storm because there's something I just can't turn my back on. My fingertips dissolve first. I can feel the contours of my entire body fading away. My memories will probably go after this, then my sense of self. The planet's inner sea isn't stripping away all my memories at once. Like one's just as good as another. To make the sacred sword, it has to go through them carefully, so I can understand humanity in the present day. I was only ever a means to learn about them, so I could shape a better, more powerful sacred sword. I'll try it really is a homie. I'll probably have to grill her after this. She's straight up just dead inside. And frankly, that's a mood. Good, this should make me into a good sword. A sword bright like the star I saw in that storm. The planet's light that won't ever fade into the face of the wicked. A sword that isn't me, from a place that isn't here. A sword bearing the wishes of the masses and hope for their happiness. A sword who can hold her head high at the sight of selection and become the savior fit to be by your side. Oh, I'm so glad. As Castor, the fairy of paradise, I may not have had spring memories. But as Altria, as myself, I have such wonderful memories of my journey. My body's gone now. By creating a sacred sword, I'll finally fulfill my duty as the fairy of paradise, the Avalon and the Fae. My journey as Castor will come to an end. And that's okay. I didn't come this far because I was afraid to die. Still, I just wish I could have found out what that light was. The light I've been seeing all my life. The light that's seen me all my life. Wanting to know what it was, and being determined not to give up until I found out, is what kept me going all this time. I thought I'd find out somewhere on my pilgrimage, but I never did. That's what the one regret. Yeah, can't end things just yet then, can you? Huh? What are you doing here? What do you mean what I'm doing here? Who the hell is else gonna forge this sword? My whole life's been about making blades and cutting through my destiny and karma. I'm Senji goddamn Muramasa. Go on, move aside. You brought the iron, now let the swordsmith do his job. Oh, so this is the planet's inner sea and the universe's furnace, huh? Oh boy, just getting close is enough to burn you. Now that's what I'm talking about. This right here, this is a job worth doing. Thanks, Altria. Guarding you wasn't a bad gig, but this is much more my kind of work. If I gotta say in it, I'll take a steering forge over escort duty any day of the week. That Muramasa killing the mood. But I guess that just fits him perfectly. No, you can't. Thank you so much, but you can't do this. It'll burn you to ash. Fine by me. Swordsmiths were born up to pound iron. If I can't do that in the God's own domain, that's worth burning my life away. Besides, the smithy's supposed to be hot. I ain't gonna stop pounding for nothing. Not even if my whole spirit origin burns up. Bye-bye, Grandpa. There we go. It's coming along nicely. Basic ship's all set. Now we just gotta temper it. Bro really doesn't want to work for the foreign god anymore. No, stop. You can't, huh? I'm floating? Why am I floating? Oh, that'll be because I took over here. You're probably getting booted out so you don't get in the way. Alright, Child of Prophecy. See you around. Got more iron than I need for this sword, so don't need to use it all, especially if you still got something left to do. I could use this power for the final finishing touch, but I want you to take it for yourself. In exchange, I'm going to use this to finish the job. Since you bought my life, it seems only right that I pay you back with it, right? Don't be ridiculous. You've more than paid me back for that. Besides, you're from the outside world, and you're Hio's enemy. You don't have any connection to Bryn. You don't have another job you need. Don't you have another job you need to do? True, I don't know how I'm going to face foreign God now, but hey, I'll probably never see her again anyway. Don't worry about it. I'm doing this because it's what I want, just like you. This is always my destiny. That's sad. I'm sorry I never got to make you that beret. Hello? The fuck does that mean, Muramasa? The light went out. Her spirit origin signal is gone. Altria, I know the sacred sword had to be made, but did it really have to be? I know, right? They had to be able to come up with a better way. It's just so inefficient, not to mention inhumane. But I guess it's probably too much to ask for a planet's soul. That's basically what the Inner Sea is, to think humanely. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hiomash. This is the essence of the sacred sword. Go on, take it. I'm sure Da Vinci and the other people at Chaldee will be able to use this as a base for a powerful offensive spell. I wish I could have given you Excalibur itself, but I'm afraid things don't work out that way. Hold up, what's going on? You mean, how did she come back? I'm as surprised as you are. I really thought the Forge would just be turning out a new Excalibur specifically for Chaldee's use. Hang on, where's the ginger? Where's the ginger? Christ. I see, so there's someone who gave her a tiny reprieve. I can't believe the old man's gone. Now I see, it wasn't Altria's spirit origin that disappeared. It was actually Muramasa. He really did protect her to the end. Yes, the heroic spirit Senji Muramasa sacrificed himself for what he believed in. The only reason I'm standing here now is because he insisted on performing the finishing touches himself. Now that the sacred sword has been delivered to the planet's inner sea, the premise behind this lost spell has been no returned. In time, it will be gently pruned away as though it never existed. But before that happens, there's something you need to do. Fairy Britain, the lost world made by the traitorous Morgan, is not part of this lost spell. As such, the calamity it created is not subject to the pruning theoretical phenomena. It represents a threat to humanity that you must defeat yourselves. There's something different about you now, but... I'm glad you're safe and sound. Welcome back, Altria. Thanks, Io. I'm back as the custodian of the sacred sword and it's stronger than ever. True, no matter how you slice it, you've definitely powered up. And wait, that Magecraft theory. Instead of hero creation, you have sacred sword creation? No fair, how'd you get a skill like that? Are you out to steal my thunder or something? It's okay, Altria, just ignore him. It's too bad Foe isn't here right now. Alright. I know we both have different roles to play, so I'll take this as a win and move on. The heroic spirit protected her, and she still lives as a result. This, too, is fate. The sacred sword has been forged, and this is the moment a planet is born. The child of prophecy fulfilled her duty, aided by the foreign mage. So now, it's my turn to help. I'm going to do a small-scale restoration on Britain to the way it was before things turned completely hopeless. Specifically, I'm going to turn back the clock on Sarunos at least a little bit. Turn back the clock, you mean, before he appeared? That's right, once Sarunos shows up, the cover's delayed with his curse, not even the sacred sword's protection will be enough for you to win. So I'm going to have him go back in time by, let's say 2 hours. See, I suspected something like this might happen, so I've kept the entire pit in a dream. Once I have Sarunos wake up, it'll be as though the events of that dream, that is everything that took place there over the last 2 hours, never happened. You did something in a rook, didn't you? Indeed, it's been pretty boring waiting around here ever since I was free from the garden, so I spent some time casting a spell on the pet. My spirit origin is practically falling apart now as a result, but oh well. Suffice to say, once I disengage my dream zone, I'll probably disappear along with it. I wish I could stick around to see how your battle goes, but sadly, it doesn't look like this is gonna happen. But don't worry about me, even if I felt bad about basically demanding Altria to be the one to sacrifice everything. Sure, things didn't turn out exactly as I planned, but hey, that's why we built in margins of error. For my last trick, I'll even help you out by sending you straight to the Stormbringer without having to go back through the Spirit Cavern. When you get there, it'll be 1 hour before Saruno shows up, and you'll have another hour after that before his curse spreads everywhere. That gives you 2 hours to settle this, but this time, you should have at least a fighting chance. Muramasa and I both gave everything we had for this. All you have to do now is the best you can. Isn't that right, Nameless King? And I ask you to watch over Hio and Mash for me. Of course, you take care too, Mage of Flowers. After all, this is just a shadow of Avalon, so I'm sure the real you is still imprisoned in that tower. Saw right through that too, didn't you? Yeah, you're definitely the Sacred Sword's guardian now. Alright, then back to Dying Brain with you all. Once you overcome its twilted skies, you'll find clear blue ahead. Good, I got him back safely. I'm glad I made it before I ran out of time. Oh, though I just remembered I forgot to ask something. I've been following the Chaldean Stargazer's journeys with my clairvoyance as much as possible. And Hio talked to herself a lot more than usual this time. I wonder what that was all about. And so now we're back to Hell on Earth. Interlude. We're almost there, lads. British airspace, 2 hours after the demonic dog's appearance. That giant demonic beast, I see, so that's the Black Dog's king, a magical energy eater who feasts on spoken lightning. So Bark has become a calamity. And Sarunas' curse shows no signs of slowing down. There's nowhere left to run. The way things are going, all fairies are destined to become unseelie court or turned into Moors. Either way, there's only a handful of sane fairies left. I don't know how long I can hold out either. This really is the great calamity. That it's all her fault things turned out this way. Aurora, my love, my reason for existing, my... Listen to me, Lancelot. Ainzel is a very dangerous fairy. She always makes such nonsensical prophecies, and nobody has any clue about her clan's true nature. Who knows what she might do if she catches everyone's attention and becomes the talk of all of Brennan. Remember, the Mirror Clan took in the Fairy of Paradise just like the Ring Clan once did. It's terribly irresponsible of her to make a prophecy like that now, especially when the Great Calamity could happen at any time. Why, it could be a more obvious revolt against our Queen Morgan. Just think about it makes my wings go dull. You understand me, right? Blank? After all, you're my prince in shining armor. You always bring me whatever I desire most, don't you? She doesn't have any wicked thoughts whatsoever. Really, good and evil don't factor into it at all. Most people think of her as the kindest, most compassionate fairy, one who strives for a world in which fairies and humans can coexist in peace. But they're wrong. That's just the image she projects. The only one she truly loves is herself. The only thing she cares about is maintaining a world where she's always beloved, a world where she can always be on top. She only advocates for humans so they will flood all over her. She only guides fairies so they will all respect her. She seems like such a skilled leader because she never fights with anyone. She didn't survive this long because she is strong. She's just always had a gift for dragging other leaders down. Every time a fairy more popular than her showed up, she would send the world down a dark path according to her whims. This time was no different. She didn't mean any harm. She just came into the realization that the Mirror Clan was dangerous and believed it with all her heart. So I killed him just like she wanted. It was clear beyond any doubt that the Mirror Clan had done nothing wrong. I still had to kill them, or Aurora would have withered away. As a fairy, Aurora's true skill is to completely convince herself of things that always work out in her favor. That's why she's neither good nor evil. The reason she never lost her radiance over these 3,000 years of her life is that her self-esteem is just not of this world. I buried my face in my hands, stained with the Mirror Clan's blood, trying to avert my eyes from what I had done. I had no right to ask her forgiveness or even to apologize. I knew what kind of person Aurora was, and I still put her radiance first. Because I care more about her than I do all the other fairies of Britain. Aurora didn't do anything wrong. I'm the only wicked creature here. I've committed so many crimes, all because I didn't want to lose her love, even though I knew it was a genuine. But that day was special. The Ymir clan was special. They were a gentle group of fairies protecting Albion's corpse, and by extension me. Not one of them so much as resisted. If anything, they seemed to pity me as they came to offer up their own lives. I didn't have a choice, or it would have withered and died if I hadn't done this. This isn't my fault. I didn't want to kill them. Aurora, I did this for you. All I want in return is for you to smile and say thank you. I decided not to fly so I wouldn't leave any evidence. On the night I returned, covered in mud and soaked to the bone. I can't believe the entire Ymir clan city is gone. What could have happened to them? They say it was a Moors attack, but how could Moors have gotten past the city walls? It must be Queen Morgan's doing. She must have gotten mad at Einzel's prophecy and... Don't be ridiculous. Queen Morgan is nothing if not prudent. She would never do anything like that. She valued the Ymir clan's prophecies more than anyone. And Einzel was a wonderful clan leader who only ever wanted what was best for Britain. Ah, poor Einzel. How could this have happened to you? Whatever attacked the Ymir clan is the foulest of beasts. The most rotten, most hateful monster in all of Britain. Even it may seem pretty on the outside, it only manages that by imitating me. Ah, what horrendous, awful creature. Just thinking about it makes me sick. It was a miracle. It really was. Back in that dark bog, when I was still just a pulsing lump of flesh, she took me in her arms and created me like I was the most important thing in the world. Hello there, darling one. Or perhaps I should say, good morning. My name is Aurora. What's yours? In that moment, I gave both mind and body. I knew what it was to feel and to admire. I knew what it was to love someone so deeply it could never be shaken. But, of course, that's just who she is. That's just who she is. I know why she cradled me in her arms back then. I know that she doesn't actually love me. But even so, I love you, Aurora. That's right, I can maintain this form as long as I have these feelings. Even without Queen Morgan's gift and name, I could still remain myself as long as Aurora is around. Without her, I'd probably return to my original form. To who I became when I was bored of all the hatred of all the Northern fairies who were killed in the War of Spring 8,000 years ago. I'm going to go to Salisbury. If Britain really is about to end, I want to spend my final moments as her knight. Kill them, kill them, kill the Northern fairies. They are the invaders who brought the calamities among us. Are there any fairies who have been infected with Moors poison? If you find one, capture and kill them before they become Moors. Round up the humans, make them fight the Moors. Kill any who refuse to as an example to the others. The cathedral. Open the doors to the cathedral. The city is tainted. Run for the cathedral. Lady Aurora will help us. Lady Aurora will save us. She's the new queen of Britain. I'm sure she'll sacrifice herself to the Moors to save us all. Oh my, they all look so dreadful now, and to think they used to be such peaceful fairies. Aurora. Who's there? How'd you get in here? It's me, Aurora. I came down from the bell tower. The city is in chaos. Most of the fairies have lost their minds. It's only a matter of time until they storm the cathedral. I hate to say this, but Salisbury is done for. Oh my, I see. Yes, of course. I still have you, Melusine. Thank goodness you're alright. You are, aren't you? Oh, but of course you are. You're the strongest Tamlin of all of Britain. You never get injured or degrade, no matter what. You're still my beautiful, beloved knight, no different from the day I met you. You couldn't have come out at a better time. I knew you'd be the one I could rely on. Yes, you're right. Salisbury's done for. No, Britain itself is doomed. If only there were a way we could survive. Ah, how did things ever come to this? It's so terribly sad, but I'm afraid there's no other way. Melusine, would you stay with me? I need you. Yes, of course. I'd be happy to spend our final moments together. I need you to help me escape. You can take me away from here, right? Look at that face of hers. That's a wild new face. What? Is it so surprising? It's a natural response to run from danger, isn't it? Not in this case. You're just not bothering to think again. Where would you run to, Aurora? Where could you hope to go after abandoning this world and all the fairies who believe in you? Yes, it's all such a shame, but they won't love me anymore, right? So forget about them. Let's go somewhere more fun instead, the world outside Britain. You heard about it from the Chaldeans, right? I'm sure it must be better than this boring old world. It's a world of nothing but poor, weak, filthy humans. Making my ideal world there should be easy. And you and I will be the only two fairies in it. That's what you want, right? My darling child, my little Melusine, I love you more than anyone right now. So come, take my hand and let's go start a new life together, okay? You're right, that is what I want. But if we did that, you'd probably just do the same things to that world that you've done to this one. All while telling yourself that you're not aware of what you're doing. Your entire purpose is to be loved more than anyone else. Melusine, what are you talking about? Where's Coral? I don't see her anywhere. Coral? Oh right, Coral. I turned her into a caterpillar because she was getting on my nerves, then I accidentally stepped on her. Be careful you don't step in the mess over there. You'll be tracking all over my nice, clean floor. Aurora, I want you to know that I love you. I love you whether you believe it or not, whether you even care or not. No matter how evil you might be, I'll still make all your wishes come true. Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know what you're talking about, but yes, that sounds lovely. Then come on, let's go to the outside world. I'm sure they have such a wonderful time there. Huh? Don't you see? That would never happen. That can never happen. That can't ever happen. You'll never find the love you need in the outside world. This is the only place you can be more beloved than anyone. Remember, human history isn't as simple as written. To see you for how evil you are in an instant. Do you really think you could survive in a world like that? You, who can't even bear to go without absolutely pristine water? Your wings, your face, everything about you would fade and waste away. And that would be more than you could bear. You would never be able to love yourself again. But you keep on deceiving yourself, trying to live the same way you've always have, even though you no longer recognize yourself. Every morning, you look in the mirror and die a little more inside. Maybe that's just normal life for other fairies. Maybe they wouldn't think anything of it. But for you, it would be the cruelest torture imaginable. Every day, you cry yourself to sleep in despair, unable to even muster the courage to end your own life. Every day will be a fresh hell where you cling to glory that would be forever beyond your reach. Every day, you'd hate yourself even more and more. And that would just be... What are you saying, Melusine? What an awful fake fairy you are, talking about a future that could never come to pass. Why, the very idea of becoming more miserable with every day sounds even worse than death. No, never mind that. Hurry and take me to the outside world. To where everyone will love me again. Because you only live to please me, right? That's right. It would have been better if I had only lived for myself. If I did, then I would have kept you alive no matter what. Without you, I'd just go back to being a hunk of flesh. But I can only live to please you, and that's why I can't take you to a place that would be pure hell for you. Gah. Gah. Even now, I still remember when we met. I could see it like it was yesterday. I remember the wind that blew through the dark bog. I remember the way you shone so brilliantly. I remember how I swore to give you everything I had to protect you. I love you, Aurora. I love you so much. Even if should I lose this form forever, I'll always... I'm pretty sure Melusine ate her. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Melusine ate her. And now we're at the second to last thing. Look at all those arrows. God damn it. Second to last time we'll hear this tune. Atmospheric magical energy density just skyrocketed, and now there's a second high density magical energy single too. On top of that, it looks like the rune has just disappeared from the pit. I mean, that's certainly better than the alternative, but it still beggars belief. What is going on here, Technical Advisor? The increase in atmospheric magical energy density resulted from all the fairies' bodies being burned. It's no cause for immediate concern, so we can ignore that for now. As for the second high density magical energy signal, we haven't been able to get a visual on it yet, so we can worry about that later too. As far as the pit goes, it's well... I'm sorry, I have absolutely no clue. All our data collection pertaining to it just vanished. It's almost like time itself has been rewound, but only in close proximity to the pit. Hold on, I'm picking up a space-time tremor inside the bridge. Something's about to come out. Everyone get down. We're back! We're on the last two acts, and then we'll be able to play something other than Fate next stream. Anyway, Dio, Cry Relay, Altria Caster. How the devil did you just pop right up in here like that? No, never mind that now. Tell me what happened down there. Be as quick as you can. Want an explanation later. And it's everything that happened to Avalon. So Murmos is gone too, huh? Mash, bring the round shield to the analysis room, please. I'd like to store the secret sword essence now. Well, we still have the chance. Alright, right away. Now then, let's make sure we're all on the same page. First of all, well done, Hio. Thanks to you, we now know how the British lost boat came into being, Cernunnos' fate, and the pit's true nature. Merlin gave us a second chance by winding back the events that occurred near the pit. And we know that a new sacred sword was forged in the planet's inner sea, with Altria Caster as its custodian. This has given us what we need to put together a plan of attack. Captain, patch me through to Professor, would you? I'm here, Holmes. Don't worry about filling me in. We've been listening in the whole time. Aware of our observational data regarding the pit disappeared along with the dream, but I trust you still have our navigational records pertaining to it, yes? And I'd like you to calculate how much time we have left until Cernunnos appears, and until his curse begins pouring out of the pit. Furthermore, I suspect we're going to engage in close quarter combat with Cernunnos' evolving servants positioned at the border of the stack. So we'll need anti-curse measures in place as well as this 30 physical defenses. We're not going to attack Cernunnos with the sword burner's cannons. Considering his massive size, I think that would be our best way of going about it. Well, we'll certainly try that as well, but I doubt typical means of physical intervention will do us much good. Well, I'm sure he has a spirit core just like any other god. It's protected by a thick layer of cursed flesh. Seeing as that curse effectively functions as muscle, we won't be defeating him so much as exercising him. As such, I suspect that blessed spiritual attacks from Altria Caster and Grimmer the Sage will be our only effective means of fighting him. Though unfortunately, what we can do to finish the job afterwards remains an open question. I hate to do this to Captain Nemo, but ramming Cernunnos at full speed may be our only option. Roger that, the ship definitely doesn't need much curse dispelling equipment. Definitely doesn't have much curse dispelling equipment after all. I've just completed calculations for the countdown. We have 30 minutes until Cernunnos appears. And the last time he showed up, he took another hour for the curse to spill out of the pit. You hear that, everyone? We only have an hour and a half. Our greatest enemy may be Cernunnos, but there's still another calamity we need to stop before he appears. We cannot let these calamities escape British shores and reach out to the outside world. To do so would be to let them become part of the proper human history as well. Our first objective is therefore to find Barkhest, the calamity heading in Norwich from Manchester by way of Oxford, and take her down before Cernunnos appears. Neither we nor Britain have a moment to spare, which is why I'm beginning this operation immediately. Master Hio, Altria Caster, and Grimmer, you three will figure out a way to defeat Cernunnos. Captain, you and the Marines will plot the optimal route for the operation. The Vinci Professor, you two will come up with an anti-curse barrier for the Stormboard. Huh? What was that? I think I saw something on the monitor just now. Impact on our starboard third quarter. Single strike discard through our physical defenses. It burned away the armor plating and the interior hallways exposed to open air. Damn it, Marine overboard. One of them fell, damn it. Later, Menir. Right now, we need to figure out what's going on. Where did that thermic ray come from, Da Vinci? Nothing short of a divine construct to even be able to scratch from word his armor, little and shred it. There, I found it. Putting it up on the monitor now. That's a dragon. Enemy craft is cruising at 1200 kilometers per hour. It's picked up speed. Whoa, it's bounding off the magical energy in the atmosphere. It's at Mach 1, Mach 2. Looks like it hasn't hit its top speed. We're dealing with some kind of supersonic fighter. Hang on, how can it flit around at that speed? Oh crap, oh crap. Enemy aircraft is coming about and bearing right for us. It's collision course. Contacted 10, 9, 8. Pull up Munir. Flanking speed. That thing will tear through the bridge if it hits us straight on. We need to dodge it at the last possible second and escape the higher altitude before it can change course. She looks like a Pokemon. And this sounds like Pokemon music. Oh, I just noticed. Look at the wing. The fucking round table's right there. Interesting. Grah! It was a damn close shave, but we got off with just a few scratches on the prow. Enemy aircraft is now 14 kilometers away. Ah, just turned around again. What do we do, Captain? That thing's not going to stop until it brings us down. I know, just keep taking us up. We can't outmaneuver that thing, so we'll just have to keep hoping we can fly harder than it can. What is that thing, Da Vinci? Do you have any new data yet? Sure do. That wasn't a Talon strike just now. It was a concentrated mana burst straight from the enemy's mouth. Looks like broadcast wasn't the only thing burning to the ground. Just the heat from that thing's breast attack is enough to cleave through the ground. Its acceleration isn't affected by atmospheric pressure or air temperature. And its wings apparently ignore the laws of Interia completely. There's no mistaking it. That thing is Albion, the pure-blooded dragon, our third calamity. If it's Albion, I wonder if that means... Albion's coming after the border. If it lands in a breath attack on our stern, we're done for. We already know its breath is strong enough to cut through our physical defenses like paper. One strike to the stern and we'll lose the whole engine. Everyone sit down and strap in tight. Da Vinci, start tracking the time until the next breath attack. At 2 seconds before impact, I'm going to unfurl the gravity sails to maximum pitch and pitch the ship upwards, turning us on our tail. It'll feel like taking a tumble in midair, so the ship's going to shake like crazy. Don't stand up unless you got a death wish. Once we've evaded the breath attack, I'll return the ship to an upright position to maintain our altitude. Here it comes, we're in firing range. 6, 5, 4, 3. Raise the bow and unfurl the sails. Pull up. Did the water just do a loop-de-loop? We made it up above the clouds, Captain, but damn it, we burned through almost all the magical energy we had stored up. Now what do we do? There's no way we could dodge another one. May I say something? I should be able to defend against the thermic ray now. I will not be able to protect the entire ship, but I can only do it for a few minutes. If there's 1 second that's absolutely crucial, like the engine, I can at least put a defensive barrier there. Will that be enough to get us through this? That's most encouraging, Altria Caster, but before you do that, I have a question for you. The Calamity's only target is the British ferries, so why is that dragon attacking us? Why should it be interested in us? Huh? I don't know, really. I'm still learning the ropes myself, so... It's because we now have a means of saving Britain. Before, the Calamities considered Chaldea to be just another pebble on the road. But now Altria is back, and we have a real chance of taking down Runos. And the Calamities know just as well as we do that the Ferry to Paradise is the enemy of Britain. I see, so before we were just merely passerby, but now that we have a weapon, we're involved. That changes matters considerably. The dragon isn't coming after us. It's coming after Altria Caster, and that means... We're only going there, huh, Holmes? Indeed, we can narrow the enemy's focus simply by sending Altria out to the deck. Ah! If Altria goes out to the deck with her hands up, the Howler or Albion towards her. Once it closes in to try and kill her, we'll draw into close combat. I'll call it Operation Titanic. What do y'all think? I can't believe this. What the heck kind of hero is this guy anyway? Great detective. I don't know what a detective is, but proper human history calls someone like that a hero. It deserves to be destroyed. Look, even if I actually agreed to his insane decoy scheme, I won't be able to defend the ship at the same time. I can either lure Avalon in, or I can protect the ship from its rough attacks. Doing both just isn't an option. Damn it, just when I thought we had a viable plan. Altria knows her limits. It's not a matter of willpower or confidence. If she says she can't do something, it's because she really can't do it. So I'll have to drop this plan and... No, we don't. You need a decoy lure that dragon in, right? Then I'll do that while you protect the ship, Altria. Why aren't you in the infirmary? I'm sorry, he insisted on coming to the bridge. I appreciate your office, Percival, but I'm afraid that you simply won't work. That calamity is after the Fairy of Paradise. There's no one else who could take Altria's place. That's where you're wrong. I can take her place. The spear is the spear selection. The same one used by the last Fairy of Paradise. I'm an artificial child of prophecy, which makes me the perfect person for the job. Percy. The dragon's mind no longer functioned like a person, but that wasn't a problem for it. It was originally made up of whatever happened to be nearby. Things like the Northern Fairy's grudge that had been found around for thousands of years, and a clump of dying cells that had fallen out the dragon's remains. It was an extermination engine meant to destroy the land around it, the land made of fairy corpses. It no longer had anything in the way of pain, grief, joy, or love. It just was. The commands running through its brain as electrical signals couldn't have been simpler. Objective: stop anyone impeding brain's collapse. Reason: unknown. Target: flying enemy aircraft. Target: tip of flying enemy aircraft. Action: eliminate. Action: destroy. Oh, welcome to the Shad, Sushi. The dragon soared across the twilight sky, the wind screaming past its ears. It felt nothing at all. Not a single human impulse ran through its brain. Target acquired. Target. Its visual data wavered. An ache built in its chest, the hollow where its heart should be. There was something very familiar about the target standing on the tip of the flying enemy aircraft. Good, I can still move. I should be able to manage like this. I hope you're all watching this, everyone. Alright, I understand what I have to do. I'll stay put on the bow and let all of you handle the dragon. I'm in no condition to fight anymore anyway, so decoy duty should be perfect for me. Come on, you two. Please don't look so glum. I'm glad I could still be useful somehow. You really don't need to feel bad about this. That said, I do have one last request I'd like to make. Please don't think too badly of this burden, or of the fairies who lived in it. Just like there are good humans and bad humans, there are also good fairies and bad fairies. There's no such thing as a bad species or a bad society. They're just good and bad people. I don't know anything about your world of proper human history, but I do know this. Even though it ended up like this, even though so many sad, tragic things happened here, Fairy Britain was still a beautiful kingdom and a wonderful world. Our Britain maybe died, but that's not because it was wrong. It's not because it was a bad world. Things that should persist will persist. Things that should continue on will do so. That's all I wanted to say. So please hold your heads high. Our world took over 10,000 years to come this far. It may never be perfected now, but your world still has a future out of it. So I hope you'll take advantage of that to make it there someday. Even if it takes hundreds, if not thousands of years. I hope your world will one day become a utopia where every living thing can find salvation. Thinking back on it now, I might have come across as a little arrogant. But I guess I couldn't have been too bad if both Hugh and Mash smiled at what I had to say. Alright, Percival, let's show everyone why you're a Knight of the Round Table. This will be your last battle, so make sure it's one you're proud of. All that aside, this is kind of crazy, isn't it? I still can't believe I'm riding on a flying ship. It's like something out of a story. If all goes well, I'll have to make sure Gareth and the Round Table Army never hear the end of it. Enemy dragon incoming, accelerating to maximum speed to match. We only have enough fuel left for one shot at this. Hugh, I want you to back Altria Caster up by throwing everything you got at it. Enemy contact in 10 seconds. This will be our first battle against a calamity. Good luck, everyone. Alright, what am I looking at here? Musashi time? I think it's Musashi time. Bride Row. Muramasa. Memelan. And Mothman. Muramasa gets a funny CE. Mothman gets his Pond CE. You get probably this because you're a Saber. And you get this. Alright, time to throw a Leyline Stone at this. Oh, nice music. In this battle, the Storm Border itself will take damage from enemy attacks. The Storm Border has an endurance gauge, which will be reduced by the enemy's unique attacks. The Storm Border's endurance drops to 0, the battle will be lost. You can use Ultria's Caster's Noble Phantasm to protect the Storm Border from enemy attacks. Activate your Noble Phantasm right at the right moment to protect the Storm Border. Cool. Alright. Imagine having a Kirk that's juiced up enough to be able to solo this. Let's see here. I don't think I have anyone on this account's friends list that has a full bond Herc. Honestly, I have 9 Leyline Stones. I'd probably be okay if I just threw a Leyline Stone at it or so. Yeah, after this we have Barghast, Sarunos, and spoilers. The spoiler fight that I'm not going to mention because of people in the chat that don't know the full story yet. Well, I know Sarunos is a pain in the ass. I had a near full team of foreigners. I still had a pain in the ass. But again, it's not like there's many use for these Leyline Stones after I complete this area anyway, so I don't mind throwing a couple at each of these fights that are coming up. Oh, wait. Hold on. Can't have Altria dying now. That quite literally ruins the point of the fight. Alright. Okay, cool, that works.
おーっと待ってましたなんの切り返せるか 五輪の神髄お見せしましょう運命負けないぞ見よう栗から昇天書剣豪バットイシャナ大天書それはいつか来る兆しの星誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょうアラウンドカリバーンここでまっすぐ
I'll have to take that L. Alright.
さてカウンティングオーバー
おーとももちろんなんのここでまっすぐ
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Fucking ignore invincible ass, head ass. Honestly. What am I supposed to just do against him then? Just stun him to oblivion? Honestly. Eat my dick. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
道を開け皇帝の花見
いいぜ。
道を開け
よく見ておきな。
皇
八重が
帝の花
Oh no, the end of chapter boss fights are always pain in the ass hard.
開けヌプティアエドムスアウレアよ歌えアキヨノ
せっそうきたか
Oh, bless you, Mothman. My lord and savior. Alright.
さすがだない
いぜ。 最後まで見届けやがれ。過分を捨て重さを捨て早きを捨ててめえをした活目しやがれ。剣の鼓動ここにあり。
Alright, what are we looking at here? Alright. Alright, Mothman should live by virtue of the gods unless, what's its face decides to be a dickhead about it.
Oh yeah.
So just throw my sabers at it and call it a day. Alright, Mothman esports time.
どしがたい。ほう。これを賜す。ひれ伏すがよいぞ。ほう。ほう。これを賜す。ひれ伏すがよいぞ。
Oh, we're just barely alive, boys. Pray. Come on, Mothman, you can do it. Damn it. Let me reset that turn because we're just that close. I'm gonna do OBA-B and see if that works instead. Because we're literally right the fuck there. Because we don't have to deal with that last HB bar of his. Of hers. It ends after that fight. After that bar is done with. Alright.
Ho! 動詞がはっはっはこれを賜す
Yes!
ひれ伏すがよいぞ
There we go.
御前であるぞせめてうつ伏せに倒れよ
All hail the Mothman, everybody. The best False Belt King by far. Fucking solos. Anyway. The dragon is withdrawing. We haven't defeated it yet. Damn it, we can't let it get away. We'll never get another chance. We have to finish it off now no matter what. Engineer, give us more power. I can do that, but the border won't be able to handle it. It'll bend the whole ship out of shape, starting from the hole in our right flank. If our keel starts to warp too, the whole ship will fall apart. Damn it. It's going to get away. If only I'd been more careful. It's okay, Captain. Huh? But we don't have any means left to Senpai is right, Captain. We don't have to go any faster. She won't be going anywhere. Britain's strongest knight is standing on our bow. I thought you would be free once Morgan was defeated. I thought being a Tamlin was chaining you down. That's why I started the Round Table Army. That's right, Oh, silly, you can't swing a sword with tears in your eyes. Why don't you take a little break, Percival? You're doing a great job, much better than all those fairies who sit around doing nothing. I'm proud of you, too. I can see why you were the last child to make it through that. Huh? What's wrong? You're crying harder. Oh, right, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry I'm so insensitive, Percival. Emotions are, well, there's a lot I don't know about them. Right, of course. They were all your friends, but you were the only one to be chosen. You had to grow strong no matter how hard it was. Okay, there's something I could teach you then. It's okay to feel indebted to your friends. It's okay if you can't find a way like yourself. One day you'll find something you care about more in yourself. That's how it was for me. Please remember this, Percival. So please remember this, Percival. No matter how terrible this world is, as long as you can find just one thing you love, then... I know. I deceived a lot of people for that. Now it's time I got what I deserve. Hear me, Sacred Sphere. O Sphere Selection, pass judgment on mine actions.
何もかも失われた。僕には戦う理由がまだ一つ残っている。美しき妖精、醜き厄災を運命まで奪うのが愛だというのなら、それをこの槍で打ち砕こう。さらば我が愛。
The spear's selection pierced the heart of the dragon's corpse. Its strength utterly spent, it fell to the ground as the knight's body aged far, far beyond his years and crumbled to dust where he stood. As the dragon fell, it witnessed the knight's final moments. Percival. My brother. A great pain racked through the dragon's hollow chest. The wind screaming past its ears sounded like deep, heaving sobs. Well done, my fellow Chaldeans. You all trio caster of Britain. But we don't have time to celebrate our victory just yet. Technical Advisor status report. Heavy damage to the Stormborder's right flank, and we used up a ton of fuel during that battle. We'll need to keep the border up here on standby while we refuel and repair. The fuel shouldn't be an issue since we can use the mana in the atmosphere to produce more. We'll need at least 20 minutes to repair the ship, though. I'd really love 30 so we can do it properly. I see, that long? Alright, figure something out. What about you, Administrative Advisor? How much time have we lost? We spent 20 minutes fighting the fire calamity. And it will take 30 more to get to Stormborder in fighting shape again. Considering on only an hour and 10 minutes from the curse showing up. Indeed, we won't make it for Sarunas' emergence, but we still have 40 minutes until the final catastrophe. More importantly, we have a solid chance of defeating him now. The issue is the other calamity, Barcast. She and her black dogs have burned Oxford to the ground and will soon arrive in Norwich. We simply cannot go after both her and Sarunas in the Stormborder. If we're gonna have to defeat her, it'll have to be with a separate unit. We could always just leave her. We've got much bigger fish to fry right now. The Pit's calamity will destroy the whole world if we don't stop it, but all the black dogs do is burn down cities. The world won't be in any danger if we leave them alone. I'm inclined to agree, Grimmer. Once Barcast leaves Norwich behind and sets out on the oceans, he'll become a calamity for proper human history as well. However, she won't be the first fairy named Barcast to appear in British myth, and the threat she poses can be dealt with later. We can't and shouldn't prioritize her right now. Wait, please, I'd like to request a separate unit be sent out to handle her anyway. I understand she's not our top priority. I agree that we should focus all our resources on Cernunnos right now. But please, even so, I'm asking you to let me go after her. I can't just sit by and let Barcast become an enemy of proper human history. Besides, Norwich is both her and Bogart's hometown. Letting her destroy her own home would be tragic. Kyrie Light. Mash. What do you think, Hio? Mash Kyrie Light is your personal servant. If you believe she can do this, I'll support your decision. We don't know exactly what kind of calamity Barcast has become, but we do know it'll be one hell of a fight. With that in mind, are you sure you want to do this? I am. Very well done. Holmes, put together a plan of attack. I don't care how reckless it is. Just make sure it doesn't exceed the time we have until the storm border leaves for the pit. Also, I'll need Altria Caster to stay here on the border. If you two don't make it back in time, she's our best shot against Cernunnos. No, on second thought, we'll need Altria Caster, Grimmer, and the storm border. As long as we have all three, we should be able to take out Cernunnos. So if you two can't make it back before it's time to go, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. Got it? So if you're determined you can't complete this mission, you'll just come right back here and keep an eye on the clock either way. This is the one time I will not tolerate disobedience. Get back late and expect a week in solitary. Yes, sir. Good grief, this is going to be quite the complicated operation. Fortunately, I've always preferred complex cases over simple ones, and I fully respect your decision. In fact, I suspected something like this might happen, so I ensured the Shadow Boy was prepared while you were down in the Spirit Cavern. All you need now is a driver. Let's see. Mr. Munir, can I count on you to escort him once more? Yeah, you bet. I'm used to parachuting in and everything now. That's settled. The calamity at Norwich will be handled by two of our most seasoned members, Miss Hio and Mash Curry Light. You'll have 30 minutes to complete the operation. I can't give you any more than that. I'll catapult the saddleboard towards the outskirts of Norwich. Once you've defeated Barcast, you're to return to the rendezvous point in the Shadow Border. From there, the Storm Border will retrieve the Shadow Border, crew and all, and head for the pit. Any objections to Fincy? Nope, sounds perfect. I was just hoping for a little time to take care of an errand of my own. I just ran a scan on Bryn and found out I left something really important back in Salisbury. I need to go back to Mike's pub to pick up Tayphone and all my records of our journey. It would be a real shame to leave here without those. Abatrot's there too. You know it. We gave her a really hard job after all. So as soon as we send the Shadow Border on its way, we'll head back to Salisbury. Once we arrive, I'll leave the Storm Border on standby in midair and go pick up Habitrot at the pub myself. After all that, we'll fly as close to Norwich as we can and wait for you guys to get back. Alright, now that we've got a plan, there's no time to waste. Marines, you work with nurse and engineer on repairs. Mash and Hio, you two get on the Shadow Border. The Storm Border will keep heading north towards Norwich until we're ready to launch you. After ejecting the Shadow Border, we'll turn towards Salisbury and drop off the Vinci. Got it, safe out there, Vinci. Don't worry about me. I know Pike's Pub like the back of my hand. Okay, see you later, Hio. I just know you and Mash are gonna make it back fine, too. A curse upon you, a curse upon the Fang clan. One day a beast will appear among you, a great black dog with a humanoid appearance and exceptional strength. Don't be shy, take it. Consider it a word for banishing the king of the Moors. This beast will grow in accordance with the law of the jungle, the weaker meat for the strong to eat, survival of the fittest in the truest sense. This horrific fairy, the foulest of foul creatures, will live by eating those they love. Gah. Ah. Tears spilling down her cheeks, she tore into her lover's flesh. This one wasn't part of the clan. He was a new fairy from among the forest children. He was a kind, good-natured, and even stronger than her. They recognized each other's talents at a glance and fell in love at first sight. She truly loved him from the bottom of her heart. She was so sure this time would be different. Ah. But her hunger couldn't be sated. Though she wept in self-loathing, the joy of eating, the taste of flesh in her mouth, and the warmth of it sliding down her throat always won out. Her lover's flesh was delicious, precious, and horrific. It tasted all the better because her love for him had been genuine. It had been 400 years since her birth. Thanks to her meals mixed in love, joy, grief, and torment, her mind had shattered long ago. She thought about taking her own life every time she lost another lover, but she always changed her mind. It would be so easy to die, but she knew that if she did, all her dread meals would have meant nothing. Her first predation had been Duke Flower Leather. She only ate him to keep her safe. After bringing his outstanding mystic into her own flesh, she fought a calamity herself. She was naturally driven to love those who were strong, so she can break their abilities part of herself. That was what survival of the fittest meant to her. Having lived her own life consuming those she loved, she could no longer die merely because she wanted to. Born naturally strong and raised as the clan's daughter, she knows she had a duty to fulfill the responsibility she had stolen. As long as people placed their trust in the Child of Calamity, she knew she had to fight for justice more than anyone. That pride was the only thing holding her fractured heart together. Duh. But even that had reached its limit. No fairy so horrible could have a right to live. But just as she pulled out her horn and was about to tearfully end her own life... Hello, who are you? Why are you crying? In the era of the High Queen 2002, she met a sickly human child. Ugh. Manchester. I must hurry to Manchester. I must get the fairies there to Chelsea. I must give Adonis at least a little more time. That day, it had been 17 years since she first met that human child. The time she spent with him was the happiest in her life. It was the first time she had ever experienced true peace and fulfillment. Though hesitant about this new love that violated her rule of only loving the strong, she found joy in it. The human was obviously weak. She would never be tempted to eat him. For someone like her, who had only eaten strong fairies so that she might grow stronger herself, this love was a balm, proof that she wasn't the beast that she had always dreaded. So she swore to do anything she had to protect this new love. She decided she would fight to protect his beautiful heart. Humans and fairies coexisting peacefully, living as equals. Even if such a thing may still be difficult for all of Britain, she thought she could at least make it happen in her own territory. The fairies of Manchester agreed, and were thrilled about the idea of migrating to proper human history. It's over for Britain. Camelot is already overrun with Moors, and the other cities will follow soon. Before that happens to Manchester, I need to gather my residents to bring them to the shore where Chelsea waits. Even if I can't go with them myself, at least I can make sure they survive. She exits the woods, finally reaching Manchester. But there... Huh? She sees the fairies of Manchester laughing as they killed their human neighbors. Get rid of them, get rid of them, get rid of our old toys before we move. Tear off their limbs, rip out their guts, it's so fun! The first scream's the best. None of the rest compare. Now kill them, get rid of them before Barkhead gets back so she doesn't find out. Barkhead will be first if she finds out we've been keeping them in our sheds. Barkhead will be giddy if she finds out we've been killing them in our sheds every day. Barkhead will be the big eater. Barkhead have many loves. If she finds out, she'll punch us for not letting her join in the fun. What? What is this? What are you doing? She yelled at the wicked fairies of her town. They smiled and replied, What do you mean? We're just imitating you, Barkhead. We all know about it. We saw you in your mansion. We always hid and watched you. You had so much fun playing house. You had such wonderful stories. You're enjoying yourself so much every day that we decided to try imitating you. You're imitating me by killing humans? I killed a human? You treated him so kindly, you cared for him so tenderly. And then you ate him. You ate him right in your manor. It was so much fun to watch. We decided to try it ourselves. And it was fun. Way more fun than just watching. There's nothing more fun than killing humans. Gah! I've had this dream so many times. I'm crying. I'm crying while eating the remains of what used to be my lover. Having another good cry, Barcast. Why don't you come over here? You don't have to stop crying. Just tell me what happened today. It's okay. I promise I'll never stop liking you, no matter how embarrassing it may have been. I only eat the strong. That's why I thought there was no way I'd eat him. You know, there's nothing like a fun story to cheer you up in hard times. Why don't I tell you another tale of your favorite Knights of the Round Table? I'll tell you a story of Flotsam, the drifted here as a changeling, a florid, proud, and slightly somber story. A story of the brave knights you've always looked up to. But I'd been broken for so long. Strong, weak, it didn't matter. There, look out at the garden. Those flowers you planted have grown in beautifully. And I see you planted another one for me today so that I can enjoy them even though I can't walk. All I am is a horrible beast, a monster who only wants to eat those she loves. Going to end your life to atone for your sins? I know how you feel, but let's just take it easy. You're the most truly noble of fairies. You ending your own life would be a tragic loss. So let's make a deal, Barcast. It's still a little too soon for you to take on the curse. I'll seal this memory away for you, so you'll go on believing he's alive. Don't worry, if things get too hard, just come back to this room and you can experience his last day again, like a dream. Now come on, let's go. Let's go to the outside world. There will be more humans to eat. It'll be so much fun, even more fun than this. I just know we'll be happy with all those humans to play with. You know, I've read about this in a book that arrived as Flotsam. It said creatures that do things like this are called demons. I knew then I had to kill them. I was wrong. I chose to protect the wrong thing. This isle never had anything in the way of justice. I have to take responsibility. I can't let him go to the outside world. Look, everyone, Barcast is smiling. She's about to do another one of her hilarious performances. Barcast the crybaby. Barcast crying tears of happiness. What kind of prayer are you having today? Don't be stingy. Let's try some too. I have to kill every one of these last one of these evil creatures. There it is again. It's all over. Not even the vault castle can keep us safe. Norwich is done for. We're dead if we stay here. Let's make a break for it before that thing chews us up like it did the city walls. What about Lord Spriggan? Shouldn't we take him with us? Who cares about him? He chose to hole up in the vault. It's not our lord anymore. He's not our lord as far as I'm concerned. Come on, I'm gonna open the door. Once we're out, we're headed straight for the harbor. As long as we can make it to the sea, we at least won't have to worry about being burned alive. Run away, idiots. What's the point of going anywhere if I have to leave all this precious art behind? My vault castle is impenetrable. I've spent 100 years reinforcing the bell tower and making it the strongest tower of pure iron in Britain. It can stand up to any number of Moors. Gah, cut that out. Don't you know how dangerous that is? Who's going to restore all these precious works of art I've been collecting if they get damaged? Nobody, not to. Not even Morgan understood their true value. It's unbelievable what merely imitating humanity can accomplish. Yes, 90% of this is worthless junk, but the other 10% miraculous, diamonds in the rough. Somehow, against all odds, this country produced some of the finest works of pure art ever made. Yes, that's right. It's fine if these fairies don't see its value. Indeed, there are little point in trying to explain it to these plebeians anyways. Britain's art is mine, the only reason I've stayed alive all these years. My soul has been enthralled to the world, from this world to the moment I first wandered into it. Collecting this treasure has been my rise and tear. It is mine. It can only be mine. Mine. I'd sooner say burn than give up this priceless vault. Damn it, well you cut that out already. What in the world is going on out? Oh my. Oh my. Well, that's a hell of a thing. Don't I look the fool for saying I'd rather see burned and destroyed? I can't believe I not only misjudged my clientele, but also my chance to quit while I was ahead. Troy did want a foolish puppet I can manipulate as please, but that only goes so far. There's nothing so difficult to control as a runaway Philistine. I should have known better than to look down on them. That aside, I thought Morgan or Chaldy would be the ones to destroy Brennan. I never could have imagined to be that one woman's idiot idea. All things begin with the smallest of foundations, however may they eventually flourish. Foundation so small, even the tiniest of insects gnawing away at it can bring it all crashing down. Alright, we sucked the landing. Norwich is just a stone's throw away. Hang on tight, I'm flooring it. Damn it, it's over 1,000 degrees out here, just like it was in Manchester. And there's tons of black dogs out there, too. Before we get there, Hugh, just let me remind you of what Holmes said. From what we know of your past battles from Barkhouse and what we saw of her in Manchester, it's safe to assume she can absorb the life force of any human with low magical energy resistance who gets too close to her. So this time, you need to stay behind with the shallow border and summon your servants remotely. Barkhouse's magical energy consumption has a 1 kilometer radius, so this will be the greatest distance you have ever summoned from. According to Nemo Professor's calculations, you can only summon 1 shadow servant, 2 if you really push your limits. While we're on the subject, Nemo herself said that you'll be seriously regret if you try to summon 2. Got it then, going with 2. Thank you, Master. Yeah, that's about what I thought you'd say. Don't worry, I'll take the heat from Nurse right there with you. Well, there's the high-density magical energy signal we've been expecting. It's 6 kilometers ahead, right in the center of Norwich. Here's the feed from the telescope. Let's see what Barkhouse looks like now. Ah! Wow! She's over 40 meters tall, and she's actually eating that lightning. We need a Stormburner to even stand a chance against a monster like that. Are you guys sure you want to do this? It's not too late to turn around, you know. Even Holmes said if worse comes to worse, we don't have to fight her. I'm sure. Please keep going. Please let me go to her. There's nothing to be afraid of. The old Barkhouse was much stronger. Seriously? Damn, this Barkhouse sounds like a hell of a gal. Fine. You're sure about this deal, right, Hio? Because we're coming up on the point of no return real fast now. I'm sure. Just be careful out there, Mash. I will, Master. Opening up the hatch and casting leg enhancement spell. Now, here I go. Alright, the objective here is to kill everyone but Mash, so... You know what? I'm putting in Berserkers. Actually, I could put in Lancers too, and it would work just as fine. Alright, let's go. And yeah, everyone's probably gonna die. That's just how this is gonna go. Yep, that's fine. Make sure you're protected, and... Yep. Yep, that's Barkhouse now. And moving on. Alright, here comes one of those pain in the ass quests that might require a ley line stone. Okay. Come on, Hio, pull it together. I knew you were pushing yourself too hard. I've been following along on the monitor, and there's no way you could beat her. She's consuming enough magical energy to kill a mage easily. I'm gonna contact Match and get her out of there. She doesn't stand a chance by herself. Huh? Am I seeing things? Or is her shield glowing? Are those new spirit origin signals? Here, I'll throw the data onto the monitor. Recognize them, Hio? I'd know them anywhere. Huh? Why are you getting up like... Ah, how many stim apilos did you just take? You're still gonna do this? Nurse said 2 servants was your limit. I know, it's okay. This is Mash's fight. Your fire has raised the city to the ground. You've become a demonic dog that burns fairies alive and feasts under smoke and lightning. You're a completely different creature than the knight I met before. You no longer know the city or even remember your own name. I know there's no way I could defeat you. You'd probably devour most heroic spirits before you even had a chance. Even so, I can't let you win. Not here. There will be fairies who looked up to you. Fairies who wanted nothing more than to come back here. Do you see this shield? This is the shield of the heroic knights you once admired. Rob, Wag, Winky. They didn't put their faith in me just so I could give up now. I am Mashkari, Knight of Sheffield. I am the Knight of the Round Table who will banish the calamities and save Britain from its fate. It's the boys. Chill emoji. Well said, young Megan. You spoke not from anger at your enemy, but to inspire yourself. I've heard your stirring cry, and I cannot stand idly by. I hope you can forgive my tardiness. Would you permit me to join you on this battlefield, Lady Mash? Bro needs an art overhaul. Anyway, I'm surprised you got here before me, Sir Gawain. I thought it was my duty to protect beautiful maidens. Then again, it seems like I was getting ahead of myself. The young lady clearly needs no escort. Her fighting spirit and bravery are truly like spring thunder. I doubt even our fellow knights could hope to match her. I do not think I will let you keep the honor of fighting at her side to yourself, Sir Gawain. I'm not going anywhere, no matter how I may be mocked for being a hovering parent. What do you think this is? Some kind of parents' day at school? For context, because I know this joke might go over so... Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way, Quagmire. I just noticed that. Sorry for not acknowledging it earlier. Anyway. Anyway, for reference here, Mash has the spirit of Galahad. Galahad is the son of Sir Lancelot, who is currently being just listed as Knight of the Lake here. So that's what this joke is about, for those who aren't familiar. I mean, what are you two doing here? I thought heroic spirits from proper human history couldn't be summoned to this burden. So it would seem, but it appears we are a special case. There must have been people in this land who assumed our names. And so they were making use of our name. So if they were making use of our name, it's only fair that you should make some room for us as well. Indeed, I have no way of knowing who in this land chose to carry on my name. But it is thanks to their reckless bravery, nay, their exploits, I am able to be here now. This spirit origin will only last a few minutes, but that will suffice. Gawain, I leave the left legs to you. This demonic dog is clearly Calf Polug's equal. We have no time to argue. I could say the same thing to you, Lancelot. Do not take needless risks simply because Lady Mash is here. Remember, failure is not an option, not with 3 knights of the Round Table fighting together. Now, to arms, comrades. Together we shall carve a path for the Shield Knight. Indeed, let's be about it. Thank you, you two. With your help, I should be able to defeat her. No, to save her. Her name is Barkest. She is a loyal knight who has always done her best to protect this Britain. She used to use her strength to protect the weak and prayed for a world where they could live in peace. Black Calamity, leader of the fairy-eating beasts. As one entrusted with the name of a knight from the Round Table, I will see that you go no further. Now then, here's the problem with this. Neither of these two have class advantages or any, major, those or anything. They're both at level 80. And we have Mash here. We cannot choose a support at all, so we can't rely on, a friend's, fucking Archer or something. And we only get 2 slots to work with after this. So legit, the best I can do is this. And even then, I might swap out a Vastaman here because he doesn't have his skills all done up. Yeah. Problem indeed. So then the question becomes, who the hell do I send after her? Because Bastaman's probably my best archer. Although, then again, I have Chiron here. You know, I'm gonna go with Chiron. Why not? I'm gonna put this C up, and Muffin gets his C. And if I have to throw a couple Leyline Stones at it, then so fucking be it. There's only 2 more fights after this that I have to worry about Leyline Stones for anyway. Frankly, it wouldn't be so much of an issue if we were allowed to have fucking support, friend supports. But I guess not. Anyway, Calamity of the Beast. Barcast. Alright. Okay, who has more damage? 10.5, 10.1, 9.9. So Mash is gonna be my main DPS here. Got it. I like his voice. Lancelot has a nice voice, even though his design fucking sucks.
最果てに至れ限界を超えずアロンダイトオーバーロードタッチさあどうだ お任せを。はい。いざ。
AoE damage, okay. So, okay, Lancelot's out of the party. So,
お任せを。はい、お任せを。タッチ。無駄だ。はっ。配慮してもらう。
oh, you gotta be joking. Another reason they didn't play it.
首っていましたか。
ここで。
And then of course we get stuck with that either way because they weren't, even if they weren't on the field. Because of course that's hair, right? And let's see here. Let's do that.
知恵を
ほう、どしがたいの。
わかりました。では
これを賜す。
いかがです甘いですね。
Oh, that didn't work. Alright. Okay, so he's like NP away, so. That means that you're next gonna be doing Stunning Curse. Got it.
Wakarimashita. わかり、はい。では撃ちます。いかがです。そこです。燃え盛れ。
ほう、
はい、わかりました。
これを賜す。
いかがです。失礼。知るべきものだ。攻め時ですね。良い判断です。はい、わかりました。
But at least get her to at least nearly their final break bar, then it should be possible with only one ley line sound.
いかがです。そこです。我が矢に加護。
Ow. Okay. That's Currents from Mothman, but I anticipated this completely.
これを賜す。ひれ伏すが良いぞ。恐れ多いにも程がある。
Alright, Leyland Stone time. Now then.
これだ。共に乙女の加護。ここが勝負どころです。
ステータスこれで耐えます。まだ倒れません。
はい、我がお任せを。最果てに至れ、限界を超え、バロンダイトオーバーロード。立つ。自分たちの名にかけて。
Okay, this is fine. This is totally fine.
知恵は知るべきものだ。
Let's see if this works this time. Yes, beautiful. Absolutely delicious. All right.
ほう、わかりました。撃ちます。狙撃完了。我が宝具はすでに成立しているゆえに、サソリの一撃、とくと味わえ。いかがです我が矢に加護。
And now with that. Delicious part. I like using delicious from things that have nothing to do with food. We got her, boys.
御前であるぞ。せめてうつ伏せに倒れよ。
All right. The beast's magical energy signal is gone. And the smoke and fire dust covering Norwich disappeared along with it. She did it, Hio. Managed to actually banish a whole calamity. I can't believe it. Yeah, she really came through. Totally wasn't by blue cubes or anything. Anyway, oh geez, you barely pulled through too. I can't believe you remote summoned 2 servants. Twice, no less. Just lie down and rest, okay? We have 10 minutes until our rendezvous at the storm border, and Mash should be back soon, so... Yeah, you should have just enough time to grab a few winks. Well, in that case... For some reason, I could just tell when and where he'll try to strike. We're both worthless good-for-nothings at heart. I was always thinking more about how things would end and how long they'd keep going. Remember that well, and don't let your guard down until it's well and truly over. Poof! Phew! The battle was over. The Knights of the Round Table had successfully banished the calamity. In its final moments, it almost seemed like the enormous hound was weeping. Whether it was in gratitude or in suffering, I do not know. Thank you, Sir Gawain, Sir Lancelot. Thanks to you, too. I was able to show her what a true Knights of the Round Table are like, just like she wanted. Still, she paid a heavy price for her victory. As the report said, there were signs of the Round Shield to perform a chain summon and the Knight Sheffield was destroyed. By importing their names, the Land of the Fae had given the Knights of the Round Table a place to exist in this lost world. As Galahad, Magical Relight had benefited the most from all from that arrangement. The summons themselves had been performed by the Round Table, and the heroic spirits who answered it appeared only briefly. But even without paying a price for the contract, Nash's stamina and mental energy were heavily depleted. I'm pretty exhausted, but I don't have any major injuries, and my respiratory system is fine. Thank goodness, just a little rest and I should be back on my feet. Oh right, I should let Manir know I'm done. I can make it back to the Shadow Border in 4 minutes, just so he can wait there for. In her current state, Mash is about to recover her strength and magical energy to combat ready levels in 3 minutes. And make it back to the Shadow Border 2 kilometers away in less than 1. However, be careful, Little Red Riding Hood. When you're that tired, you're easy pickings for any wolf that happens to come along. Oh no, you don't, Beryl. Senpai, what are you doing here? I had a bad feeling, so I ran here fast as I could. Never mind that now. We need to get to your wound treated. Get behind me, Master. And thank you for helping me recover my strength almost instantaneously. It's a good thing you got here when you did. Well, shit. You ran all the way here from the border? What a killjoy. Didn't anyone ever tell you that you're supposed to stick to combat sport? What a piss poor excuse for a master you are. Now you went and ruined a meal I've been looking forward to for nearly forever. Ugh, you're the worst. Guess I must have lost a step if I messed up something so easily. Editing 100. His body's just barely holding together. Barrel gut, I thought you might still be alive. Of course I am. Can't go dying while I still got a reason to live. Isn't that right, Mesh? I'm sorry I left you all alone for so long. I didn't get tired of you, I promise. Just lots of crap getting in our way. Not only have there been no opportunities for us to spend time alone together like we used to, but you even got healthy enough to get up and start moving around on your own, just like the doctor planned. Man, I miss our days in Chelsea's treatment room. You always looked so bored in there. That's why I went in to liven things up. You didn't have much in the way of human emotions back then, but you still had the same responses to pain as anyone. I still remember the sound of the bones in your fingers snapping and the way your screams echoed around the room. It was like I was playing in a concert hall and you were at the piano. Just the two of us alone in the world. Oh, there goes his other arm. Ugh, my head is killing me. The hell's going on? Whatever. There's no doctor here now. Sure. There's someone else trying to spoil our fun. But she won't come between us for much longer. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long, Mash. What the hell are you saying? I'm talking about love, of course. I don't want to kill Mash. I just want to love her. So stay out of this, alright? Go on, Mash. Tell her. Tell her this is just how we communicate. Tell her this is my love language. That may be true. You never had any malicious intent towards me, murderous or otherwise. When you broke my fingers in the treatment room, you even seemed genuinely concerned for my condition. You listened intently to my cries of pain. And you said that was love. You said it wasn't joy that moved you, but the sight of agony. You're sick. The fuck's wrong with you? Well, of course, I'm only human. I never had many friends I could really relate to. Same with interests, really. It's hard to find someone who... Ah, damn it. I was hoping to take my time with this, but it looks like my head's going now. That Boris curse finally caught up to me. Well, that's okay. Just means I won't be able to act human anymore. So before that happens, I'm going to take my blushing bride and be on my way. Mind giving us our blessing, your blessing, Kohai? Go save the world if that's what it does for you. Everyone got their kinks. I don't really get it, but hey, different strokes for different folks. All I ask in return is that you keep your nose out of other people's love lives. Unfortunately for you, you get to die. Let's see here. What am I looking at for class again? Okay, caster. So, riders are my best bet. Do I have any other 4-star riders that are worth a damn? I don't think so. Great. Alright, what does the stats look like? Alright. Got it.
よう、どこに行くんだ、マシュ。お前はここにいなきゃダメだろう。なあ。
後悔はクールに、接触はスマートに。わかる？
キラキラしてる。とても楽しかったです。これで耐えます。オッケー。まったふむふむ。芸術のせーの。レオナルド。狙いを定めて発射。
退屈させたか。
私の方が
分かってる。
見たいのか。ターゲットそう、君たちはあらゆる本のものに超えるその少佐を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ行けるところまで行ってみよう。遠い
聞こえてる。よし、いい風だね。カモメの歌を聞きたいかい？聞こえてる。ベルト見えてる。
はいほいそれ。
最終確認テンポ。
大体いいです。
大体いけるね。
大体バッチリ。ノーコメントです。
もう仕方ない。グレードラガンローチアッ
はいほいそれ。
プ。マリーンズ出撃。
ノーピアススライダ
退屈させ
ー。倒れません。神明。はい落ち着いて落ち着いて。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよロードキャメロット。倒しましょう。
退屈させ
神明落ち着いて落ち着いて。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよロードキャメロット。ステータスアップ。これで耐えます。落ち着いて。はいターゲット。や任せて。会長ふむふむ。
聞こえてる。
私は最悪の責任。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよロードキャメロット。
海はきれいにね。
退屈させ逃がす
このアングルバッチリ。ふむふむ。
分かってる。
オッケー任せて。イエーイやるよ。おしまい。芸術レオナルドチン。
Alright, it's in the bag
分かっ
now.
てる。
任せて。
見えてる。雷撃て
いくよ。
海はきれいにね。
退屈させ
ミャーミャー鳴くのはウミネコだ。まあ カモメの仲間だけどさ。
The Guts passive, he had like 5 of them stacked on top of each other. So you have to get rid of each gut stack before he's able to actually stay dead. Anyway, although he was a mage, Beryl Guts' true profession and passion was killing. He learned the dark arts from his mother, one of the Magecraft's world's rejects, and a witch. In the Mages Association, witch is not simply a word for a female mage. They are considered completely different creatures from humans. Supernatural beings by nature, witches are created by the Mages Association Humana, or Botany Department, which studies curses and medicines, and were also involved in the establishment of the first magic. But there are no witches present in the Mages Association anymore. As time went on and civilization developed further, they changed both their form and their way of life. Beryl Guts' mother was one such witch. The witches' transformations were myriad. Some returned to the earth, some returned to the past, and some joined the first. Mages throughout these transformations were miraculous and spoke of them in reverent tones. Meanwhile, some witches abandoned their way of life and assimilated into civilized society, with some of them falling so low as to become human. Witches who had fallen were treated with neither compassion nor respect. No matter what kind of magecraft or mystics they possessed, no mage would recognize them as human. As far as they were concerned, any witch who had survived to the modern day as a human was no more than refuse. Hey, Gran, why do witches die if they fall in love with a human? A young Beryl posed this question to the witch claiming to be his mother one day. His mother, who more closely resembled an enormous toad in a robe than a human being, replied, "Why, that's easy. It mixes bloodlines that rots our souls. We're fairies, you see. We don't give birth to children. I'm my own daughter, see? But I screwed up. I screwed up real bad. Why did I end up looking like this? Please let me go back. Please let me go back to my old form. Curse the Mindster. Who's that little wench? So what if she's human enough to send it? Does that mean she could do whatever she wants? Even though I screwed up, I'm the one who was deceived. If only I'd never met him. If I'd never gotten involved with a human, then I never would have been stuck with a brat like you." She apologized the moment the word left her mouth. "I'm sorry, Beryl. I don't know why I said that. You're my precious son, my darling boy." "It's okay, Grin. I know you don't mean it." "Now don't cry. You can't see the stars in your eyes when you cry. They're your best feature, prettier than anyone else's. Beryl, oh thank you, Beryl. You're the only one I can count on. The only thing I have worth living for." Beryl Gut lived with his mother, away from human society, where she taught him all manner of curses and rituals. It's unclear how much influence these spells, most of which used life as their chief ingredient, had on Beryl's personality. He learned things like how to track prey, how to make a witch's pot that could cross 2 living things together. He learned how to conceal himself, how to make deadly poison, how to turn karma into tumors, how to amplify pain, how to borrow against misfortune. He especially loved spells suited to assassination and torture, and his mother happily trained him. "So there's no more spells you have left to teach me. I see. That's too bad, Mum." Then one day, Beryl put out his mother's eyes and left the forest behind him. After that, he did as he pleased. He sold his services as a mage who dealt exclusively in killing, and for a time, life was good. But eventually, he had killed so many people he could no longer live comfortably, even in another world. Then, just as he was looking for a new place to go home, he was recruited to Chaldea by its director, Marisbury, an Nemosphere. He came into what would be his third homeland, a base in the Antarctic. There, he saw a creature so ugly he could scarcely believe his eyes. Whoa, you gotta be shitting me. What the hell is that? I thought Chaldea was supposed to be a humane organization about preserving humanity. So how does that thing figure into your mission, Doctor? This creature's ugliness wasn't a matter of his appearance, but rather his way of life. It was incomplete, like an eternally premature infant. Beryl laughed as it reminded him of a balut egg. On top of that, "Hey, Doctor, what's that girl's name? I've seen a ton of people over the years, and that girl right there, she's something special. She might have a long way to go now, but one day she's gonna be prettier than anyone else." It seems Beryl may have inherited his mother's green thumb, as he had a gift for growing flowers. He knew that this one might be a miserable sight now, but in 10 years she would bloom into something beautiful. And so he decided to watch over the flowers' growth. It brightened his dreary days. That said, I don't actually know the first thing about art. Whenever I go to a new country, I always make sure to visit its biggest art museum. I've seen a lot of renowned landscapes and paintings, but I didn't think much of them. I could tell they were well made, of course, but that's all. For the longest time, I figured I just wasn't the kind of guy who could appreciate beautiful things. But then, I fell in love, Mash. I finally got to know who I really am. I don't hurt you because it's fun or because I hate you. I hurt you because I care about you. I care you so I can love you. That's the kind of guy I am. I'm just the type of guy who could only recognize beauty once it's been damaged. So I'm going to keep you safe from everyone and everything. I'm not going to let the doctor and Raspberry have their way with you. I'm not going to let them give you a serious slight. That was my condition for becoming their cleanup guy. Remember this, Mash. I'm not going to die as long as you're around. I'll always have fun in the world with you in it. Hard to believe, isn't it? I know. I can hardly believe it myself. But it's true. You're the most important thing in this whole world to me. So, you don't mind, right, Mash? I want to see you suffer more than anything. Barrel gut. Barrel gut was taken into temporary custody, and his access to that area of Chaldea was revoked. This was a year before the faithful day Team A embarked on their first experimental ray shift. Man, bro's a creep, ain't he? I've seen that face before, but it looks so funny. It's just like... he looks so fucking out of there. Like his mind's like over here somewhere instead of actually being in his head. Absolutely zooted. Anyway, that's weird. Why are you punching me, Doctor? Are you trying to take her away from me again? Wait, please, you can't do this to me. I still haven't felt anything. I only accepted the shitty deal to be brought back to life because they said you were here. All I wanted to was to see you again. Take one more step towards her and I'll... It's okay, Master. He can't do anything anymore. That's it. Those eyes. Those eyes are beautiful. You've got to take good care of them. You've only got two after all. You don't have to run. I'll keep you safe. I love you. I love you, Mash. I love you from the bottom of my heart. Yes, I'm sure you do. But I don't understand what you call love, Barrel. And I don't think anyone ever will. He really is just a creep with a pain fetish, doesn't he? Anyway, moving on from that. Okay, the Shadow Border is on its way to Norwich, so now it's my turn. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Right, I know you said Salisbury is the safest city in Britain, so I'm sure you'll be alright. But are you certain you don't want to take along a bodyguard or two just to be safe? I know Captain and the Marines have to stay on the storm border to make repairs. But you could always ask Grimmer or Altria Caster to go along with you now. For that matter, while it pains me to say it, I could have Holmes accompany you too, or go with you myself if necessary. You, Gordy? But I thought you hated singularities. I do, and lost spells for that matter. Hell, I don't even want to think about setting foot outside of the border. But circumstances being what they are, I can't afford to be choosy. Besides, I have a bad feeling about this. Man, you really are a worrywart, aren't you, Gordy? I appreciate the thought, but I'll be faster if I go alone. I already passed for a ferry in Salisbury, so I know my way around there too. Besides, we only have one pair of jet wings, remember? Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm just gonna swoop in, pop over to the pub, come back with Habitat, in and out. Okay, be back soon. Take care of the storm border while I'm gone, Captain. Of course, I may be the ship's captain, but yours, Brain. We need you back here as soon as possible. Oh, you know just as well as I do that the professor can handle things here too. Still, I appreciate the vote of confidence. I'll be extra quick, just for you. The city's burning. It's been burning forever now. There haven't been any wind tidings from Lady Aurora. Everyone in the city's changed. Of course, I'm not surprised. Deep down, we are all jealous of each other. We pretended to laugh while we actually seethed. We pretended to be sad while we secretly smiled. That's just what we fairies are like, so of course this is how things turned out. The pub's so quiet now. There's no sign of the fairies who used to smile and laugh here anymore. Nobody comes to my pub at all. I guess Britain really is done for. That's okay. Things are just back to the way they were before. My pub was always like this. Drab, boring, a far cry from the places on Main Street, just like me. All the exciting recent stuff was just for a special occasion. An unbelievably fun once-in-a-lifetime exception. Phew, good thing I made it here without anyone seeing me. That was too damn close for comfort. Man, Gordy was right. I had no idea things had gone so bad here. Da Vinci, you came back! Wow, this is great. I'm so glad you're all right. Things look really bad turning at the cathedral, right? I was so worried about you. Hey, Mike. Good to see you safe and sound, too. Not that I was especially worried about you. Your pub's pretty sturdy, and you're not the type to take on unnecessary risks. I knew you wouldn't let the rumors mess with you, or take to the streets like the other fairies. Yeah, of course not. I've been in the kitchen all this time coming up with new recipes. Here, Da Vinci, check this one out. This one's really something. I found out you can make a really thin kind of bread with the buckwheat flour I got from Norwich. Then you can put all kinds of yummy things on top, like cream, ham, veggies. Oh, that's amazing, Mike. You invalid galettes. Not even Norwich managed to come up with those, and they've been breaking the Queen's laws to do whatever they wanted for ages. You must have been doing a lot of experimenting to figure this out. This is a proud moment for me as a teacher. Yeah, I did. I worked really hard at it. It really was tough but fun. It wasn't easy but really fulfilling. It's like a whole new world's opened up. I'm not the same useless Mike as I was before. I'm a fully fledged fairy now, and it's all thanks to you. Aw, you're giving me too much credit. I didn't make you into a hard worker. You had that going for you all along. You would have made something of this pub eventually, even if I never showed up. Where are you going, Da Vinci? What's on the second floor? Oh, I just popped back to get something I forgot. I need to grab Tifphone and Habitron and go back to our ship as soon as possible. Go back? Where to? Our ship's parked up in the air. Once I get back, we're going to take care of the calamity. Say, here's a little thought. I know Gordy won't be happy about it, but do you want to come with us? That riot out there isn't calming down anytime soon, yeah? Having one fairy come along won't make any difference. No, thanks. I'll stay here. Here's fine. Besides, I've still got the basement. I'll be safe no matter what. Yeah, it's safe there. There's nowhere safer. There's no point in going out. We could just stay here forever. Habitron, are you up? Are you still conscious? Yeah, is that you, Da Vinci? I knew you'd come back for me. I wish I could have gone to meet you myself, but oh well. You don't have to say anything. Your face is saying everything I need to know. That's good. Keeps things simple. Yeah, it does. I don't know how things ended up like this or why you made the choice you did. But after scanning all of Britain with the border, that was the only conclusion that made sense. You are going to help us, right? Of course. Besides, it's been kind of tough staying awake all this time. I hate to ask, but would you mind carrying me? I can't really move so well anymore. You bet. That was the plan. Thanks for everything, Habitron. You really are a bride's best friend. I know the truth, Da Vinci. I know you're not a human or a fairy, but I don't think you or any of the others do. You're stronger than a human or a fairy, but your life's much, much shorter. And pretty soon, it's going to end. Okay, I've got Tifphone and MK2 too. I better hurry. I've taken longer than I meant to. So why not just stay here? That way, you'll live at least a little longer than if you go back outside. Oh, rest in peace, Mike. Sorry for all the trouble, Mike, but I'm really glad you were here. And I don't mean just for today, I mean all of it. If I hadn't met you, our journey would have been a lot harder. So thanks for listening to me that day. Pub life turned out to be a lot of fun. And since I might not get another chance to say this, I just want to tell you that you've got a lot more going for you than you realize. And I just know you've got lots of days filled with even more fun ahead of you. Alright, take care now. I'm off to save the world. She didn't even notice he was becoming a Morse. Da Vinci's turning around and heading for the door. Her back is completely exposed. She's going to leave forever unless I do something. With all of Da Vinci, I'll just go back to being my boring old self. I don't want that. I don't even want to think about it. The whole idea is too frightening. I need Blank here. She should stay here. She'll live longer that way too. The door opens as she steps out. The knife I clutched in my hand, just out of sight, clatters to the floor. I stare at her back as she shrinks into the distance, barely able to see her through my tears. That's right, Da Vinci. Wouldn't be Da Vinci if she wasn't free. Going wherever she wants is what makes her Da Vinci. She knows she doesn't have much time, but she still keeps reaching for her dreams. That's why she shines so bright. Ugh. He had immersed himself? So I have to see her off. I have to keep smiling until the end. I used to think this place was a dream world where we could have anything we wanted, but I was wrong. Real dreams aren't easily obtained. That's why every day is so hard and so fun. That's what makes life worth the struggle, even if the world around you is just about to end. Even if you are a horrible monster just like us fairies. Yeah. Farewell, my friend from a far-off world. Thank you for coming to Burden. Thank you for coming to my cub. Thank you for all those wonderful days. They truly were a dream come true. And so the angel spread her wings and flew straight through the dangerous city into the world beyond. He was about to turn into a Moor the day he just unmoored himself. Is that the power of romance, I guess? Didn't say Farkas, though. Alright, Mashmir and Hugh are back from Norwich, and Da Vinci is back from Salisbury. All our units have completed their missions, and we can set course for the pit. But before we leave, we still have time to do one last run through of the operation. Commander Goroff, would you do the honors? Right, of course. All these run-throughs are important after all. I appreciate your consideration. Right then, listen up, Jeldy. Lost Field Team and local collaborators. We are about to fly to the pit and begin our battle against the Runos. This should be our final battle in Britain, so don't worry about saving your strength for later. I want you all to use everything you can, every special technique you have, and every ace up your sleeve. I mean it. You guys are always holding back one last trick. This time I want to see no holding back, no secret last-minute surprises. We're just going to carry out this operation as we planned, and we're going to defeat Cernunnos. Remember, we were all wiped out once before. It's only thanks to that witch coin sky that we're still here. And according to Da Vinci, there's no sign of her square origin anywhere in Britain. I'd say the odds are as good as she already left this lost spell behind, and good riddance. At any rate, remember, this is our last shot at this. Don't count on getting a third chance. Yes, sir. Good, now then, would you go over to the particulars, Administrative Advisor? Certainly, Commander Goroff. Repairs on the Stormbird are complete, and our flight and weapon systems are all fully operational. Meanwhile, it has been 20 minutes since Cernunnos reappeared in the pit. Going from our previous experiences, the Calamity hands that assaulted us will appear in another 40 minutes. But just like the Fire Calamity attacked the Stormbird earlier, we expect there to be a change to Cernunnos this time around as well, specifically defensive systems. Once he realizes we have a divine construct on board in the form of Altria Caster, there is a very high chance this Calamity will try and attack us. And since it simply is impossible to evade all of those cursed hands, this time we will pour everything we have into a defensive anti-curse layer and take them directly. Isn't that correct, Grimmer? Yes, you got it. I'm going to put a mediation spot, a well, up on the deck. Proxy or not, I'm still the god of wisdom. If I really concentrate, I could turn this whole ship into a sacred ground. I couldn't do much against Albion's spermic rays, but I could definitely hold off spiritual interference. So I'll take on Cernunnos' curse, his anger, myself. He and I are both Celtic, so the least I can do is hear him out. There you have it. With Grimmer to Sage's help, the Stormborn can get close enough to Cernunnos to fight him. Last time, he destroyed Camelot 50 minutes after he appeared, so we will need to defeat him before that happens. Our combat team will consist of Hio, Mash, and Altria Caster. Though naturally, since he'll be on deck, Grimmer will also participate as needed, as will Chelsea's servants. We have 30 minutes to win this battle starting now. Do be sure to keep that in mind, Master Hio. We just passed Oxford, 5 minutes until we have visual on Cernunnos. Should I keep going straight or should I make a little detour? No need for a detour, Marine. Grimmer, prepare for battle, if you would. It's time for us to get rid of the final calamity. It's Cernunnos time, boys. We're almost to the pit. Nervous? Yeah, I am. Me too. I mean, think about it. We're about to fight a god. A god! Doesn't it really get much more intimidating than does opponents go, does it? Not that I'm one to talk. I only just learned about proper human history at the site of selection, after all. Well, you must be used to these kind of things, right, Hyo? I mean, this is far from your first time, right? True, but it always feels like this. I see. Well, that's a relief. Now I know it's okay to be nervous. But, could you pick my staff up for me if I end up dropping it from sheer nerves? You haven't changed a bit. Nope, doing everything all on my own, still beyond me, so I'm glad to have others around to pick up my slack. So, did you find the reason you were looking for? No luck there, I'm afraid. Still, as in the dark there as ever. But that's okay. I might not know why I keep persevering. But I think there was someone who did know. Oh, but I'm getting off track. Hyo, I wanted to thank you now, while I still can. Once we defeat Sarunas, I'll go back to Avalon and you go back to your own world. This to me is just what's left after Muramasa took over the final part of the Sacred Sword's creation for me. Once I use up my magical energy, my role will be complete and I'll fall into a deep sleep. Just like how King Arthur left for Avalon in your world. So yeah, after we've dealt with the calamity, I'm going to go home to paradise. I see. I've always known where I'd return one day. I've known since I sacrificed myself to the slave selection. No, since I first floated to the surface. But before I leave, just one other thing I have to do. I have to pay you back for everything you've done for me. For Avalon the Fae like me, saving Burden means restoring this false burden to the way it should be. But you and your companions were different. You knew it was false, and you still wanted to save it. So I figured just this once, I'd like to share the same goal. As long as you keep holding on to hope, this Avalon the Fae will keep listening to you. And not just so you could save Burden, so you could save the world. Oh, yeah, one day I'm sure we will. By the way, Hyo, I have a question for you. What part of this journey did you enjoy the most? And don't say Manchester. Well, that's done. Let me see. Maybe... when we all went diving into Drakei River. What about you, Altria? Let me think. I was definitely the most fired up for the chocolate making and the most shocked at Norwich. But I think my happiest memory was in the Welsh woods on the 14th day after we met. That was when we shook hands for the third time. I just want to help the child of prophecy on top of that. Man, that was so cool. Woo! Feel a little blushy. So on top of that note here, this will be our last one. Oh, I just noticed she has the sword behind her now. Like, you can see the hilt here and the tip there. Anyway, thanks for everything, Altria. Distance is Harunos, 5 kilometers. Descending to begin our final approach to the target now. Contact in 2 minutes. All hands, get to your seats and strap in until we get there. Okay, see you later. But the most fun I actually had was on our 11th day in Gloucester. For you, it was probably nothing special. But it was my first time taking a walk down a big street with someone I really liked. We have a visual on Sarunos. Look out, status report. The target is making a move. I'm picking up multiple magical energy singles from the bottom of the pit. It's a cursed hands. Put up your anti-curse slayer and anti-misfortune barriers now. Oh man, we sure those will be enough? They're pouring at us like Niagara Falls. Those who know, know. Anyway. Don't worry, I'll push them all back at once. In my death, I speak of life. Oh, Mizimberbrunner, Leyline of the Mistletoe, sever the past and grow towards the future. For the next 9 days, no folly shall be tolerated. Cross the twilight, Gamut Valhalla. Whoa, those cursed hands just turned to light and vanished. There's a second wave incoming now, but with that working for us, we shouldn't have anything to worry. Ah, damn it, he countered my retaliating curse. Chelsea Hugh, you're not getting another shot. You need to finish this now. Absolutely. My armor may provide some protection, but we can't avoid the atmospheric magical energy contamination. Master Hio will therefore remotely summon servants from the command room to aid in battle, while continuing to provide Miss Kyra Relay with magical energy. Let's begin our fight against Zeronos. It's time to bring Bryn's calamities to an end once and for all. Alright, so I can't pull in my Voyager for my account, so... Otherwise, we have no major restrictions on party comp. So first of all, you're essential. And we're not using that. And we'll need single target DPI. How's Kama doing? I was at 7. Can't do Kama. I don't believe Hassan's leveled up either. Yeah, he's only at 7. Do I have anyone else? I don't think so. Well, I should probably move Smashing to here. That way she's ready for the front lines when it comes time to. Dante isn't going to work regardless. Do I safety Mothman? Oh, thank you for the follow, DCT10. Welcome to the stream. Do I just go with Bride? You know, I'm gonna go with Bride at this point. Anyway. I need that. And move that. And... oh no. You know what? I'm gonna keep Mash at the back. Yeah, I don't have Galaxy on this comp. This kid is underdeveloped as hell. But I got like 8 Leyline Stones and all my command sales unchecked, so that should be enough to get through with this team, right? Right? It better be. Calamity of the Curse. Zeronos. Look at that big bastard. Alright. So... oh, how I hate mechanics in this game so much. One's already dead. Amazing.
望まれることを望まれたように。
春の日差し、花の乱舞、開けヌプティアエドムスアウレアよ。歌え秋風
Yep. This is what happens when you make motherfucker a berserker.
僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、タッタ。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカイバーン。
Okay, so that story is like totally current after this, so and so is Bride, so I'm gonna set these guys up for success. And
やり負けないぞ。ここで
I think it's interesting how he uses Balbound skills considering that was who she sacrifices. Oh, I just realized we hit 30 followers. Kind of make a hit tweet about it. Alright. Back to regularly scheduled nonsense. Alright. Oh no. Ow. Bro, most of the party is dead now. And we aren't even through one fucking HP bar. God damn it. This truly is the boss battle of all time.
カッティングスプレー。シューッとロジャーカピー。はあ。介入中速度。僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、タッタ。よっ、せーの。第3宇宙速度。
Jesus! Rest in peace, Voyager. You did your best, my son. Alright. Skills are blocked. That's all done. Alright.
いいですよ。まっすぐですね。いいですよ。
ドッカーン。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。大丈夫。
発動的はしゃぎすぎちゃいました。
Alright. I'm gonna use a ley line stone. You know how it goes. You know what I should probably do? I'm gonna swap you two out real quick. Do that. Do that. That. And then that way I can go 1, 2, 3 and get the max use of the out of Trio's anti-enforcement defense. I like how Saruno still shows up within the little den. Amazing.
僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、ドット。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
Alright, with that out of the way.
シールズアップ。受け取るがよい。白兵戦、行きます。今のうちに準備。アイマス見届けよう。アイマスターロジャーカピー。僕は導く。
Let's see if Bright survives another turn. If not, then it's curtains, but whatever.
いつか僕らはたどり着く。
Alright. What's the next nonsense? Got it.
ビーミーアップ。ビークラック。
Cool beans. Alright. Do that. Wonderful.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。 ロジャーカピー見届けよう。うん。セントールフルスラット。僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。
Yeah, this boss fight was specifically going to be like an account check or something like that. Because so many fights can be cheesed within like the minimum amount of turns that it would take to be able to easily reanimate. Like 1 to 3 turns. That they wanted to make it so that way you would have to have a really specific hit in order to be able to four-shot this boss. That's what final bosses in this game are like in general, to be honest. But some are but obviously there's some variation in difficulties depending on who exactly you're fighting.
マルミアドは運命をかけた戦いであれば早だけですよカルウェナ
For example, Zeus wasn't nearly this bad, and he was the previous guy before this boss. But in between Zeus and this guy, there was Ibuki Doji, who is a piece of shit.
敵生命強化
OK
ありえざる妖精の王よ一撃一瞬で終わらせる石灰剣撃開始つなげノーセンスアロンナイト
僕は導く人の夢人の望み
Yeah, and then you look at some of the other boss fights, and
ペイルブルー
you fight an overgrown mammoth in Ivan the Terrible.
最果てにしまう
I don't remember him being that bad. Probably worth a command speller too, but
集う円卓の守護者たち
he doesn't that remarkable. Scatha's Scotty was surprisingly easy. The second one. Quincy Huang, I believe, was almost possible with a full adventure comp, but he's just like right outside of that. And then our General Altar was a piece of shit, but not to this level, I think.
遅い
ロジャーカピー
ここから神明偽装展開精錬たる湖面月光を返す沈めノーセンスアロンナイト
はあ流中速
Yeah, I always find this thing gets interesting just because of the fact that it's like all these different historical figures and what have you. Like, imagine throwing the Voyager 1 space probe at fucking a Celtic god. That makes no sense out of the context of this game. Alright. It smells like pain.
この口で落としたくないな当然切り落とすけど
I think I'll go with this.
ちゃんと命令してこの名はアルビア教会を開く最後の竜ジョフロアからプロモへ時を示せ行けいたいとはあ
Jesus! There's no way Mash does enough damage for this to be anything less than a disaster, so... You know what I'm gonna do?
よいまっすぐですね
You're going out in one hit, I don't give a shit. Look at that. Completely undoes all the hard work I've done.
活動的
Honestly. Alright, go back to sleep, Mash. Leyline Stowe 2, let's go. Alright. Okay, I can't order change right now. But I should have planned that out better. Oh well. But what I could still do is... Let's see here, I have 9 of those.
ヒューストン聞こえますか
That'll work.
覚えたよアイマスター見届けようもちろんセントールフルスラット僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着く ペイルブレイドッタ
Oh no. Not a critical. Well, rest in peace, the Eltrios. Alright. Well, that's why I have Nero Bride here anyways. Alright. You know, I probably should have saved that for the next turn. You know what I'm gonna do? This. Rocket.
はい上がれトラッ新面偽装展開精錬たる湖面月光を返す沈めイノセンスアロンライト右左正面噛み砕く
Melusine's done for. Night, Melusine. And Nero Bride's almost done for. Alright. Let's go and do this. Alright, now we're done with one layer. That's good.
人の夢、人の望み、いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、ドット。
So that means Voyager can start doing numbers finally. Hang in there, Voyager. You're almost there.
カッティングスプレー、シューッと。えい、えい、カッティングスプレー、シューッと。ロジャーカピー、ロジャー
I'm
カ
not
ピー。
gonna bother with Lord Camelot.
はあ、ビーミーアップ。スーパー、トイジャー、パンチ。
28 more minutes until what? Oh, wow. Well, I guess it makes sense. It's already the 30th in their time zone. Alright. Okay, so since it's curtains again, let's see here.
見届けよう、ロジャー、アイマスター。
What do you think is going to be the anniversary servant this year?
人の夢。
Or not the anniversary servant, the New Year servant. My brain's cooked. Personally, I'm still hoping Kamatas will come out, especially now that we have Draco's Beast List. But obviously that's some pipe dream nonsense. Would they decide to do an anniversary servant that's just a flat out crossover, or New Year servant that's just a flat out crossover? What do I think I prefer between the two, honestly? If anything, they'd probably save that character for Fate Samurai Remnant collaboration during the spring. It's curtains for Sarunos!
今回はうまくいきました
Okay, so that took 3 land stones. So we're down to like 5. That's more than enough to get through the rest of this plot. Shiro wouldn't make much sense at this point because we have Muramasa. Unless they really changed something up about him in order to make him distinct from Muramasa outside of personality. If anything, I see him more so become his outfit becoming a wardrobe thing more than anything. Kind of like how Parvati has the school uniform. Anyway, back to story. Did all that just to do nothing? Sarunos just instantly regenerated after his magical energy signal terminated. No signs of external energies anywhere. It's no use, he's not gonna stop. We only peeled off a few layers of his skin. How did it feel to fight against him, Mass? Did you figure anything out? I'm afraid not. We dealt with him countless lethal blows, but none of them did any lasting damage. I think his curse is bubbling up to heal him faster than we can hurt him. All we can see now is the putrid dead flesh that's been bloated by his curse. If we can't cut the curse off at its source, then we'll never be able to dispel this calamity. Oh, eye patch coup. Alright, that'll stop the bleeding for now. Well, Ron and I still got Andy. No, it's because he's gone Ron that he's much harder to get rid of. Now that we've tried fighting him, I can say for sure that he's got a divine core. I'm trying to identify where his eye patch came from. Oh well. A divine core is in the soul of a divine spirit, but Sarunos has been dead for. Something must have gone inside his heart. Some kind of real special sacrifice that curses the fairy's whole existence. It was that sacrifice that reanimated Sarunos' corpse and sent him up to the surface. Chipping away at him won't do anything. We need to completely annihilate him all at once. But we don't have anything powerful enough to. Sure we do. It's been around for a long time. The 12 sacred lances have been in Camelot's main gate. If we can activate them, we can beat Sarunos. That's what we were fighting for here. It's not quite enough to just prevent Camelot from being destroyed. Our job was to stall Sarunos here and get the guardian of the sacred sword to the throne. And we've done that. Now all that's left is to see how our journey ends. Huh? Mash, where's Altria? She's not here. I don't see Altria anywhere. She must have slipped away from the deck when I wasn't looking. So that's why. That's why she... Match, hold the line. Right, we have to do whatever we can. Re-engaging, I'll block all his attacks myself. Only death remained in Camelot. There were no fairies, no humans, no dead bodies, no Moors. She ran through the halls devoid of all life, where countless splendors had come to an abrupt end. Having jumped off the storm border and landed on Camelot's still unbroken outer walls, she ran now for the throne as fast as her legs could carry her. I'm sure it was this way. Come on, Altria, don't stop to think. You've already been here with Hio. Just trust your gut and keep going. She gasped for breath, but not because she was tired from her earlier battle. What spurred her on was an enormous beast outside, separated from her by only a single wall of stone. Sarunos, the enshrined deity, is eerily quietly cursed that seemed to oppress the very air. I know it's here. It's here. It's crawling up from the bottom of the pit right now. Before they set out for the spirit cavern, the curse had crawled up from the pit, completely destroyed Camelot. It arrived out 1 hour after Sarunos first appeared. There wasn't much time left. 10 minutes at best, 5 at worst. Before that time ran out, she had to reach Morgan's throne, learn its workings, and change it into something she could use for herself. Before she could have probably said it was impossible to look for another way. But now she knows she could pull it off. She was a different person after coming back from the site of selection. Now she was more than half fantastical. Now she knew about the king who would one day draw the sword of selection and, the sacred sword in hand, guide her into the future. And she knew that she herself was an intrinsic part of that concept. Someone who stands at the edge of the world rather than its center. A beacon at the farthest point, no matter what sort of end may be upon us. She remembers something her magecraft mentor taught her. An old nostalgic story, one of a nameless hero made from countless hopes. There, I definitely recognize this intersection. It's just up this way. Oh, Fluffy's taking over the throne. Morgan's throne. Ace the Savior's masterpiece, designed to gather and store magical energy from every fairy in Britain and to operate the sacred lances. Behind the throne lay the terrace overlooking the pit. There she saw the enshrined deity, simply there, his body made up of 14,000 years worth of dead flesh, wordlessly towering over her. Her breath caught in her throat. Just the sight of him filled her with dread. His silence and all it conveyed made her flinch. He was right to be angry. He was right to curse fairies. He had reached out to them in good faith, and they had tricked and killed him. They had robbed his beloved priestess of her life and her dignity, and flourished her for 14,000 years. The calamities were not born out of hatred, but of obligation fueled by raging grief. It was his way of saying, these creatures cannot be allowed to remain free. As the one who had inadvertently helped them survive, he now sought to destroy their world. Your anger may be justified, but this still isn't the way. If you decide that Britain is a land of sinners, that not a single one is untainted, then you should have made a system to forgive their sins, not just punish them. You should have chosen a sentence and given them a chance to serve it. She turned her attention to the throne, becoming one with the 12 sacred lances embedded in the gate. The curse is coming, the curse is coming. It's crawling out from beneath the ground at a speed akin to lightning. Sensing the curse may be about to end, countless chorus voices clamored around her as if to try and stop her. Fairy deaths piled up endlessly over the course of 14,000 years, rushed upward in a torrent. Wow, she really was a genius. But right now, her mind was consumed not with the encroaching threat, but with praise for Morgan. Morgan wasn't just an incredibly talented fairy, she also had the brilliant idea to make all of Camelot into a giant mystic code. And even though the spell to make it was utterly massive, its connections to her magical circuits and magical energy circulation were still absolutely perfect. It was the work of a prodigy without equal. It was no wonder she had been the greatest of all the Avalon Lefay. The problem was the whole system had been designed with the intention that said genius would be its operator. Gah! A surge of magical energy ran through her body. Lacking sufficient circuits to use all 12 sacred lances, the magical energy flowing from the throne burst around her in a shower of sparks. It dilated her blood vessels, nerves, bones, and muscles from the inside out. Her consciousness shorted out, her eyeballs ruptured, her lungs burned. It's all she could do to keep her knees from giving out. This isn't so bad. This time she wasn't going to run away. She knew it was going to work. Her Hognomaiads, locked and loaded. Round table lances, weighing anchor. Great anti-calamity right open. O lances of salvation, become the reign of Orkney and wash away all sins. The lances had the necessary firepower. They had the strength to even turn Camelot's impenetrable walls to dust. But they still weren't enough. They were still far too weak to destroy all the layers of the curse that had accumulated over the millennia. If any fairies had been here, they probably would have laughed. They would have said something about how even the great High Queen Morgan's own weaponry couldn't kill a god. No, it's not that. I'm just not using them right. She narrowed her now useless eyes and swallowed the blood she had coughed up. Her anger was not directed at the fairies, or even Cernunnos. She was angry at herself for still holding back, for still clinging to the possibility of going home. Don't you dare wish you could stick around just a little longer. You've already had plenty of time. I was supposed to disappear at the site of selection. The only reason I've lasted this long is because of one of my companions sacrificed himself to give me this extra bit of time. I need to use everything, every last bit of myself, both past and present. That's the whole reason I've come this far. Rahagnamaya was Morgan's spell. Of course she couldn't make full use of it. The sacred lances may be beyond her control, but she still could make use of their structure. If they were essentially cannons, then all she had to do was load them with different ammunition. Having returned from the site of selection, she was now in essence of the sacred sword, so the new spell must be: change the circuit from the throne to my heart. Change the magical energy used from Camelot to the Avalon Lefay. Change Rahagnamaya to Excalibur. Tens of trillions of cells burned with pain, as though the entire universe had been ablaze. A number of cursed hands stretched toward her, making her way to the throne room's terrace. In her mind, accelerated through intense pain, a single moment lasted for an eternity, and she slowly recalled the memories of what she used to be. Morgan, my rival from a far-off world. She remembered what happened in Norwich. She did not regret what she did or didn't do. She just remembered what she saw and how gloriously bright it was. I never was able to beat you, not even until the very end. I couldn't show you who I was through my strength or even say anything back to you. But now, at the very end, I've been given one final chance. The chance to use every last bit of my remaining magical energy to show you who I am. Did you find the reason you were looking for? No, I never did become who I wanted to be. But I will take my place here anyway, not for the sake of the cold, merciless queen who only wanted to protect this throne, but to honor the life of the incredible savior she once was. Now I'm going to finish the job you should have done 2,000 years ago. She looked up, facing the looming sin. She summoned the last of her strength as the Avalon Lefay, all the magical energy holding her together, and, O sacred sword, reveal thyself. Hear me, enshrined God, and forgive us for our sins. Oh, try to. All that remained of her was her mistletoe staff, resting across her winter throne like a sword. Its purpose fulfilled. "12 charges of an extremely powerful spell were just fired from Camelot's main gate simultaneously. They're all direct hits. Cernunnos' spirit origin signal just changed from negative to positive. 90% of his outer cursed layers have been blasted away. Whoa, I can see something. There, it's his divine core. I'm sensing a ton of godly energy from it. Man, dude's face is completely gone. Cernunnos' core. Well done, Ultriacaster, although, is it just me or is his nearby flesh wriggling around like it's still trying to regenerate? It's not just you, it's already started to regenerate. Not even Rahagnamaya are enough to defeat him. We have 6 minutes until Cernunnos is back to his old self. What do we do, Captain? If that's a divine core, our normal weapons will be enough to destroy it. Da Vinci, order the rest of the crew to abandon ship. You can use the shadow border to escape. The Nemo series and I will stay here in the command room. As soon as we've confirmed you are all safe, we're going to ram the storm border into the divine core at full speed. What? But that would be suicide. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to let you throw throw your lives and this ship away. There's no time to argue. This isn't up for discussion. Come on, Hio. We need you to hurry up and... No, that won't be necessary. Now that Zeronis' divine core has been exposed, this operation has played its part. Hio, would you hurry up to the deck? Mash is waiting for you there. She can't slay a god without your command spells. Catch my drift? Alright, on my way. The target's divine core is finally exposed, but at the rate it's regenerating, won't be long before it's hidden again. Altria gave us an incredible opportunity, and I had the means to take advantage of it. But now there's nothing I can do. It's all because I was too much of a coward. If I just hadn't run away from my choices, from my responsibilities, then I could have. Man, you're really broken up about this, aren't you? I get it. You were running away from fighting back then. No matter how brave or heroic you were, at your core you still hated fighting. That hasn't changed. But what has changed is where you're looking now. Now you know what you're fighting for and why, and that means I don't have to keep holding on to this for you. Huh? Have a trap. Yep, and I've got something that belongs to you. Something you left behind after it was used at the castle in Sheffield. It's something that should never have existed in Britain, and something you'll need to show who you are from now on. You said it's called the Black Barrel, right? Don't forget it this time, Mash. We, as we are now, are hypothetical beings, all created in the Tree of Emptiness simulation. So I'm going to move forward under the premise that it wasn't Mash who existed in the Fey era, but Galahad. Neither you nor I must remember anything about her. No way, I don't want to forget about Mash. She's going to go through something awful again in the era of the High Queen, right? Then I have to be there to help her. You're going to be around the era of the High Queen, right, Ace? Then I'll figure something out too. I know, an ice coffin. I'll ask Grimmer to make the same kind of ice coffin as Mash. I'll have to. I haven't kept my promise to her. I still need to make her the best bridal dress ever. Once this world changes over to the era of the High Queen, every loose end will disappear. You can't go from one era to the next, at least not while retaining your memories. Even I could never do that. It would only lead to contradictions. If I added this loop's knowledge of myself to the era of the High Queen, I'd no longer be able to exist. We have no choice but to forget about Mash. If, even knowing all that, you still want to remember her, you'll need to steel yourself. So long as you retain memories of Mash, you will not be meant to exist in this world. Your entire life up until Mash is sent here from Norwich will disappear. And you won't be able to speak the first Tamlin's name. Let me be clear, no one in the era of the High Queen could never know that you were one of my first knights. If even one person realizes you're actually Toltera, you'll vanish from the era of the High Queen. You are from a fantastical lost spell. As such, there is no way for you to survive in the reality of a singularity. So I'm going to erase all of Mash's memories of you. Everything from the moment she met you and sees you in Sheffield in 2019 to the moment she enters her coffin. So long as she has no memory of you, she should be able to leave in the era of the High Queen as well. Which is why you'll have to stay away from Mash once she's been freed of her coffin. As she remembers you, she'll vanish from the era of the High Queen. It'll disappear when the morning larks sing, just like a summer night's dream. Toltera, no, Habitat. How could I have forgotten about you? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry I didn't remember. It's so wonderful to see you again. I can't believe this is happening. No, you've been with me all this time, watching over me. Yeah, but I always kept my promises, you know. Here, this is yours. I've been hiding it inside my spinning wheel all this time. Never even noticed, did ya? You even got the Black Barrel, then when you came floating down from above, you must have... Yep, I stashed it away as quick as a wink while Barrel was yammering on. Pretty impressive, right? It is. You must be just as fast as ever then. I had no idea you had... Have a trot. The morning lark is singing and my dream is coming to an end. But that's okay. I mostly did what I want to do, and I've long since kept my most important promise. So this is where old Habitat says goodbye. I wish I could see her happily ever after. But hey, knowing you guys, you'll be fine. In fact, I bet you'll always have a perfect weather for every single one of your anniversaries. Wait, Is this because I remembered you? Is this why you're disappearing? Why did you all do all this for me? I don't deserve it. Sure you do, even if you did. So what? I don't care. I just want you to be happy. I mean, everyone did the best they could, right? Ace did, Hector and Rhynek, even Grimmer is a pretty good guy. They might all be gone now, but we still have a great journey together. And besides, I'm a friend to brides everywhere. I wanted to make sure your future would be a happy one. No, please don't go. Take the memories back. I promise I won't remember you, please. Just please, don't go. You more than anyone else. You put everything into making your dreams come true. Oh, come on, you know that's not true. But if you really want to pay me back, then how about this? Remember me. Remember Ace. Remember how beautiful our Britain really was. I will, I promise. Well, looks like we're out of time. I can see Hio running this way, too. Hio puts Sarunas out of his misery mash. He's suffering, too, in his own way. During this is a fresh start for the dreams that await you. No matter how hard it is to say goodbye, there will always be something wonderful to look forward to. Always. Now go on, hold your head high. Show this old Tamlin what a badass you really are. Of course I will. Just watch me, Totoro. Mish, I've got a command spell. Right, Master, I won't run away again. As the knight who completed her pilgrimage, I'm going to use everything I have to crush the calamity plaguing Britain. Target elimination confirmed. Did you see that, Habitrot? Thank you. Thank you, Tamlin Totoro. Thank you, Habitrot the Spinner. I'm so proud that you chose me to be your dream. Goodbye. May the flowers bless you too. And all that's left now is... Attention on the deck, Hio, Mish. We've confirmed that Sarunas has disappeared, and the curse spraying from the pit has ceased. We've even been able to get readings on the bottom of the pit now, where it seems to be about as Melissa earlier. Every calamity in British Lost Belt and all threats to the primary human history have been defeated. Once we refuel the store burning, we're going to head back to the waters off the western coast. As soon as we confirm the British Lost Belt is safe, we'll return to Novum Chaldee. Great work, you two. I'll be keeping the speed low for a while, so take your time about coming back inside if you like. You know, I think we finally pulled it off. Oh man, I was freaking out a little bit when not even Ragnamai had finished him off. But then you guys showed up with a god-killing weapon and I'd easily put Muramasa to shame. I wish Altria could be here too. Well, yeah, sure, it'd been great if we could have won without any sacrifices. Things don't usually go that way. Most of the time you lose something or someone along the way. This time might not even have been any different. But personally, I think those two went out happy, knowing they did everything they possibly could. And it's all because they believed you guys would win this thing. Because they wanted to see you do that more than anyone. They put their trust in you and thought of you as their friends. If you're gonna remember them for that. And don't forget, your battle doesn't end here with Britain. You still got this foreign god thing to contend with. I know, we're so grateful to Altria and Halpatrat, and you too, Grimmer the Sage. By the way, I couldn't ask this during the battle, but is your eye alright? Oh sure, it was just what I needed to put on a truly mythical performance. Besides, having only one eye made trust sharper than ever. Grimmer, your body's fading. Looks that way. The God of Wisdom entrusted me with ensuring Chaldee got their hands on the sacred sword. And as the Celtic heroic spirit, I also got to be there for Sarunas' final moments. So now my role in this last battle is complete. As the only helper here from proper human history, I'm glad I managed to save face. The only one for proper human history. Thank you again, Coach Julian. What are you going to do now? Are you going to go be registered at HLG as a caster? It's Grimmer, alright. Now you know my deal. I'd rather you call me Grimmer from now on. But anyway, I know you guys want to know. And not just me, the God of Wisdom says so too. And if I could keep the Spirit Origin after going back to the throne, I'll pop by HLD as a caster. So I'll see you guys then. Have a feeling I'll be seeing you all again. All that's left now is... Alright, it's time we put this lost belt, no, this lost word behind us. The calamities have dealt with the Isle of Critical Blow. There can't be many survivors left. So at least it hasn't been completely destroyed. I wish he could stay to see Bryn get back on his feet before it returned to Chaldea, but... Yeah, that would be nice. Wait, huh? All the flames and curses have dissipated, but trunks of the ground are still breaking apart. In fact, if anything... Attention, attention, I'm picking up a massive gravity fluctuation across all of Bryn. The ground is floating up into the air, even though there's nothing creating gravity up there. What the heck's going on? This doesn't make any sense. Everything is falling up. It's worse. Shev is detecting a level 1 threat. I can't see what's causing it, but the way things are going now, the whole Earth's going to be gone in an hour. It's a collapse. The collapse has started. But we dealt with all the calamities. There shouldn't be anything left to beat Friend Bryn. So why is the collapse beginning now? There's no sign of a new enemy anywhere. Sure there is. You just didn't notice it because you've been looking at it the whole time. Remember that mural in Londinium? That was a depiction of the prophecy of destruction Soros' priestess made just as he was being dismembered. As the world grows newer, unbeknownst to all, its roots will grow older. Until one day, they will be so brittle as to crumble with a bite from a single insignificant insect. That prophecy wasn't about Bryn's future. What you're seeing now is what happens when the roots of even the strongest human history are gnawed through. Soon the entire planet will be gone, as though it never existed. I knew it. Huh? You mean you've been on to me, Hio? Well, that sucks. Now I feel silly for biding my time waiting for the perfect moment to make my reappearance. But really, so what? I never even bothered to hide from you in the first place. Of all my little pawns, you're by far the most insignificant. Oh, what's wrong, Blanca? Your pretty antenna stopped moving. Ah, you're dead. Were you taking all the Morse poison and being directed at me from all Bryn in my place? Thanks, I guess. Not that it really matters. Oberon? That's Oberon. He certainly does look the part of a fairy king, but what's the meaning of this, Vinci? Your report said he was one of your local collaborators, a proper human history servant who has been summoned by this land. But his spirit origin isn't from proper human history at all. For that matter, he's neither human nor fairy. In fact, he doesn't match any known life form. Is that really Oberon the Fairy King? Of course it is. Believe me, I confirmed it dozens of... Huh? I can't see his magical energy signal on the border sensors. No, wait, I can't, but it doesn't match any of our data. His spirit origin is changing literally every second. And I don't believe it. There's no trustworthy information about his spirit origin anywhere. He may as well be invisible. There, but not there at the same time. Then, who in the world is he? I just picked up a massive irregular space in the northern Bryn. No, wait, when did this show up? My apologies, but I didn't know what you mean by irregular space. Can you be more specific? Look, there's just a weird thing there, okay? What is that thing? Is it actually alive? I'm sorry, but we can't explain it. We just can't. We've never seen anything like that creature anywhere in the world. I even tried firing a sensor pulse at it, but I didn't get a single reading. I can tell it's really bad news, though. Shev has gone pitch black. It's hard to believe, but according to this, we're already done for. Return impossible. Destination permanently unmoored. Eternal voyage in progress. What kind of status reports are these? Captain, we're scared. Did we already sink without realizing? Yes, there is something pulsating to the north, and I can only describe it as a hole in space. But it seems we can't view it on the monitor. Miss Hio, can you see it from the deck? Yeah, I've been seeing it for a while now. is that, Master? Some kind of black haze is sucking up the ground. You know, it's eating the island. What in the world could that horrible looking creature be? My guess is it's an insect. That's right, just a single insect. Though, as you can see, it's actually a conceptual insect, an infinite hole that's going to destroy brain and turn the planet inside out. You can think of it as an endless hello if you like. It's also me. Even I can't really tell which of us is real and which is just a shadow. Tell me your true name, Oberon. Well, since you asked, I'd be happy to oblige. Senpai, Oberon's form, know his very story origin is. I swear, these fairies are just unbelievable. First they kill a god and use his body to create a small island to replace the land that disappeared because of their screw-up. Then, still not satisfied, they kill uncountable numbers of their own kind and to fill in the sea and make an entire landmass from their corpses. Ugh, the sheer audacity is more than enough to make me sick. Don't you agree, Hio? Even as a human, you think they're pretty awful. So imagine how disgusted the original Britain must be with them after it was returned to nothing. No wonder it sent calamities after them to try and wipe them all out. Oberon. Anyway, Cyrano's wasn't part of it. In some way, he was actually trying to protect the fairies. The only reason I made it up to the surface now is because he's finally gone. We're going to shard Fairy Brian's creation by sealing Cyrano's away instead of defeating him. I honestly wasn't sure what to do. I certainly had no means of defeating Morgan myself. So I waited for a human who could defeat her to appear. I waited for someone who could pop the lid off Cyrano's and finally get rid of him. The Child of Prophecy's prophecy was just a chance I was waiting for. It was even a kind of amusing idea. So I helped it along a little. I did my part to ensure the Child of Prophecy would set off on her journey and successfully complete her pilgrimage. So you could be the ones to ruin everything you were working towards. Tell us your name, Oberon. Gladly. I've taken the form of Oberon the Fairy King, a fantasy of fiction created by your own proper human history. I'm the embodiment of Britain's will, the very will that wished for its own destruction when the Age of Mystics ended. My name is Vortigern. Oberon Vortigern. I'm the abyssal worm who destroyed Fairy Britain, with a little help from all of you. Yep, that's his deal. And when he released the players, he introduced a whole new class with him. At any rate, he's eating the island now. Well, let's see if we get any further motivational notices about motivation. At any rate, time for the final act, section 30. The Isle of Britain was collapsing. All the buildings the fairies had built in imitation of human civilization. All the corpses, from those heaped up in the ages past to those freshly killed by the calamities. The insects sucked more of them into the air every passing second, and swallowed them whole. The northern lands dissipated like snow, the southern islands drifted away like ash. Those few who somehow survived all joined hands and fell into the void. It was as though everything in Fairyburn had been no more than a single night's dream. I still can't identify that unknown servant spirit origin pattern. It doesn't match any of the 7 main classes or even any of the extra ones. I've never seen anything like this class before. What is that thing, Holmes? I can only confirm that its class is unknown. There are those who serve as inspiration to others and usher in new ages by doing good deeds, heroes. And there are those who help good things come about by serving as the necessary obstacles, anti-heroes to counter to heroes. Among these, there were doubtless some anti-heroes who accomplished great feats through treachery. An imposter, someone who achieved greater power and feats than one who is genuine by deceiving others about the nature of their very soul. Such an anti-hero would not be an avenger or a ruler, nor would they be an entity from an outer zone or a distinct separate personality within a person. No, they would be a pretender, a heroic spirit mired in falsehoods who fights entire worlds rather than people or beasts. Indeed, I can think of no better name for Oberon. Come the hell on! What's the world going on here? The girl won. Cowrie Lake came through with flying colors. I know it may not be possible for our world to coexist with Sauce, but we never wanted to destroy it. We saved Britain, damn it. So why is this happening? Answer me, Holmes. What in the world is that monster? I suspect it's the concept of emptiness. It may seem like a living creature, but it has no muscles, no bones, and no organs. What appears to be its mouth is actually a hole. Though it appears to be sucking up the ground, in truth, the ground is falling up towards it. Imagine a bath to have filled with water. Now imagine that our world is that water, the creature is the drain. What happens to the water in the bath once the plug is removed from the drain? Well, it's water, right? So it would make a little whirlpool and swirl down the drain. Wait, then you're saying that this thing isn't sucking everything up, but... Indeed, we, or rather the very space we inhabit, is falling towards it. Even if we were able to escape our present location, it would achieve nothing. Now that the plug has been removed, everything on the planet is going to fall into the hole. The very epitome of a pitfall. I simply never imagined there could be a hole the entire world could fall into. Vortigern, the cowardly king who killed Ufford, the King Arthur's father. And then you must be King Arthur's archenemy for this lost belt. No, I couldn't care less about King Arthur. Think bigger, Mash. I'm humanity's archenemy. Vortigern was Britain's destiny incarnate in your world too, right? Well, I'm not about to allow humanity to have their own age. Not on my watch. If humans are just going to trample over Britain's mystics, I'd rather end it before the age of mystics comes to a close. I'd like to go out on a high note in that sense, even if it means killing myself. And yeah, you don't have to say it. Believe me, I get it. There's nothing worse than when the thing you hate becomes super popular. Not that it matters when King Arthur comes along to stop you in your tracks. That's the problem with your world. Neither the good nor the evil ones are willing to go far enough. Want to destroy humanity? You need to destroy the world itself. Your Vortigern failed because he couldn't cross that line. Why do you want to destroy all of humanity? They disgust me. What of it? Wouldn't a bunch of vermin skittering around the corners of your room disgust you too? Disgusting. You think this burden is disgusting? That the fairies and humans who live in the land of the Fae are all disgusting? Oh, you mean actually like them? You actually like them, Ash? Wow, that's really something. Don't take it too personally. It's not just those places that disgust me. It's everything. To me, even your world just looks like a giant pile of shit. Huh, that was vulgar, wasn't it? Not how the Fairy King should speak, is it? Sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. Think you could forgive me just this once, especially after all we've been through together. In fact, tell you what, I apologize for everything I just said. If you'd rather, we could just forget this whole thing happened. Okay, wait, huh? I don't understand this, Maz. It seems like Oberon was completely sincere just now. Stop messing with Nash. Why, whatever do you mean? I mean, you're over on The Liar. So you do get it. I'm glad to hear that, Hugh. You're right, I'm a liar. I never told you guys the truth. Not once. But I was still deadly serious about destroying Britain. And I relied on you to make that happen. I mean, think about it. If someone told you to do something as huge as destroy Britain, where would you even begin? I was as clueless as the next person. I didn't know what I was going to do. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that you and I could defeat Morgan. That even if I could defeat Morgan, it wouldn't be enough. I would need so many pieces to fall into place to bring down Fairy Britain. Morgan and neutrality alone weren't going to cut it. Everything that had to happen at the right time and only get a single chance. Even if I had no choice but to watch my every step carefully. But then I saw you on that beach and I instantly realized, this girl's a total moron, the perfect performer. I just know she's going to make all my dreams come true. I truly believed in the bottom of my heart that you were the worst and the best spectator I could hope for, what I knew would bring everything to a spectacular end. Gee, thanks. Jackass. Anyway, my intuition was right. You lived up to my expectations and then some. So much so that I wouldn't have minded letting you live. Except I have to destroy Child D too. Vortigern's goal is to ensure this false Britain finally disappears, since it's hung around far too long after his death. But me, my goal is to wipe out humanity. And Child D's whole deal is protecting proper human history, right? Kinda makes us mortal enemies. So I'm gonna kill you all here, so you can't change things up on me later. The abyssal worm is falling towards us. What the hell? I can't put any distance between us and that, no matter how hard I push it. Captain Da Vinci Holmes, hell, I didn't even take Chubby. Or I can get Hugh and Mash back inside. Ah, crap, we're not gonna make it. The collapse is coming straight for us. We can't get away. It's gonna swallow us whole. Damn it, now all our sensors have stopped working too. I can't tell what's going on outside anymore. Hell, it's so dark in here, I can't even tell what's going on inside either. There's no sound or light anywhere. What do we do, Captain? What can we possibly do against... Lock the desk gravity, point the bow straight up, and set the engines to the second stage. If that thing's trying to make us fall in, we'll just have to rise away from it. Even if we're in total darkness, even if we're inside an endless hall, I'm not giving up until our engines do. All hands maintain battle stations. The creature causing this collapse may still be out there, but so are Hugh and Mash. And knowing those two, they'll find a way out of this. When I was born, I couldn't even breathe. Not so much as a single toe was truly alive. I was a raw mass of fluid inside a chrysalis. Under the circumstances... Oh no, it's New Buron. Can you imagine how I felt when I woke this morning to the morning sun's rays? I was in the autumn woods at the outskirts of Fairy Britain. The autumn woods, full of fairies who had been bullied, persecuted, and had nowhere else to go. The only thing to do there was die. It was there amongst those who didn't belong anywhere else. Amongst those who were hated and forgotten, and now had nothing left to do but die. Then my chrysalis suddenly appeared. My chrysalis looked just like a fairy, but it wasn't. It was a device Britain itself created to bring about its own end. I can't believe this timeline is still hanging on more than 10,000 years after it died. It's sick. I hate everything that lives on this damn island. I just want to erase it all from existence. That's all I am, a single insect born from this island's own excruciatory hatred of living creatures. But of course, as an insect born of excrement, my birth was a wretched affair. My chrysalis appeared both pitiful and beautiful, so the fairies must have thought I was their king. They gathered around and watched over my chrysalis until it stood up on its own. Oh gods, that was disgusting. Now it was standing up, it was a chrysalis no longer. Oh, thank you for the follow, Nethel. Welcome to the team. It was the perfect fairy tale king. The very short doze of the forest had long awaited. For it looked just like the fairy king depicted by a famous, talented, somewhat mean-spirited author. First was the king and the Moors, now this. Huh, so I'm a ghost liner, a servant now. I guess as long as they're born from people's desires, it doesn't matter whether a servant's original is real or fake. Turned out a fairy named Oberon existed in both proper human history and fairy Britain. But this Oberon pretending to be a king was a creature composed entirely of lies. Everything he said was untrue thanks to the underlying premise that it was all just part of a single night's revelry. Wow, this is amazing. Everything I say or do ultimately becomes twisted. I love you became I don't love you. I don't love you became I don't even care about you. That was just who Oberon was. And given his nature as a heroic spirit, there was nothing he could do about it. Oh well, that's fine. I was already planning on lying through my teeth all the time anyway. That aside, this is all because Brain gets flat sand floating in from the outside. For someone who's supposed to hate proper human history so much, Morgan really seems to have a paradox of an unhealthy love for it. And so the Fairy King was born. As luck would have it, this was right when the Child of Prophecies poem was becoming the hottest topic in fairy society. The King already knew a good deal about proper human history, but this time he made sure to do his homework extra thoroughly. He knew the story of King Arthur, whom Morgan was wary of. So he decided he would make use of the Fairy of Paradise, the Avalon who appeared somewhere in Britain. When I was born, I couldn't even breathe. Not so much as a single toe was truly alive. I was a rotten mass of fluid inside a chrysalis. And from inside it... Well then. All I could see was wriggling insects like a sea of living rubbish. Oberon was born from Britain's death throes. Oberon didn't love any of the island's creatures. His only thought upon being informed of his duty to destroy Fairy Britain in accordance with the island's own wishes was, isn't there anyone else who could do it? Oh well, now that I've been born, I guess I have no choice. Damn it, my body still won't move. Every breath I take feels like it's going to kill me. Just moving my toes makes me feel like I'm going to jump out of my skin. And the worst part is, just being alive makes me sick. As a chrysalis, Oberon could not close his eyes. And that's why he could not look away from them. Wriggling, wriggling. For over half a year, all Oberon could do was stare as they wriggled away in front of him. Oberon was born from filthy sludge. Even inside his chrysalis, he was no more than a sludge. Everywhere he looked, everything he saw looked so much putrid sludge. He was disgusted by the sight of these vagrant weaklings clinging to his unfounded hope. He was disgusted by these starved wretches now depending on him for help after they'd been endlessly tricked and deceived by everyone else. He was disgusted at being treated like a king by these creatures who could only crawl, squirm, and wriggle. And above all, he was disgusted with himself for being at the very bottom of such an awful situation. He felt like a butterfly corpse being swarmed by ants, the kind of thing that happens in trapped heaps in the deepest dregs of the world. Pure loathing grew in his chest, but not for any one person in particular. He didn't despise the insects swarming him, or even himself for being swarmed. It was everything. It was the structure of the world itself. That's why Oberon decided that had to go. Bro really woke up in a dumpster and decided, fuck all this shit, I'm destroying it all. But never mind his backstory now. Hang in there, Hugh. You're almost at the end. You still gotta turn things around spectacularly at the very last moment, don't you? That star. Huh? You're alive? That's strange. You do know we're in the abyss now, right? Oh, I see. Did you already overcome your lost will? That would explain how you opened your eyes. I think that's just going to make your death much, much more painful, though. But hey, you do you. Where are we? We're still standing on the deck of your ship. The abyssal worm swallowed it whole. Hey, since you're awake and know, why don't we talk for a bit? You must be pretty tired, right? Here, have some food. It's one of those ration things. I found it in your ship while I was doing a little wandering inside. What, you're wondering why I'm being so nice to you? I'm not. I only went into your ship to kill your companions. I killed Mash first, you know. You're gonna die soon, too. But you guys are falling inside an endless hollow right now. The abyssal worm's Forax is infinite. You see, there's no destination here. No endpoint. Everything just falls, just keeps falling forever. And since it goes on infinitely, there's no entrance or exit. Once you're swallowed, it's over. It doesn't matter how strong or accomplished you might be. Nothing can escape this hollow. Not unless you kill me. But nobody's gonna wake up in here. They're all dreaming of falling. If anyone did manage to wake up, they'd be able to see just like you can, but most of them will simply keep falling. Frankly, I think you would have been happier that way too. Staying conscious in here will just make the rest of your short life in hell. Think about it, even after you die, you're gonna keep falling forever in this endless darkness. Isn't that horrifying? That would mean you're stuck in this hell too. True, it does. But now the abyssal worm has manifested, there's no avoiding the world being destroyed. So in here, out there, doesn't matter to me. My life was already hell. Anywho, there's nothing you can do now. You can't even perform simple summons in here. There's been nothing like this place in human history, so you won't find a single heroic spirit record here. So how can you summon something that doesn't exist? You'll either go imagine the endless falling, or eventually you'll close your eyes and slip back into dreaming about falling. So which you'll be, you'll decide you'd rather sleep, just let me know. Of course, if you still want to save the world, you don't have any time left to think about it. Now that the British Lost World is gone, we're back in the standard time stream. You said Chelsea observed the planet disappearing in 24 hours, right? They were right, you haven't even got a minute to spare at this point. So if you want to save the world, you'll have to fight me, and if you fight me, I'll kill you. I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound like a great way to die to me. I couldn't agree more. Whoa, you actually tried to punch me. How'd you ever make it this far with a skull so thick? Oh, well, if you're so eager to die, I'm happy to help you with that. I do enjoy watching people fighting battles they haven't got a chance of winning. I do have a chance. Huh? Where? Hope it'll be here any moment now. Aren't you listening? I told you, no one's coming to. It's like you said, we're just bystanders, right? Cast her to me. No, 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 it can't be. It's Altria Ex Machina, everyone. By combining Altria Ex Machina and the power of protagonists, I've heard the foreign mage's summons and have come down to her aid in accordance with her contract. If this battle is not to punish Britain, but to save the world, then I will cross even the ends of time to deliver the sword into her hands. Alright, pretender time. I heard the ringing of a bell, not even a coercive bell I've heard countless times before, but a kind familiar bell that called to you, that believed in you. This is the storm I was always running in, a maelstrom of wickedness, a crucible of hearts laid bare. A storm of dark, cold, ear-splitting voices no different from a drainage ditch. No, 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 no. Make it stop, make it stop. I don't know how many times I thought I couldn't go on, or wished for death to free me. The only reason I was able to keep running without losing my voice because of the light that was there. The pale blue light of a tiny, far-off star shining somewhere beyond the storm. When I fell, I picked myself up even as I cried. When I was exhausted, I turned my head skyward. No matter where I looked, the star was always there shining in the distance. A flicker of virtue among a sea of ice. A bright future awaiting me. There's no way that could possibly be true. No, even if it was, it wouldn't matter. For you, that star is just a bright light. That was all it had to be to become your goal. Knowing someone else was out there, somewhere looking at that same star was the only thing that gave you hope. It was the one that never changed, no matter how the storm raged. Right, that's right. That's all I had keeping me going. I was terrified of most things. Most things I didn't dare to trust, but that star's light always encouraged me. You and that star may not have any connection. That star may never point your way or come down from the heavens to help you, but yeah, I don't care about Brian or the future. But as long as that star is shining, I'll never give up. No matter how much the world shook it with storms, or how much more time was spent suffering than at peace, that light had always watched over you, even since you were a child. It's the one thing in the storm that's always shone bright. You didn't do this for society or for peace or even for yourself. That little star's light never lost its brilliance. It's one of the things I don't want to betray. But that's all over now. Except the bell's timbre. Finish your journey. It's like you can never be happy in that White Castle. Your life cannot continue beyond this point. Continued on this path, the one who chanted the king's name, will disappear. You won't be needed anymore. Can you really all that just for one star? Is that just a silly, trivial thing, like not wanting to betray that beautiful star? Is really going through with this? I hear voices cursing me for bringing about Britain's end. Voices who loathe me for fulfilling my duty from paradise. Thousands, tens of thousands of voices decry me. Millions of voices blaming me. This is vice. The fact is, there's no such thing as a star shining in the storm. That's why I can't save anyone besides myself. Not for a reason like that. Who's there? Who's protecting me? You're not doing a very good job, but you're still stretching your hands out, desperately trying to help me. Someone who lost her life because of your capricious whims. Someone who you lost long since forgotten. Someone from the fringes who's just like you. Her name is... I see. I guess not having a name really is a terrible thing. In that case, what about this? What if you just came with the idea now, but... Please, use my name. Altria Caster. You could go by Altria or Caster, or both if you prefer. It's not like I'm going to use it anymore anyway, so go ahead and shout it to the world for all I care. Thank you. I promise I'll always treasure it. And not just this name, I'll always treasure your heart, too. Her name was Hope. She had found that star's light right at the very end. Yes, one of the first fairies to die, and her name was Hope. Don't you just love and like storytelling like that? Hope is dead. She had grown exhausted from always lifting everyone's spirits, but she still never forgot to smile. She's been protecting me all along, all because of that one impulsive act. Even now, she still believes in me, and all because of that silly, insignificant act. It wasn't anything special or even noble. To any outside observer, it probably just seems absolutely silly, but no, thank you for treasuring it. That's right, I don't have any amazing reasons either. I'm no different from her at all. I have nothing to be proud of, no actual skills worthy of praise. I don't think I'll ever find a reason others would envy for as long as I live. But even so, who cares? This is all the reason I need. I just don't want to betray that star. I don't want to abandon these feelings. The silly, insignificant reasons like that. They've always been what we, and you, have to rely on to keep on going. Even if you have to grin and bear it, even if it's just for your own satisfaction, even if you lack confidence and never figure out the answer, even if it's a reason anyone else would think is silly, insignificant. It's the only thing I believe in, the only thing I can believe in, the only thing keeping me going even now. Farewell, young you, now and forever. In time, the star beating within your chest and the timbre of the bells will resonate inside you. I have heard the foreign mage's summons and have come to her aid in accordance with our contract. If this battle is not to punish Britain, but to save the world, then I will cross even the ends of time to deliver the sword into her hands. Are you freaking kidding me? I mean, I know I said this is what you should be doing, but did you seriously have to become a heroic spirit as an Avalon Lefay? I can't believe it. Just how much of a knight are you? Still, showing up now is just a little pathetic, don't you think? I mean, you already had your dramatic exit. I don't know if that's your future form or if you've become some kind of special guardian. Britain's gone though. You lost. Your part in this play is long since over. Performers like you who can't even cut it the first time around have no business returning to the stage. That's true. There isn't anything here for me to protect anymore. Nonetheless, Fairy King Oberon, he who desired Britain's destruction. I agree that it is painful to witness a dead world being artificially kept alive. You were right to bring this one to an end. I know, right? But you were wrong to try and end others that had nothing to do with it. Even if these fairies were beyond salvation, and our future is devoid of hope, that doesn't give you the right to rob others of their present when the future still lies ahead. That is an act of cowardice far more painful to witness than merely trying to escape destruction. Isn't that right, Oberon? Your actions have been dreadfully earnest and quite frankly pathetic. Damn, this Altria doesn't hold back. Oh, where am I? What have I been? Oh, this is a surprise. You're awake, thank goodness. Yes, I was having a very strange dream. It's hard to describe, but it felt like I was falling endlessly. Huh? Senpai? Altria? Oh great, now even Mash is awake. Must be Altria's doing. Guess that means the ones in the command room will be waking up too then. Fantastic. Bash, he'll fill you in later. Right now, we need your help. We're going to destroy the abyssal worm here at its source before it can spread beyond Britain. Right, leave it to me. Ugh, you're still just as quick to change gears as ever. Well, whatever, it's fine. Neutralians do so love defeating your enemies, so if that's how you want to play, I'm game. I'm just getting tired of the chatter anyway. I've already told you enough about what I am. If we're in a play, this will be the grand finale. Shame nobody's around to watch it. Oh well, we'll just content myself with knowing it's a third-rate production no one wants to see anyway. Oberon, you're being watched by at least 8 people right now. Not to mention no countless other people that have already seen this story. Shut up. Come on then, Hio. Your prize summons should work just fine now. Show me how proud you are to fight for humanity. First, I want to ask you one last time. What? Why are you doing this? Why? To wipe everything clean, that's all. I'm sure I had already said as much. Humans and fairies alike disgust me more than I could say. That's why I'm getting rid of it all. And I used all of you to do it. What, did you think this was supposed to be some kind of fun trip? If so, that's a damn tragedy. Everything I say is a lie. You shouldn't believe any of it. Peace in Britain, Altria's mission. I didn't care about any of it. I'm sure you didn't, but even so. What about your own start, Titania? That is exactly what I hate about you. Bringing about the collapse, erasing the twilight. It's just like a summer night's dream. My name is Oberon Vortigern. I am the deaf waiting in opposition to all of you. I am a threat to all humanity. I'm not like the beast. I don't love anything. I'll prove that to you in this battle. Now, lift the curtain on this tragedy. This is where your pilgrimage comes to an end. Great, we're stuck with Mash. Can I... Oh, I can't drag you around, can I? Great. Alright, first of all. Second of all. No, wait, I can't use... I gotta use, Cavalry. Not knights. Problem is, I have like none of the fucking cavalry. Honestly. Extra casters are so annoying. Alright. Upang. This. That. And then view. Alright, but then again, this is the last fight in the Lost Belt, so it doesn't really matter what my team composition is at this point, because I still have, like, 5 Leyland Stones to, burst through. So, worst case scenario. Anyway. The Abyssal Worm. Oberon.
風が覚えたよ。運命をかけた戦いであり倒れません。了解。アイマスター押し切ります。ターゲット。僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、苦しいな。はあ、大入中速度。万有だ。ヘドが出る。あなたヘラクレス。
Hey, Oberon, can you do me a favor? And, like, use your third skill? So that way you just don't do anything for the rest of the fight? Glad to see you're feeling the emotional impact on that, because I got spoiled, like, immediately, like, 2 years ago. So I knew this was gonna be... So I knew this was gonna happen, I just didn't know why. Oh, but of course. Eat shit.
俺から言うべきことはもうない。すべてだ。
Cool, combat time. Anyway. Perfect.
アイマス、アイマスターセントールフルスラット大中中速度ビミアップビールクラックはいはいはいはいどうにかなこういうの好きですどうにかな私の愛は中央に
I mean, the point of a story is to be able to explain a reaction. It doesn't matter if it's not real. The emotions people feel in response to these kinds of things is what's important here. So if your ass feels betrayed, then the story did its job. Let's go with
オーケー。
誇りにかけて黄昏の時を再び。
僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、ラッ
輝きを最果ての島、罪の都、最後の竜は我が胸に。集え円卓の守護者たち、ラウンド・オブ・アバロン。
不思議
Yeah, specifically this story was written of by the original creator for the series as opposed to being outsourced to another trusted author like before, so
さあ、情欲の矢を放ちましょう。もはや私の体の全てはつながり虚空と果てる。サンサーラ、カーマ。喜んでくれますか？私の愛は
so that's also why the story's so long. And apparently there's even more points that were supposed to be covered. Like for example, a lot of these characters have been released as playable characters, and they each have like 1, 2, 3 assumption stages or whatever that change their appearances. While for pretty much most of these characters, most of their assumptions have been explained in some way, shape, or form. We've never got any story within the Lost Belt. But you know, the Lost Belt. You know, they never did any story explanation as to what the hell was going on with New Darlington for if they even come to Darlington instead of just being Darlington. And then we have, man, my train of thought keeps on getting cut off. But then also Valvan's third assumption, which never got explained in Avalon the Face story, when everyone else's assumptions got explained within the story. Alongside that, we have also a handful of other plot threads that were just like, huh? That apparently were just kind of left out. Like, let me try to find what people have said before.
Roger, copy. Roger, copy.
Yeah, when I was catching up to this Lost Belt, I would stream my progress of it as I was going on, but I eventually reached a point in the story where I caught up to my friend's account where I went in the story. So I started reading out the remaining story there. And then once I got to Lost Belt 6, I decided to stream it because I had heard rumors about how much of an experience it tends to be. And an experience it was. Oh, don't worry, we're near the end now. This is the last fight, and then we just have story left.
夜の帳朝のひばり腐る夢黄昏を食らえ来来くボーテガン
チンを誰だとここ
Yep. Alright, Lay Lightstone 1 of 5. Let's go. Probably won't even require a second one at this point.
シールズアップステータスこれで耐えます新名会長見届けよう
私を最悪の対粛清防御はじめそれは全ての傷
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to stream Trom or Lost Belt 7.
我らが故郷
Probably at least Lost Belt 7 because I still don't understand what's going to go on with there. Trom is still, maybe. Tungsuka I won't be able to stream at this point because of the fact that,
人の夢
there's no way I'm going to be able to make it unless I just do it all in retrospect, but I won't be able to grab any of the fights or anything like that at this point.
違法の国時の終わり慣れた剣は彼の手霊殿なる勝利を刻めラウンド・オブ・アバロン早炊きですカルウェル
あな
覚えたよ
早炊きですカルウェナ早炊きですカルウェナ
えいロジャーアイマスター僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルー
苦しいな
ビーミーアップよっせーの第三宇宙速度
夜の帳朝のひばり腐る夢黄昏を食らえ来来くボーテガン
Let's see what the New Year's sermon will be. I'm still hoping it's Kama Sauce, even though it's a pipe dream at this point.
うんはあ介入中速
Because if it's Kama Sauce, then it might actually convince me to actually update my FDOGP app on my phone. Because Kama Sauce is
早
delicious.
炊きですカルウェナ
えいオーケー
誇りにかけて
ロジャーカピー僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルー
苦しいな
イーグル
Alright, almost there. Probably one more time or two. Ah, yeah, it's curtains now.
うん
Let me just get the zip off.
聞こえますか
And
アイマスロジャーカピー大中中速度ビーミーアップビークラッ
当然とはいえ嬉しいものですね皆さんのおかげです
and bada bing, bada beep. Oh, it's Mayan themed? That's good. That's a good sign. I'll have to turn it out to be some other server from, like, Lost Boat. They somehow release orcs somehow as a server and somehow justify it. And it turns out to be instead. Could you imagine? Anyway. Meanwhile, in Lost Belt 6. Lord Oberon, everyone, come quick. Lord Oberon has returned. Please, Lord Oberon, tell us about the ones who's outside who want to kill us. I'm back, everyone. Did you all manage to survive the day again? Oh, you already burned to death? Gotcha. Well, that's okay. It was gonna happen eventually. I'll just tell you about the outside some other time then. Honestly, I haven't got any new stories right now anyway. Oh, it's you. Hiya. Seriously, just how shameless are you, you bitch? Whoops, there I go again. No more foul language from me. What are you doing here anyway? Did you fall asleep while we were fighting? It's fine. It's all just a dream anyway. But one last cup of tea before you go. Yeah, of course nothing happens in a live stream until like an hour in. They just diddle around for a while with the voice actors. I really haven't got anything left to say. I've already told you everything about my goal, what I'm really like, and how things got to this point. So I really don't see what reason you could have to stick around here anymore. This is the end, right? What's the harm about being honest about how you feel now? Are you kidding me? You really are an idiot, aren't you? Even I'm not this bad. I've been insects with better memories than you. Hey, you're the one who said you're a liar, right? Okay, you got me there. Well played. You're right, I do feel strongly about some things. A lot of things, actually. Vortigern was Brandon's destiny incarnate, and I was born to be a part of him. But I'm not just Vortigern, though, you know. I'm Oberon, too. Did I ever tell you about what the Land of the Fae really is? It's all a big, well, fairy tale. A single story, nothing more. A 14,000-year picture book Morgan wrote just to have somewhere to belong, even if it had to be fictional. Many people rejected it, just like you have all the others. You said it was wrong, that it was meaningless. I didn't like that, so much so that it even made me forget my disgust of everything. You make up characters who behave exactly how you want, put them into the kind of stories people dream about. Stories so good they even change your very lives. Then you just laugh and dismiss them as nothing more than flights of fantasy. You're angry about stories? That's right, there's still meaning to be found even in the most hackneyed of kingdoms, or the most unsung side of characters. All those stories you people from reality just forgot in the moment you finished the last page. They had every bit as much of a right to remain afterwards as anything else. Oh well, there's no point in telling you this. They're human. You'll forget about it all once the next story comes along. Proper human history is all about growth and progress, right? Nothing is permanent there. It's all about it all just keeps going forever. Me, I find all that stuff to be a huge pain in the ass. I was absolutely livid. That's why I wanted to end everything. There, happy. Now wake up already. You don't need a morning lark or even an evening one. Not yet, anyway. Alright, see you later, asshole Charlie. This journey might have sucked, but at least it was full of surprises. Good luck with the next one. I'll pray for your success just as hard as I can. Where are you going? Where are you going? I'll come with you. I'll come with you. Goodbye, friend of Oberon. Come visit Oberon's woods again sometime. Ah! Oberon? Oberon Vortigern is falling off the deck and is plummeting into the hollow. His spirit core suffered serious damage. For Vortigern, the abyssal worm, the sacred sword is a double-edged blade, both sustenance and poison. He won't crawl back up here again, not with an injury like that. He'll simply fall endlessly into a non-existent abyss. Falling down this hole forever, that sounds... No, this is how it should be. Oh, it seems I won't be able to bask in our victory. It is already time for me to leave. Well, give my regards to your Merlin. It's only right since I came here without asking. I will, thank you. No, thank you. It's good to hear your voice. I'm just glad to be able to be of help. This is the Stormborder Command Room. Do you read me, Hio? We don't know how it happened, but we can at least see what's happening. We just picked up a breakdown. No, a blockage in this conceptual space. The Abyss is starting to lose all connection to the outside world. We need to get out of here before it becomes completely closed up, or we'll be stuck falling here forever. So I'm going to point the starboarder straight up and try to fly us out of here at full speed. Hio, Mash, you both need to get inside the border right now. Did you hear that, Master? What should we do? Please do not worry about me. I have already said my goodbyes. The girl who traveled with you, Altria Caster. She existed only in this lost boat and returns to the planet's inner sea along with the shadow of paradise. However, her actions and the answers she found have been inscribed upon me. I am not King Arthur. I am the concept of the Sacred Sword's wielder, the Knight of the Sacred Sword, given form. I only entrust the Sacred Sword to those who use it, to those that it has chosen. So consider this a special bonus. It was an important contract after all, so I cannot break it. Right, this was just a one-time thing. Indeed, just as you wished me for the help, so did too my other self. Now please hurry. You must not let yourselves be caught up in the abyssal worm's downfall. Farewell, Hio, Mash. Tread onward without fear, for the light of the stargazers at Chaldee shall always illuminate your path. Goodbye, precious friend of Britain. Goodbye, kindred spirit. Senpai. Come on, let's go. Right. Okay, Captain. Hio and Mash are back inside. Now punch it. Alright, activate all 4 train engines in parallel. Target speed 10,000 kilometers per hour. Set a course out of this hollow. Let's go. Professor, how long before the exit collapses? Will we make it at this speed? Okay, it looks like we have about 5 minutes before the abyss is completely sealed. Since the computer room has been shut down for 20 minutes, and assuming that the ship has been falling constantly for that period. Okay, quick and dirty calculations say we've fallen about 420 kilometers. So if we can push the border to Mach 8.5, even accounting for acceleration and deceleration, we should have no trouble getting out in time. Wait, I just realized something. There's no point in calculating the distance we've fallen. This hole is infinite. Now that we're inside, there is no entrance or exit. We can't possibly reach where we fell in, no matter how fast we fly. I see, then we'll just have to make our own exit. Captain, can the stormwater's cannon blast open the sides of this hole? If we can't make it to an exit by flying upwards, our only exit is to break down this hollow's very concept. It will be risky since there's no telling when we may emerge, but in 5 minutes' time, even that risk will no longer be an option. I'm sorry, but after all that fighting, we just don't have the power for that. Keeping the ship flying is the absolute best we can do. Even if we shut down one of the engines now, we wouldn't have nearly enough time to create a Spiritron warhead. Then you mean we can't leave, all because there's no exit? I'm afraid so, and once this hollow is completely blocked off, we won't be able to go anywhere. Once this hollow loses its connection to the outside world, it'll be even more inescapable than a black hole. A black hole may be a mass of gravity so dense that even light can't break free, but at least it still has an exit. Theoretically, one could still make their way out if they could achieve faster than light travel. But there's simply no means of escaping this hollow. It's an inescapable space that no man-made transportation technology can leave, regardless of how advanced. It truly is the epitome of a pitfall. Even as we are ascending, we continue to fall towards the abyss. Damn it, man, this is no time to be admiring it. Guys, is there anything we could do? It's as though we're under attack or the ship's about to explode. I'll be damned if I'm going to admit defeat just because of a missing exit. Guys, I just picked up some kind of explosion 3,000 kilometers away. The hull has been ripped open. I can see the outside again. The thermic ray has got to be Albion. Albion just fired off a mana burst. I don't know why she did it, but Albion just attacked the abyssal worm. She falls to the ground, her strength exhausted. The sky at the end of time looms overhead. Still yearning for the distant horizon, she continued to descend. Her intelligence and memories were gone. Everything that made her who she was had been shattered. All that remained now was the decaying corpse of a long-dead dragon. A falling star with neither purpose nor desire, doomed to scatter upon impact. And yet, she still felt pain in her hollow chest. There was still something she desperately needed to remember. Searching. In an instant, old sights flashed before her eyes and shattered forever, with each memory. Sparks flew from her cells. It was as though they were telling her what she is and what she used to be, and why she had flown around this place for so long. There she saw it. Fairy Brandon's destroyer, the one who brought it to its conclusion. Bryn's white dragon. Possessed of the same name as her, it was finality given form, swallowing up the entire world of those she loved had called home. She spread her broken wings and summoned her voice through her crushed throat. Her scales peeled away as she flies. Her flesh began to slough off, unable to handle the strain of reactivation. She knew this and flew on anyway. That's right, I have to fly. I have to fly. Even if I never did anything honorable as a fairy, even if I never did anything noble as a knight, even if I am a freak of nature who was just imitating people all along. She wasn't a British fairy. As a higher form of life, she was a perpetual outsider, neither fairy nor human. As a dragon who resides over the border, she was considered part of proper human history, even within the lost belt. As for a life form from the outside, there had never been a place for her in this Britain. I'll never know the ground or peace. I'll never have what I truly want. All I have is this sight here before me. The border that separates the earth from the heavens, and the stars from space. And yet there was still something she had gained. Something that, whether false or abandoned, she had found for herself. She could remember nothing now, but the fact alone that her memory circuits were blank proved those memories once existed. This body's name, the name it was given here. The wind resistance whittled her body down. Every increase in speed chipped away at her dragon form a little more. If she kept going, she would soon self-destruct. The few moments remaining to her are already nearly past. No weapon would behave like this. No living thing would do something so paradoxical. The dragon understood it was acting erratically. And yet, it persisted. Objective: stop anyone aiding Britain's destruction. Reason: unknown. The fire that shone in her eyes drove her to fly even faster. My name is Melusine, Tamlin Melusine. Now fly, even if you are just an animated corpse, you still must fly. She tore through the air, soaring through the destruction below and flying straight for her enemy. And so, the crumbling dragon, one of the beings who found salvation in this Britain, let out her final roar. That sound. A vaguely irritating sound jolted her to her senses. Several hours after the Tamlin ran her flew, she slowly opened her eyes, still sprawled on her back. It's so quiet, the riots must have died down. Of course they have. They were at it for so long they must have finally exhausted themselves. You see, I told you all we had to do is wait. Someone always takes care of my problems. I'm patient enough. It's always been that way for me. Why should this be any different? She coughed a few times, her throat oddly parched. Then she smiled a gentle smile and began an elegant speech just like she had many times before. But there was no one to hear it. Everyone in her city was dead. All she received in response was visions of her past. You know what your one and only love is? Shining brighter than anyone else. You would never think to improve yourself. The very notion of growth and effort is alien to you. That's why shouldn't they be? You've been perfect from the moment you came into existence. You don't have to work like the Earth Clan. You don't have to suffer injury like the Fang Clan. You don't have to study like the Wing Clan. You don't have to serve like the Mirror Clan. No, the Wing Clan's value lies solely in existing in the first place. And you, Aurora, are the very avatar of that value. You don't love anyone, but you also don't want anyone. All you need is ornaments to further adorn yourself. What a wonderful way to live. I think it's fabulous. In fact, I really love it. But you're diminished whenever someone grows more popular than you. She's a dick. She was following what she was supposed to do, but she's still a dick. Of course, you'll never get your hands dirty. You have all the people who adore you for that. Just like you did at Londinium and with Aincel. Huh? Whatever you're talking about, Oberon. They both deserved what happened to them. I was sad when I learned they were dead, but I suppose they must have done something to earn someone's ire. I see. How wonderful. I must have just imagined that you sent them to the Western Human Ranch, knowing Gwen had a visit planned just when they'd arrive. I must have dreamed that you assigned one of your most capable Fey horses to monitor them and report to you. Huh? True, I didn't know that Gwen would be there that day. But it was wrong to have her meet the child of Was it wrong to have her meet the child of prophecy? Not at all. You helped me move my plans and cleared away a few actors in a stroke. Anyway, I better get going. Have fun scheming with Spriggan. Aw, leaving so soon. That's such a shame. I thought you were going to tell me more fun stories today. Oh, you don't need me for that. You're already aware of almost everything that happens at Britain, right? Really, nobody can compare to the Wind Clan when it comes to espionage. Your Wind Ties can manipulate information so easily it's genuinely terrifying. Oh, but I will say this. Would you mind leaving Altria and Hio alone? I'm going to need both of them in order to defeat Morgan. Oh my, you're never so serious. It's almost enough to make me jealous of them. Oberon, you told me your only goal is to remove Morgan from the throne, but can I really trust you? You're not just some nasty vermin that snuck into my Britain, are you? Of course not. Everything I do is for Britain's future. That's why I've been telling you all this. I truly believe you're the best suited to rule it. That said, you probably shouldn't trust me too much now. Everything I say is a lie, after all. Huh? What do you mean by that? If everything you say is a lie, that would mean you're also lying when you say not to trust you. That's just the kind of heroic spirit I am. I'm not hiding the truth or spreading falsehoods. It's just that everything Oberon the Fairy King says becomes something that was never worth believing. It doesn't matter if I speak the truth or not. Once I say it, it becomes a lie. You and I are opposites in that regard, Aurora. Everything you say becomes true. No matter what dark feelings you harbor or how falsely you present yourself. The moment you say something, everyone, fairies, humans, even yourself, takes it as the gospel truth. Teehee, you're so silly, Oberon. I never know what it is you're talking about. Are you calling me a liar? As in, it takes a liar to know a liar? Not at all. You're not even aware you're lying, right? You're both an aggressor and an innocent bystander. That's how you survived this long. The very idea that you're Britain's most beautiful fairy is ridiculous. No, what you are is Britain's most innocent usurper. He really was adorable. I should have caught and killed him when I had the chance. To be the most beautiful fairy in Britain, to be the fairy who shone the brightest of all. That was her only purpose. She spent every minute of her 3,000 years being exactly that. For her, lying and scheming weren't crimes. They were just the cost of being her. She had no concept of evil or of good. She only thought of ways to keep shining. That said, there was one time. Just one time she did something that wasn't solely for her own benefit. It was in the Lake District during the era of the High Queen 1600 when she went to inspect the Miraclan's town along with her ladies in waiting. There she found a strange creature in a dark bog. It was a writhing mass of flesh, a thing even fouler than its putrid surroundings. Oh my. It was all a calculated act, a way for her to show off to her servants. Just imagine it, Britain's most beautiful fairy helping Britain's most grotesque creature. A ploy to spread the word about what a wonderful, selfless fairy she must be to do such a thing. My name is Aurora. What's yours? What she hadn't expected was for the mass of flesh she created in her arms to begin weeping like a person. She had never before seen her so sad, so utterly genuine. Never before had she been so moved by her own actions, rather than the envy she so enjoyed them creating. Honestly, I never wanted to touch that thing. I wanted to be like you. That was what the mask said before transforming into a beautiful fairy. Though Aurora's youth was eternal, she still suffered from decline. Her wings had continued to lose their luster ever since the era of the High Queen began, and her natural shine would grow dim without a steady supply of new and unusual delights. Sigh, and yet that girl. She was stronger than anything, more beautiful than anyone. She never declined even in the smallest way. She didn't need to be innocent, so she would never realize what She didn't need to be innocent, so she would never realize what a monster she was. You see, there she is right now. A dragon fairy soaring nobly through the sky. How irritating, how contemptible, how revolting. Aurora was stuck on the ground covered in dirt and grime, while the dragon fairy shone more beautifully than anyone. Foolish girl, if you kill me... The dragon fairy would return to being no more than a mass of flesh. Aurora would never come to love the dragon. She was so certain she would never return its affection. She wanted nothing more than for the dragon to suffer, exceedingly despondent at never hearing that simple statement of genuine affection she chose to crave. It was that longing, that despair, to make the dragon the fairy she was. That's why it benefited the dragon to continue protecting Aurora, the source of her suffering. But it hadn't been her own benefit that the dragon killed Aurora. It had been for Aurora's. Yes, that's right. I'm not afraid to die. What I fear is losing my radiance, having my colors fading, no longer being special. That's why. Even though the dragon knew that doing so would turn her back into the hideous mass of flesh she used to be, she chose to kill her. Aurora, the miracle that saved her, and the one she loved more than anything else in the world. What an utterly loathsome creature. Fine, I'm glad to finally be free of it. You see, Oberon, idiocy like that is the stuff of true innocence. She had only cradled that mass of flesh to show off what a good person she was. It reflected her inner ugliness as clearly as a lake. Go away, go away. But the creature born from that hideous mess was truly beautiful. Aurora realized she had done something good for the first time in her life and smiled. Higher, higher. As high as he could possibly can. And so, gazing upwards with a childlike innocence as the dragon corpse scattered like dust in the wind, Aurora faded away and her radiance finally faded. There's the exit. Yes, I see it too, but why in the world did Albion do that? We can worry about that later. Da Vinci, what's our distance to the target? We're 800 kilometers away from the rift. It's farther than it looks, but we could totally make it. Captain. Everyone hold on to whatever you can. Mimir, maximum power, forget all the safeties, and just get us out of here. Aye, aye, Captain. Full speed ahead. I'll punch it all the way to the sun if I have to. Oberon was falling. He kept falling down the bottomless void, along with an endless shaft. He had no strength left to fly. No, actually. The wings on my back are just for show. I could never fly, stupid. He smiled a hateful smile. He was truly enjoying himself. He may have been defeated, but he still had accomplished his goal. His only regret that he hadn't been able to take Chaldea down with him. Go on, get out of here. It'll be a relief not to have to see your damn faces anymore. Further, further. The foreign mage, the other child of prophecy, the companions he had spent his long journey with, flew further into the distant sky. Then, after Oberon the Liar had hatefully seen them off. Oh well, who cares? What matters is that I killed Brennan just like I wanted. Although, I'm sorry, Titania, my fictional queen who loved me in all of my twisted ways. I'm sorry I couldn't get rid of those proper human history bastards for you. Titania, the one who was created for a single purpose and discarded the moment it had been served. The sacrificial love of his life who could only exist within a story. Maybe he'd already met someone similar to her. But even if he had, Oberon the Liar would never be able to believe it. You know, it's weird. Even though I got the ever-living shit kicked out of me, I still feel strangely at peace. The hole in the abyss disappeared as he continued his endless fall. There. So that's proper human history, Sky, huh? Damn it, it's so beautiful it makes me sick. The infinite hell sealed itself as the abyssal worm fell on, a destination forever beyond his reach. The curtain falls. Approaching the Mirror World plane in the standard space in 40, 30, 20. Shut off trying engines 2 through 4. Get us back to normal speed. Here it comes. Everyone brace for impact. We're about to reach the British Lost Belts. No, regular British airspace. Man, the sky's blue again. Fuck this. I prefer the pink sky. Senpai, look out the window. I see it. I see it. It's our sky. We're in our own world. Why don't we go out to the deck to see it up close? Attention all staff. The sword border successfully returned to British airspace. We are standing down from high alert. Please return all weaponry to the armory and resume your standard duties. First, I'm told Commander Gordoff would like to say a few words. The floor is yours, Commander. Alright then. First off, I want to congratulate you on completing this extraordinarily long mission. The field team did exemplary work in investigating this mysterious land and enlisting help from the local populace and preventing the world's collapse. And for 50 days, our staff remained vigilantly on standby in almost total darkness, all while keeping the border shipshape. Thanks to all your efforts, Sheba is now back to normal parameters. This, of course, means the collapse that was predicted to spread from Britain to the rest of the world has been completely averted. So I am proud to announce that, as of this moment, our operation in the British Lost Belt is concluded. Congratulations. Hip hip hooray. Is that the best you got, Chubby? You really ought to brush up on your vocabulary. I was just saying what I felt. If you feel like you can do better, you could try giving the next speech. Do you know how hard it is to be the cool, collected, and eloquent with a spotlight on you? The answer is pretty damn. Good grief. Da Vinci, could you give me the mic again? Next, I have some mundane news. We are currently flying at low speed so we can run diagnostics on all our systems. I've put up an air net around the deck, so for the next 20 minutes, those who wish to go out there may do so. Take a look. It might not be easy, but it's still important. Go make one last memory of Britain before we leave it behind. Although this Britain, Fairy Britain, is gone now. Yeah. But it still existed, just like the other Lost Belts. Right. I learned so many valuable things on this journey. I'll treasure these memories forever. Hey, ew, MASH! Da Vinci, did you come to take one last look at Britain, too? Sure did. After all the time I spent traveling around it, I figured I should say one final goodbye. Plus, I wanted to toast Mike with this wine I got from Baker. So long, Mike. I bet you're doing great things with your pup right now. In fact, I know you are, even if you're from a different world that's been restored and pruned away. Even if it's no longer possible to observe it now that this universe has deemed it unnecessary. The planet still remembers everything that once existed on it. One of these days, I'm going to cross that border so I can pay you a visit and see how far you've come. Yeah. Oh, right. That's not the only reason I came here. You guys gotta come with me to my workshop now. The spirit origin graph just started glowing out of nowhere, and I also heard what sounds like meowing. Help me check the summoner, will you? There's no telling what might pop out from it. I see. Leave it to me. I can handle whatever it throws at us. After all the power-ups I got in Fairy Britain, I'm basically super late now. Yeah, about that, MASH. Yes, what is it, Master? Power-ups like that usually don't last forever. I'm sorry. That's okay. I knew that. I just saved my disappointment. I'll just save my disappointment for later. Anyway, never mind that now. We still have to go to Da Vinci's workshop. I'm not sure why, but I'm really excited about this. I think we're about to meet someone wonderful. You sure about that? Well, okay. I guess I could trust Super Kyrie Light's intuition. Okay, Brennan, this is it. Thanks for introducing me to so many great people. Now, come on, Hio. We still have a long way to go. It's time we stopped reminiscing and went back to our own home. Right. You know, this is kind of exciting. I wonder what sort of heroic spirit we're about to meet. Trimester second. Catastrophe defragmentation halted. Transitioning to catastrophe automation. Great work on discovering and repairing this unexpected dead end. I really have to hand it to Sheldy. It only took them 23 hours and 58 minutes to prevent the collapse. But there's no time to celebrate. I need to get ready for the next dead end point. Let me see. It looks like the other potentially nasty incidents ahead are the immature beast that flew off from Britain and what could end up being the single largest singularity to date. As for Caddock's recovery, it does not seem that there's any way to remove his serious light, so we'll just have to give up on that. So the hieroglyph prediction is not a problem. Revolt, eyelid. I do not get it. In Arabic, please. Oh well, I'll just ignore it for now. More importantly, I think it is time to focus on the big gal herself. I wonder what she's going to do next. Huh? So that is what our future has in store. I cannot say it's unexpected, but it does not leave us much time. I had better hurry and make preparations. Sheldy has conquered 6 lost belts and the foreign gal to surely finish their studies by this point. So now we only have a single target left. This will no doubt be our last victory without any casualties. There's simply no way we can all make it out and escape from what comes next, is there? A second one? Skills Fey Eyes have been added, and the Fey attribute have been added for Altruid Caster. The name of Altruid Caster's unique skill source selection and changes to Sacred Sword's creation. The name of Altria Morgan unique skill protection alike has been changed to Avalon the Fey. Skill effects have not been changed. The name of Oberon's class skill blank has been changed to Anti-Humanity D. I think I've done enough reading today. Nah, I'd probably do something light on.
魔術師の工房だって言うから怖い洞窟みたいなの想像してたけど綺麗でおしゃれでかっこいいじゃん。これなら長居してやってもいいな。あ、僕はハベトロット。花嫁の味方で裁縫の達人でハッピーエンドを運ぶ妖精なんだけど僕の宝具なんか妙にごっついな。君たちどうしてか知ってるかい？
Anyway, I think we've done enough VOD for now. So probably do something that requires less reading. And probably also not 8.5 hour stream lengths. At any rate, it's back to normal somehow, even though Oberon destroyed it. Anyway. We have now finished Avalon the Fae and its whole ass story. Look at how long this nonsense is. And this is just the cliff notes. Anyway, thank you for coming to the stream. So I'm going to end it here for now. It's already 5 a.m. here.